There's no telling what you'll find." "Then you'd best follow me and see for yourself." But Xiaodan had already taken the initiative, a swift whirlwind of sleeves and silk, and the now open doorway leading into the house stood before them, the only indication she'd gone through. Malek rushed past the crowd to enter. Remy sighed. They followed the sounds of weeping into the drawing room, where a family sat huddled together, the mayor's, he surmised. A man who was most certainly not of their kin was seated languidly on an armchair, one leg crossed over the other. The flames still burning from the fireplace cast a cheerful glow across his features, the whiteness of the scar on his cheek standing out, as did his flame-coloured hair, and the carved V on his forearm announcing his affiliation. He was grinning out his fangs, holding a glass of white wine loosely in one grip. The other was fastened around the throat of a terrified-looking man, half-crouched, half-kneeling beside him. "Took you long enough," the stranger said. "You've been busy," Xiaodan said evenly. "We've heard stories of you running about, choosing villages ripe for the picking. Rather dishonorable to be using the victims from your last raid to attack the next." "Not entirely my idea. I work with someone far cleverer than either of us, Lady Song. Someone who's been itching for revenge for a very long time." The man turned to regard Malek next. "You don't look like much," he said dismissively. "I don't even know what he saw in you." "Set the human down," Malek said, "and we'll have all the time in the world to discuss what Vasilik did or didn't see in me." The red-haired vampire appeared to consider it. "I'd like to keep him here a little longer," he said. "There are 3 of you, you see, but this little bloodling gives me the advantage. Who knows? Perhaps I'll get hungry during the negotiations." His grip tightened, and the mayor whimpered. "Vasilik sent me here because he would like to strike a bargain with you." "This is a strange way to win my favors. You are not in a position to make such demands," the man snapped. "Vasilik knows the secrets of the blue-blooded plague spreading among the humans, and he knows it imperils your vaunted alliance with Alluria. Our terms are simple. Cede Chang Shui and the Tingyi territories over to him, and we will spare the bloodlings. The mutations will no longer be your concern." "He cannot cede Chang Shui or Tingyi," Xiaodan said, eyes narrowing. "Song Yingwei owns Chang Shui and its territories." "Your mother," the vampire grinned. "Our coven grows every day, and the lands we occupy aren't large enough to suit. You and your old bat of a queen own a crumbling fortress and lands far too vast for the 2 of you to eke out the rest of your existence in. The Fourth Court is a derelict of better times that shall never return, you spoiled brat. Tingyi is wasted on the songs. You will have to pry my home out of both our cold, dead hands to take it, sir," Xiaodan said with all the pleasant assurance of a mongoose about to take off a snake's head. "If you sincerely believe we are so old and decrepit, then you would have had no trouble invading our lands without resorting to any of this. And yet, you chose to drag innocent villagers into your schemes. What good will Tingyi even do you? It is the last place any vampire would want to set up court. The sun would kill you long before you reach Chang Shui." And then her eyes widened. "I answered my own question, didn't I? Your vaunted coven isn't strong enough to take on the other courts, so you've decided to pick the one clan you consider the weakest among them. That means you are already squatting on Tingyi land," Malek said, "and Chang Shui was the closest to conquer. It would explain why most of the attacks have stemmed from the east." The vampire was silent, eyes darting nervously from Malek to Xiaodan. "I'm right, then," Malek said with satisfaction. "The Fourth Court has declined since, But Lord Vasilic respects the power that your mother once wielded, Song Xiaodan. He gives you the option to relinquish your position, to let your clan fade peacefully into obscurity without further bloodshed, and to turn your palace over to a stronger court with a greater destiny. Is that not the more honourable thing to do? How about we start by releasing these people as a show of good faith, Remy said. Isn't that the more honourable thing to do as well? The vampire fixed his dark gaze on him. And you must be Lord Malik's newest toy, he mocked. A bloodling and a reaper. Or is it a death wish on your part, Zidane, to fuck hunters? Like hell he is, Remy said, but no one paid him any attention. Perhaps Vasilic would know, since he made no complaints about it in the past. Malik responded, more at ease than Remy would have thought. It seems to me that his tastes have deteriorated considerably since then. The vampire's eyes flashed. Vasilic loves me. He only used you to further his own ends. He would never have stayed so long with kindred so sickeningly attracted to these fragile humans. In a year, your betrothed and her court will be as good as dust. We will rise up in their place as the new Fifth Court. You will do no such thing, Malek said coldly. Vasilic switched his allegiances to spite me. The Fifth Court is dead. If I must stamp it out again, as I did the first time, then I will. With a Fourth Court vampire nursing a sickly heart, and your Reaper toy. Your clanmates aren't here, Malek. You are alone and defenseless in Illyria, and I doubt Ying Gui would rouse from her stupor to defend her own daughter, much less you and your human lover. I would really fucking appreciate it if someone actually corrected him on that, Remy said. If you believe us weak, Malek said, you wouldn't be clutching the human's throat like it's the only lifeline you have left. If he dies, so will you. I am here because Vasilic is magnanimous enough to offer you what he could have taken by force. No. You are here because you had expected to deliver another village into Vasilic's hands. Not only have you failed, you've also lost part of your coven and the Brushven villagers you turned with the rot. Whatever falsehoods Vasilic has told you about me, I know him well enough. Vasilic never strikes a bargain unless trickery is involved. You are bargaining with us because he will kill you once he learns of this. The confident mask the vampire had been skillfully putting up finally slipped. His grip on the mare loosened and Remy moved. His scythe swiped down, cutting off the vampire's arm and sending both it and the dazed victim it was keeping hostage tumbling to the carpet. But the red-haired man reacted swiftly and seized Remy by the throat with his other hand, sending Breaker to the floor with a heavy crash. And is he expendable as well, Malek? The vampire asked triumphantly. Would your precious alliance with the humans survive if they find one of their reapers dead and mutilated like so much livestock? You're placing far more importance to me than what is actually the case, Remy said, or as best he could with the sharp nails digging into his neck, threatening to cut off his breathing. Pendergast, Malek said. Shut up. Pendergast. The vampire brightened. The butcher himself? Even better. Would they forgive you if you caused the death of their most prized hunter? Remy tried hard not to gag as he was lifted off the floor. He could feel the prick of fangs as they came to rest against the base of his neck. Wait, Xiaodan said when Zidane began to move. Yes, wait, the vampire mocked. Vasilic would laugh to see you so domesticated by the Sunbringer bitch. Perhaps he might also claim the Third Court to... The words ended in a gurgle. Take it from someone who talks too much, Remy gasped, after he'd stuck into the man's chest the 2 knives he'd squirreled away inside his sleeves, thanks to Elke. You bloody talk too much. The man collapsed. So did Remy, who fell to the floor, bleeding. Chapter 20. The Springs. As Remy had predicted, the villagers were unapologetic, ungrateful, and very glad to see them go. The mayor was perhaps the only one who was truly appreciative, for he had insisted on seeing them well stocked with supplies before they were off. The arrival of the Hellhests only worsened the situation, and it was with relief from both sides when Malek finally goaded the horses into a canter, and the village of Zelenka was lost to their field of vision. Remy kept tugging at the gauze bandages wrapped around his neck. The village healer who tended to him was a young woman who had put her needle to good use. It was not a deep wound, Remy was told, though it had looked much more alarming than he had realized. In time it would heal, the scar eventually scabbing itself out of existence. Of course, Remy had mumbled then, to no one in particular, really, because they'd gotten him drunk on some strong ale swill masquerading as medicine, and his mind was refreshingly numb from pain. I know how to avoid a fucking vampire bite. I'm not a goddamn novice. He scratched me with his hell-blasted fingers is all. He'd continued to ramble until finally he'd fallen asleep, with the woman still sewing him up. His head was much clearer now, though the speeding scenery was once again doing him no favours. Malek had taken the reins outside, though he'd claimed that his undead steeds required no supervision when en route to Ting Yi, which suited Remy just fine. The stitches were already itching despite the salve the woman had applied to it. He'd presented her with a small bag of coins as a thank you, and also as an apology for his deranged chatter the night before. The woman had clasped them to her chest and smiled bashfully at him. That made two people in Zelenka who liked him. "Don't scratch at it," Ziadan said, though her eyes were closed. "You'll wind up tearing it open again, and my sewing skills are worse than Elizabeth's." Elizabeth? The girl who cared for you last night. You didn't even ask her name. After everything that happened, her name was the last thing on my mind. She would be disappointed to hear that. Remy shot a suspicious glance her way, but Ziadan's eyes remained firmly shut, and she said little else for the duration of the journey. Remy wasn't sure where they were headed next, if it was straight to Ting Yi or somewhere else. Ziadan and Malek had planned it without his input, due to him being unconscious for most of the night, morning, and the better part of the afternoon the next day. But by the time dusk had fallen once more, they'd stopped at what looked to be an inn, and a fairly odd place for it to be, out here in the middle of nowhere. "I own it," Ziadan said happily, climbing out of the carriage. "We're finally past the Allurian borders and on my lands. This is only one of many we've built over the decades." "Aren't you worried about intruders?" Remy asked. It was a pleasant thought, to spend another night of travel with a roof over their heads, but he wasn't sure about the state of the furniture inside. "There isn't much to take, and that's by design. Most have been bolted down, all made of a forged metal preventing rust." Remy wasn't listening, because he detected a large waft of steam rising out from the right side of the inn. "Is this by any chance connected to a hot spring?" "We have a bathhouse built in to pipe hot water through, if you wish to give it a try. The rooms themselves were built beside it, for easier access." "I would very damn well much wish to give it a try." "For the last time, Pendergast," Malek said, as he settled the Hellhests in. "Stop talking. Your throat's still healing." Remy rolled his eyes and made a motion as if to cover his mouth, only to flip the noble a rude gesture instead. He then strode toward the main doors, pushing them open, and ignoring Ziadan's startled call for him to wait. From inside came a fierce growl. "Fuck!" Ziadan stepped in front of him, chuckling. "You're safe, Remy. You just surprised them." "Them?" Two large black dogs came loping out, with the same coal-black skin and fiery eyes as the Hellhests. "Do you two constantly travel around turning every dying animal into your fucking creature of the night?" Remy exploded, and then put a hand over his bandages because, hell, that did hurt. "I told you to be careful. And yes, I do try." Xiaodan bent down. The dogs encircled her, licking at her hands, behaving like two overgrown pups instead of the demon hounds they resembled. "This one is Candy, and this one is Vanilla." "Candy. Vanilla. Right. If you're worried about what they feed on while no one else is here, then don't. We're only several days' ride from the palace, and half a day with Cookie and Peanut. Allegra and my kinspeople come here frequently to feed them." "Great," Remy whispered, barely able to form the words as he rubbed the part of his neck that the bandages hadn't covered. Only a day's ride from Changshui. He had never left Aluria before. "Thought we were going to stamp out the fledgling Fifth Court nest first." He paused. "What happened to that vampire, anyway? He's dead, right?" He'd been meaning to ask ever since Malek had wordlessly returned his daggers to him that afternoon, gleaming and polished and devoid of blood. "If you hadn't killed him yet with your knives, then Melek certainly did when he cut off his head," Xiaodan said. "I burned his body alongside the infected and the rest of his coven. The mayor believes he might have been one of the missing boys reported in their area, one who was thought dead for years. It's safe to assume at this point that Vasilik was responsible for turning him too." Her gaze hardened. "He brainwashed them into thinking he cared. It's a twatty thing to do." "Xiaodan," Remy said wearily. "That is not how you use that word." "We have an idea of where their lair might be," Malek said, swinging down from the carriage, graceful even in the simple movement. "The only other place in western Tingyi that can afford them protection from the sun would be the Dar Lan." "Dar Lan? It's one of the most beautiful places in Tingyi," Xiaodan said eagerly. "They're hiding out in my lands. I intend to find them, and this is the most obvious spot they would be. But we should stop at the fortress first." She paused. "I hope my mother can assist us," she added sadly, "though I doubt it." Remy was tempted to ask more questions, but from the shuttered look on her face and the way Malek cleared his throat as he stepped inside the building, it was a conversation for another day. The furnishings inside were as sparse as Xiaodan had indicated, though they were more than adequate. The rooms were lined up along one side of a narrow corridor, each enough to fit a bed, a table, and a dresser, though there were dividers that could be pushed aside to combine two or more sections whenever needed. A second panel of wall could be slid back, leading outside. Xiaodan demonstrated with one, and Remy spotted the hot springs only 8 or 9 steps away. The water was still a dazzling blue, made distinct despite the growing darkness by the smooth white stones underneath, and it was clear enough for him to see through to the bottom, and shallow enough for him to stand in. Steam rose from its surface, curling in the air toward him as if in invitation. "Yes," he said fervently to himself. "I'm placing the mayor's food packs in your care for tonight," Xiaodan said. "We should reach Changshui early tomorrow morning. I'm sorry we can't stay longer for your recovery." "It's only a scratch," Remy said, not really listening. He wanted to crawl into the heat and stay there forever. Xiaodan laughed lightly, then left for her own room. The dogs followed her, and Zidane inside, wagging their tails happily. Remy wolfed down a small pork ration from one of the packs. He was hungry, but it hurt to swallow. The hot springs were a much more seductive lure. He'd only ever been to Barrow Hill for shit like this. He'd hunted a vampire terrorizing a few hamlets in the area, and wound up lingering there for 2 days, up to his eyeballs in the blessed warmth. This was much better. The accommodations at Barrow Hill had been stellar, but packed with far too many people to have the privacy he craved. the whispers that still circled him there. He sank down, steeping his battered body in the heated waters. He groaned aloud, and then decided to stop thinking. His bliss lasted for close to 2 hours. Remy's head was pleasantly buzzing, and he almost didn't hear the sounds of someone else entering the water. He opened his eyes, sat up straighter. Xiaodan lowered herself into the spring, clad in a flimsy chemise that was nothing more than thin straps across her shoulders, a scrap of golden cloth that hugged at her breasts and reached down only as far as her thighs. Her long hair floated about her like a dark cloud. Remy stared, entranced by the sight. "You're not supposed to stay in for this long," Xiaodan scolded. She waded noisily over to where he sat, and Remy was suddenly aware that while she tried to cover up her bits for his benefit, he hadn't thought to do the same when he'd first hopped in. He shoved his hands down. Xiaodan didn't even notice. She frowned over him, hand braced against one hip. The other held a fresh roll of bandages and ointments that the young woman, Elizabeth was it, had likely given her. "At least let me take off the bandages. The steam can't be good for it." "I feel perfectly fine," Remy croaked, with a fresh hoarseness that had nothing to do with his wound. He'd be damned if he'd climb out now and let her see him on full display. He was hoping she would blush and make her excuses, then leave him long enough to regain both his breeches and his pride. But her smile was broad, and her eyes bright with both mischief and interest. "You don't have to feel embarrassed, you know. I've seen naked people before. But we really do need to change the linens, lest they make your wound worse. I'm sure as hell not getting out while you're here." She only laughed, her little bright laugh, then moved closer. "Don't worry. I won't look. Just tilt your head up so I can see your neck better." Remy stared up at the dark clouds above, scowling, while she got rid of the bandages. He felt her pressing her fingers lightly against the base of his throat. "Does this hurt?" she asked. Remy shook his head, and she repeated the question, travelling up until she touched a spot that made him flinch. "Your stitches are holding. Elizabeth said it looks worse than it actually is. 1/2 an inch deeper, though, she told me, and you could have bled out." "Guess I'm lucky," Remy mumbled. "I still haven't had time to get mad at you for putting yourself at risk." It was either me or the mare, and I figured I had a better chance of surviving than he did. He made no other comment while she shifted her stance, peered closer. She was kneeling by his side, head bent toward him. Her hair brushed against his chest. He would see inside her chemise if he looked down, he knew. The cloth couldn't hide the roundness of her breasts, the tops of it paler than the rest of her. He kept his gaze skyward. "Elizabeth really did a good job with this," he heard her say. "I wouldn't have been able to sew them so small and so neatly." "I'll thank her again if I ever pass through," Remy muttered. "She likes you, you know." "I gave her nearly a year's worth of wages. Of course she likes me." "That's not what I meant, and I think you know it." Soft fingers grazed at his shoulders, and despite the water's heat, Remy couldn't stop his sudden shiver, that quick spurt of desire. "Why must you always put yourself down? You are one of the bravest, albeit also one of the most foolish people I know, human or vampire. You saved the mayor and nearly killed yourself in the process. You keep exposing yourself to danger for people who don't care, who wouldn't be willing to do the same." "I'm not the hero you keep implying I am." Her hand wandered, tracing a path down his chest. "You saved Lady Daenerys, and you felt guilty about it ever since, when none of it was ever your fault, when no one else was willing to save her." She was so close. it would be easy to raise his hands, wrap them around her waist with little difficulty. He could guide her to straddle him, let her feel him underneath the water, as hard as the stones they sat on. He wagered that she could ride him just as well as she'd ridden Malek. She could cry out, tell him to his face that she did want him. "So you know about that too," he said instead, his hands unflinchingly still. "I read the reports, yes. None of the Reapers wanted to hunt Lord Tennyfair's daughter. It was one thing to stake a commoner, a villager they'd never met. No one wanted to be responsible for the death of a turned noblewoman, especially the daughter of a well-respected duke. The stigma would have followed them for the rest of their lives, no matter how justified their reasons to kill her were. But you accepted. She'd always been kind to me. Why do you keep turning someone else's compassion into a favor that you owe, instead of accepting that you are worthy of it?" Ziaudan's eyes were a mesmerizing grey, the colour of natural moonstone. "Zidan told me about what he said to you when you were both sparring. He was baiting me." It came out half-heartedly. Remy no longer believed that. "That's not true." He felt something oily and slick applied to his wound. He heard rustling as she set the soiled linen aside on the stone ground behind his head. "Zidan always had the better brains of the two of us, but he can be willfully obtuse in other matters. He's used to people chasing him, you see. He's at a loss when he realizes it's he who needs to do the chasing. He always expresses it poorly. He did that when he was pursuing me." "Tell me you don't want this, Pendergast. Tell me you wouldn't want Ziaudan here with me either." Malek had said that, then taken the words back just as quickly. "Not sure what you mean." "Zidan has always been honest, brutally so at times. He was upfront with Vasilik about the nature of their relationship, and it goaded Vasilik into pushing himself harder to prove that he could be more valuable to him. It was ugly enough for him to defect to the Fifth Court for revenge." Remy closed his eyes again. "Tough shit for him. Don't see what it has to do with me." Ziaudan hummed. "I thought that too, for a while. But he's not one to be easily annoyed. And he's always pissed when it comes to you. It's a good sign." "How so?" "Because I once pissed him off the same way. I can be stubborn, as can he. And so can you, as a matter of fact." Remy kept his eyes shut, not wanting to follow the path that Ziaudan was taking. "May I show you something?" He felt Ziaudan take his hand. His fingers twitched when he felt warm, soft skin, then hesitated when she guided him to a series of bumps and raised flesh, coarser than the rest of her had felt. He forced himself to open his eyes, staring at the long, ugly scar that streaked down Ziaudan's chest like a lightning bolt, still well hidden within her scanty clothing. It was ridged and ugly and painful-looking. Remy had sustained many a grievous wound himself, even bore some of those marks to this day, but none this deep and long. The Fifth Court attacked my home. We'd been too weak, our numbers too low, and I nearly died. This is the proof. Only the Third Court came to our aid. And now I would rather perish than see Vasilik claim the lands I fought so hard to keep with Zidan." Remy's fingers moved of their own accord, tracing the ley lines of her scar down the valley between her breasts. "You're strong to have survived something like this." Her own fingers lingered at some of his scars, white against his dark skin, from the longer raised gashes along his shoulder down to the streaks by his waist. Then her hand ran down the marks on his back. "You have yours too. We're not so different." "I've never had anything as bad as yours." "I was very lucky." "You say I belittle myself constantly, but I think you do the same." Xiaodan smiled at him and moved closer. "What I am is confident about what I want," she whispered. "Almost dying taught me that time is precious, that I should seize what I want before it's too late. And I want." Remy's own heart pounded rapidly as she bent, her long hair sweeping the sides of his face like a curtain. He could stay here in this spring, he thought, wrapped in her heat, and look at her like this forever. But then she hesitated. "I shouldn't," Xiaodan whispered, and started to withdraw. He was used to aggressive women who weren't shy about what they desired from him, and Xiaodan had done more for him in a few weeks than Giselle had in the 5 years he'd known her, the only demand she'd made in exchange being for his own benefit. And seeing her now, denying so sweetly what they both needed, he owed her so much more than to hesitate. It was natural for Remy to take both her hands in his own, halting her attempts to move away and instead pull her forward toward him. He had spent much of the journey wondering what she would taste like, entire nights aching for the chance. Her mouth parted. She was even better than he'd imagined. Xiaodan felt like wood smoke and mist, like the warmth that rose from the embers of a well-tended fireplace. He urged her over him, no longer hiding his arousal, and she moaned softly when he rocked his hips forward. His fingers, hungry for more, caressed her inner thighs, pushed the thin fabric of her shift aside. Her hands were braced on his shoulders. All it would take was for her to lower herself onto him. All it would take was for him to knife up into her. "Wait," Xiaodan whispered. "Not now. Not yet." "Yes, you can," Remy grated, spreading her thighs farther apart, causing her to move down just a little, her breath catching as he slowly breached her. "You misunderstand me." The hands on his shoulders tightened, stopping her descent. "I want this as much as you do. But there are conditions." He wouldn't need to know. But even as he said the words, Remy wanted to take them back. His past affairs had made it almost second nature to say. Xiaodan looked down at him, her eyes in enigma. "Is that what you really want me to do? To say nothing to him?" "No, I don't know." "Do you hate him? Is he a—" "No." The word burst from him, surprisingly painful. "It's just that I've never had anything like this. Everyone always wants something from me, and I... And you don't know if we might do the same to you." Xiaodan didn't look angry at his admission, only sad. "I want you, Remy. But not even you would have emboldened me to go this far. I've always intended to remain loyal to Zidane, whatever my feelings. I would never have chosen to act on my urges, if not for him." The words made him feel bitter. Of course he couldn't compete against a third-court king. And then he took pause. "If not for him," he echoed, cautious. "My fiancé had made a similar offer to you, an offer you declined to take seriously. He's been sulking ever since." Remy swallowed hard. I assumed he'd only meant to provoke." "We are both attracted to you, Remington Pendergast." She ground herself slowly on him. "And you're attracted to both of us. While it is easier for you to admit that with me, it's been harder for you to do the same with my betrothed. His prickly personality is to blame, no doubt. Your penchant for aggravating him just as much. I intend to be a faithful wife, and it means that everything I have I willingly share with him, as he shall with me." The words, The implication behind them took his breath away. Do you mean to say that I... She sank down hard on him with no warning, sheathing him to the hilt inside of her. He could not stifle the loud, desperate groan he made at the searing fire, the gripping tightness of her. I didn't tell you the whole truth, Idaluv. When I said that I wanted to guard Kinneia Lodge, it wasn't just because of Zidane's old enemies possibly seeking reprisals. It was also because I didn't want you to seek out the Duchess of Astonbury again. We'd already decided that the next bed you tumble into would be ours, if you were willing. But I'm growing impatient, waiting for you two to reach a consensus. Tight, aching fire. Remy groaned again. Those are my conditions, Ziaudan whispered into his ear. I love Zidane, and he loves me. From the very depths of my soul, I know it. But we are leaders of our own court, and we are more accustomed to, I suppose you can call it submission, in others than with each other. She had the temerity to let out a giggle when he grew even harder despite himself, couldn't stop the agonized gasp he let out. I wondered if you might like the idea. Zidane thought so. Make no mistake, Armiga. I would be happy with him even if we'd never met you. But I think we can be more than just happy with you. But we won't force you into something you're not prepared for. I never want you to regret anything with Zidane and me. And then, light, fuck the light, fucking fuck the light, she raised herself off him, as frustrated over her abrupt withdrawal as he was, and yet unyieldingly deliberate about it. Good night, Remington, Ziaudan said. And then she left. Chapter 21. The Eastern Palace. Ziaudan had frequently called Chang Shui a fortress, and it was an apt choice of words. From afar it resembled a crown of knives, the points facing upward like sharp blades. It was curiously elegant, made of a shiny black material that Remy didn't realize was some kind of obsidian rock until they'd drawn closer. It was not the castle itself that had first commanded his attention, but the majestically cascading waterfall behind it. The fortress sat on a small island surrounded by a wide, natural lake that doubled as a moat. Water flowed down toward it from a wide, rocky cliff behind it, many tens of thousands of feet high. It circled Chang Shui and then moved on, or so Ziaudan said, to the rivers and lakes spanning the east. The cliffs themselves extended to nearly the whole horizon before them, far too high for Remy to make out what lay atop it. Chang Shui looked like something out of a grand fairy tale. That the landscape served as a natural defense against invaders was an added bonus, and he saw now how the Fourth Court had been able to defend their realm even with their fewer numbers. Remy had never been to Tingyi before, and nothing about the place was what he'd expected. Something about the weather patterns here allowed pockets of sunlight, actual real dazzling sunlight, unobscured by rolling storms and thick fog, to stream down from frequent breaks in the clouds, lasting anywhere from a quarter to half an hour before disappearing, only to reappear in a different spot nearby. The whole of the plains were bathed in uncontrollable glows of light. It was a good, unpredictable obstacle against vampires too young to withstand the sun. Many would be picked off long before they even reached Chang Shui. Remy was not used to so much light. The sudden beams were blinding to him, and he was human. So this was why Vasilic wanted your territory, Remy said once he'd picked his jaw up off the carriage floor. And the Fifth Court before him, Ziaudan confirmed. That fortress. How did you get so much bloody obsidian in one place? When you've had centuries to build, it's easy if you know where to look. Ziaudan couldn't keep her eyes away from her home as it loomed nearer, eagerness rolling off her in waves. We haven't had enough people to fix it up the way I'd want, but you won't be uncomfortable there." "If you say so." Remy was trying to keep his expression neutral. She had shown up outside the inn the next morning and cheerfully rambled on about Chang Shui, her mother, and some of her clanmates as they careened down the road at the breakneck speed Remy was unfortunately getting used to. He hadn't slept much the night before. Her proposition had kept him awake until the early hours of the morning, and then he'd dreamt about drowning in the middle of a mass of writhing bodies, every face resembling either Xiaodan's or Malek's. He'd woken up hard again, then frantically scrubbed himself clean at the hot springs, lest either of his companions smell lust on him a second time. His throat was feeling better than the previous day, the stitches holding up nicely. Remy wrapped a fresh set of bandages around his neck, then decided to let it heal for the rest of the journey by, not coincidentally, saying very little. Xiaodan didn't push him, and for that he was glad. It seemed like she was determined to give him the space he needed, but even her attempts to leave him alone couldn't stop him from being aware of her presence. He couldn't stop thinking about last night, about her proposal, about Malek, about the dynamics of involving him in this strange, heady entanglement. He was horrified that the thought excited him. He shifted his concerns to the floor of the carriage. Xiaodan had decided that the dogs were to accompany them back, which meant there were two very large undead mastiffs reclined by his feet, rumbling contentedly. They were used to him by now, one even nuzzling lazily at his boot on occasion. He supposed they could be considered adorable, if you ignored the lolling massive eyes and giant teeth and brimstone-scented drool. Surely no one would go out of their way to proposition him like this without expecting something in return. Xiaodan, if she was to be believed, clearly wanted intimacy from him. It certainly couldn't be his fighting abilities. He'd wound up with more injuries than he should have. He was used to paying for favors with sex. It felt odd not to be, and it was especially humiliating to have faced rejection when he had, for the first time in his life, offered it of his own accord. It had hurt his pride. Was it also submission they wanted? Not obeying commands as a liege might expect from their subordinates, but from... His stomach clenched at the thought, and he was ashamed that it was not from revulsion. He focused on staring out the window, because Malek's eyes had been on him throughout the ride. Remy wasn't entirely certain if the noble knew what had happened at the springs, if Xiaodan had been as honest with him as she said she was, and admitted their indiscretions. But Malek had said nothing, content only to watch Remy. Remy would have normally told him to go to hell, but it was difficult not to feel guilty after his tryst with Xiaodan. Ignoring him was the safer choice. Xiaodan had said that Malek wanted him too. That was what had been at the forefront of his fevered, sleepless mind, thoughts of him and Malek and Xiaodan, and when he'd bent over naked at the hot springs that morning and, with a loud groan, proceeded to defile the nearby stones with the consequences of his disgusting imagination. Yes, far better not to look at either of them until they arrived at their destination. The gates of Chang Shui opened, seemingly of their own accord, to allow them inside, which gave Remy the distraction he needed. Chang Shui wasn't a fortress, it was a city. A whole village lay within those knife-like walls, outfitted for luxury. He saw sloped roofs where monstrous sculptures of impossibly shaped lions and curved dragons stood guard, their shine golden whenever the sun's light touched upon their stone hides. The houses surrounding the courtyard were clustered into sections, some walls inlaid with bright pearl and smooth oyster shells, gleaming brightly. The same could not be said for the structures beyond the immediate circle. Several were in clear disrepair, others on their way to the same condition. Only a handful of residences had been maintained for habitation, he observed, the rest fallen into disuse. There were very few members of the Fourth Court left. and it showed. Peanut and Cookie wheeled the carriage over to a woman waiting for them. Remy doubted that this was Xiaodan's mother. The stranger was taller than him, almost Malek's height, despite the noble being many inches over 6 feet. She was dark-skinned, toned and muscular, with curls to her short black hair, and she wore a lighter variation of battle armor that was mainly chest chainmail and vambraces. "Milady," she said, her tone reproachful as Xiaodan hopped out of their coach, the dogs leaping after her. "I thought you'd intended to stay in a Louvre longer. I would have appreciated an earlier warning." "I'm sorry, Allegra. A few problems have arisen that need taking care of, including sightings of a new unauthorized coven in our territory." "How is Mother?" "Same as when you left. She still fades in and out several times a day, and we're never sure how long her trances last. I would have also appreciated you sending word," she added with a sigh when Remy stepped out, "that you planned on bringing guests. Shall I prepare a room for him, or do you intend to consume him before supper?" "Good afternoon, Lord Zidane." "Ah," Remy said, because he'd been waiting for Allegra to crack a smile, or let on that it was a joke at his expense, but the woman's features remained inscrutably deadpan. "This is Armiger Remington Pendergast, Allegra," Xiaodan said, "and yes, I would appreciate a room made for him, as he'll be staying for a while. He's to help us investigate the unwanted nest." She sobered. "Allegra, Vasilic might well be behind this." "Him again?" Allegra growled. "I told you he was too much of a slippery bastard to have fallen in the war with the Fifth Court, Xiaodan. The sooner we can flush him out, the better off the world will be. I will inform your mother that you and Lord Zidane have arrived, and also prepare clean quarters for the meet." "Should I be worried?" Remy asked, watching the stone-faced woman depart. "Pay no attention to Allegra," Xiaodan laughed. "She's fond of jesting when we bring new people to the castle. She once told Queen Ophelia that she could tell the difference between royal and common blood with just a taste." "Oh," Remy said. "Well then, glad that's cleared things up." His drollness was lost on her as well. "We'll bring you to Mother. She sighed. "I don't know if she'll be coherent, but you'll know how things stand in Changshui once you meet her. We all occupy the Eastern Palace, but the rest of the city has been shuttered indefinitely. You'll have to remove your boots before entering, though. Melira likes her floors sparkling." The inside of the Eastern Palace was surprisingly well lit. Long, thin candles and torch-like fixtures glowed from every corner. Remy had expected grim-faced portraits of ancestors, cobwebs, and grotesquely ancient furniture against fading tapestries, but instead found well-worn armchairs, bright gleaming tables and mantelpieces, and clean-polished floors. Blackstone Manor looked much more forbidding than this. The vampires who lived here were a different story. There were far fewer of them than Remy had thought, even after Xiaodan had told him about the state of the Fourth Court. He could count perhaps 8 in all. They were standing to attention as the group entered the great hall, watching them. More specifically, watching him. Remy felt himself tense up as he walked past their stairs, wondering if they might be tempted to attack him, even with Xiaodan nearby. Many of their gazes lingered at the bandages on his neck, as if contemplating finishing what someone else had already started. "They're loyal to Xiaodan," Malek murmured. Remy wasn't sure why the Third Court ruler was going out of his way to be helpful, but walking with the noble by his side did seem to diffuse some of the tension, the other vampires taking in the ease in which the Lord was conversing with him. Some of the wary, slightly hostile looks had receded, speculation taking their place. "It is not that you are human, so much as they recognize your weapon. My father isn't the fucking bogeyman you all keep making him out to be. Your father killed a good many vampires in his prime, some of them friends and family to those present. They've lived long enough to remember some of your ancestors as well. They have a right to be wary. Remy hesitated. He didn't want to be grateful to Malik, but he didn't want to apologize either. Malik, I'm not... I know that there's something I must... Are you trying to thank me, Pendergast? Malik didn't quite smirk, but he came close. Or do you plan to offer to me what you had of my betrothed last night, as recompense? Remy contemplated falling onto his own daggers. You know. Was it your intention to keep it a secret? No, I had no intentions of hiding anything. Your interest in her is not what's disrespectful to me. But what she wants from you is not repayment, or an exchange of favors, Amiga, as other women have demanded of you. If you aren't interested in more than that, then at least have the decency to turn her down properly so she can give up her pursuit. Remy took a deep breath. You weren't lying when you said you wanted to... Yes. I had expected you to be accustomed to that, given what we'd heard in a Louvre. Not like this. The words came in a rush. Giselle and the rest of them always wanted something in return. If you or Xiaodan ever... I can't... He'd learned to close himself off even in his most intimate moments with the Duchess of Astonbury and with the others, but not with Xiaodan and Malik. He couldn't. We expect nothing from you, Pendergast. We are not like the Alluvians. Malik leaned in, his mouth inches away from Remy's ear. This close, he was suddenly aware of how close they looked to everyone else watching. The noble's voice was thick with promise. This is not a kindred custom. This is something Xiaodan and I have decided to act upon. Something we agreed to. There must have been something strange about the air in the palace, because it was leaving Remy's lungs in rapid, shallow bursts. He swallowed. You're telling me to turn Xiaodan down if I'm not interested in her for more than sex? You haven't said what I'm supposed to do about you. At that, Malik really did grin. Xiaodan seeks more than just a physical connection, and she recognizes the same need in you. I have not always required this with my previous lovers. I want you, Pendergast. In the past, I would have never said no to a fuck, no matter how meaningless you might think it is. This time, the heat Remy felt was entirely his own, pooling down near his groin. You'd betray your own fiancée? You misunderstand again. I've never looked at anyone else, human or vampire, since I've been with Xiaodan. But we are both prepared to make an exception. Are you afraid? They were being guided toward the upper floors, finally stopping before one of the larger rooms. This was not a conversation to have before meeting the mother of someone you were, as the noble had pointed out, lusting after, so Remy reverted back to his bad habits and muttered a low "fuck you" to Malik just before the doors opened. Queen Yingwei was not what Remy had pictured either. He had imagined an old woman, some kind of grand dame with an overpowering presence, regardless of any supposed infirmities she might have had. But Queen Yingwei was a young girl, one who looked no older than he did, no older even than Xiaodan, for that matter. Her hair was as dark as her daughter's, long enough that they swept the ground behind her while she reclined in an armchair, one easily several sizes too large for her willowy frame. Her hands were small and dainty, smooth and unlined with age, and were in the process of tearing a piece of paper into shreds. Her graceful head lifted, and Remy found himself staring into brown eyes similar to Xiaodan's, if not for their colour. She was heartbreakingly beautiful, but her gaze looked back at him, blank and unseeing. A figure rose beside her, Naji, Malik's brother. The lad was dressed far more sensibly now, in a short robe with little to adorn it with. The youth scowled when he spotted Remy, a hand instinctively lifting towards his neck in remembrance, though the skin there was now unmarred. "Mother," Xiaodan greeted, coming forward to kneel before the throne, her hands raising to clasp the other woman's. "I brought Zidane, and someone new for you to meet." The soft brown eyes flickered to her daughter's face, and the fog within their depths lifted momentarily. "My child," the woman whispered lovingly. "Have you been away long? Have you gone and quarrelled with Zidane again?" "Zidane and I have been friends for a while now, Mother," Xiaodan reminded her gently. "Do you remember our engagement? You know you shouldn't be bothering him when he's immersed in his experiments at that laboratory of his, my dear," the Fourth Court Queen admonished, not listening. "He still feels guilty about the Fifth Court, and you were quite foolish, running off to face Etrian all by yourself. Chang Shui is impenetrable. You know the man will do anything to claim our city." "I know, Mother, but I'm all better now." "He worked day and night to save you, you know, sat by your bedside for days without rest, and when Allegra managed to coax him away, he returned to his laboratory, trying to find a way to keep your heartbeat steady. You were quite foolish, running off to face Etrian all by yourself. Chang Shui is impenetrable." Her face changed, suddenly furious and hideous in her rage. "What did you do, Xiaodan? You were not meant to have her heart. We were not meant to bring down the sun. They will kill us. They will kill us." She flung herself at Xiaodan with a snarl. Malek stepped between them, and Queen Yingwei clutched at his coat, still yowling, clawing at the threads. "There is still time," she panted, trying to reach around Malek for Xiaodan, her hand opening and closing like talons, grasping towards Xiaodan's scarred chest. "We must bring it back and beg for repentance lest we burn, Xiaodan." Her voice rose, a high-pitched screech. "Please!" Xiaodan didn't move. She only stared back at her mother, heartbroken. "We have no choice, my love. No, I didn't want to lose you. You, my flesh and blood, the only thing I have left to remember Shethar by." The hand dropped, and the Queen sat back, blinking, no longer aggressive. "Shethar would sing to me in the evenings," she said calmly, "and we would row across the Dar Lan on warm nights when there would be nothing else in the world but the two of us. He would—" A spasm of pain crossed her face. Xiaodan took her mother into her arms with sure, practiced movements. Remy started forward, but Malek shook his head. "The danger has passed. She always calms once she talks of her husband." "I miss him," the Queen wept. "I miss him so much. Where has he gone? Is he still in the castle? I should look for him." She started to rise, but Xiaodan held her fast. "Mother," she said softly, sweetly, urgently. "Let's take a nap. I'm sure Father will be here soon. He would want you to rest." "I am tired," the woman said faintly. A pause, and her eyes closed, head lolling back. Xiaodan rose to her feet, carrying the smaller woman like she was no heavier than a feather. "No changes at all since we left, Allegra?" she asked sadly. "I'm afraid not, milady," the woman responded from where she'd been keeping watch by the door. "I'm sorry you had to see that," Xiaodan said to Remy. "But we thought it was necessary for you to know about her condition, if you are to stay here with us." "No apologies required," Remy said. "I've seen this enough times with other humans." There's not much you can do but to ensure their comfort. I wasn't aware that vampires had similar conditions. Most vampires don't live long enough to be of Yingwe's age, Malek said crisply, taking the now sleeping queen from Xiaodan's hands. She doesn't look like she could be older than I am. She's 600 years old. Well, shit. What's he doing here? Naji asked, staring hard at Remy. Nice to see you've recovered from your injuries, Remy said with false cheer. Naji, Malek said, Pendergast is a guest. I trust that you will behave yourself while he's here. His brother only glared at Remy before stomping off. Forgive him, Xiaodan said. He's been looking after Mother since he arrived. He's only been kindred for 5 years, and immaturity hasn't quite left him yet. 5 years? I thought he was Malek's younger brother. Adopted younger brother, Malek said. I killed all my biological siblings some hundreds of years ago. Right, as one does. She believes we are still in the aftermath of the Fifth Court War, after Sauveterre was killed, Xiaodan said sadly as Malek laid the woman down on the bed. Her hand stole back to her chest. Right after I nearly died, she added much more quietly. She has no memories of anything past that. She still believes Father's alive. She smiled faintly. And she keeps forgetting about our engagement. She thinks Malek and I are still at each other's throats. Were you really? Frequently enough that everyone else in the castle was resigned to hearing our spats every day. I mentioned it last night. Xiaodan allowed herself to blush faintly. I refuse to give up on her yet. She remembers some of Zidane's more recent experiments, always talks about how worried she is that someone might steal his inventions. She built the palace laboratory for me, Malek confirmed. Some of the tonics I've made have helped with her short-term memories, but it's been difficult. Zidane would wed his laboratory if he could, Xiaodan said, regaining some of her cheerfulness. As it is, he'll have to settle for me. She'll sleep for a bit now. I would have liked to tell her about my plans to root out the nest at her beloved Darlan, but it appears that we'll have to wait. She despises Vasilic. Zidane, shall we show Remy your laboratory, or should we wait until we've cleaned it up first? I already swept the place clean this morning, milady, Allegra said. I will also prepare the gurney and the necessary tools. Shall I wrap the operating room in old canvas again so we can mop the blood up more quickly afterward? Xiaodan, Remy said, please tell her to stop doing that. Chapter 22. A Second Heart. Malek's laboratory put the archives lab to shame. Remy had never seen so many rows of gleaming apparatuses and vials in one place. It was all irritatingly neat and tidy, exactly as he'd expected. Allegra and Melira attend to the equipment whenever I'm not in Changshui, Malek said, and they're even more fastidious at keeping the place organized than I am. The blood-splicing doohickey the man had requested from Queen Ophelia had been summarily lugged in, a huge clunk of machinery with more knobs and levers than Remy knew what to do with in a lifetime. Once it was safely in place beside the rest of its mechanical brethren, Malek pushed down on a button, and something within it hummed to life. This can sequence certain genomes using only a drop of blood. Malek's eyes were bright and eager, more animated than Remy had ever seen. Unsurprising that machinery would be the impetus. It could shave days off my work. And that would be our cue to leave, Xiaodan said, tugging at Remy's sleeve. I interrupted him once while he was at his experiments, admittedly a petty attempt to get him to pay attention to me, I don't recommend it." "So we do nothing but wait while he monkeys about here, shooting his milt off?" Remy asked. "I rather think," Malek said with a deliberate drawl, "that I should be finished with my monkeying tonight. All the time in the world for me to work you hard after that. Xiaodan can join too, if she'd like." Remy turned scarlet. Surely he didn't mean... Oh, but he most certainly did. Remy had very nearly forgotten that this was a vampire's castle, that everyone but him were vampires, and that they all knew he hunted them as a hobby. None of them would stop Malek if he wanted to... "Your jokes aren't appreciated," he said sourly, even as he felt himself stiffen at the thought. "He never jests," Xiaodan said, eyes aglow. But the man had already turned his back on them, and Xiaodan giggled and drew Remy out of the room without further explanation. Dinner was anticlimactic. Vampires didn't need human food for sustenance, though they'd occasionally consumed enough to learn how to cook. It explained the small platter of chicken, bread, and water waiting for Remy, who'd bathed and dressed in the interim, and was still getting used to walking about barefoot in the palace like the rest did, a Ting-Yi custom rather than a kindred one. The wines in their larder were heavily spiced with blood, and it was the first time he'd ever refused an offer to partake in a free drink. The kindred sitting around the table drank their fill and had nothing else. They chattered to one another for the most part in Ting-Yen, and Remy made a note to learn more of the language. The other vampires had quickly thawed to him. A few regaled him with stories of Xiaodan as a child, about the mischief she'd gotten into, sneaking out of the castle and causing a whole village to come after her when she'd taken a rich merchant's prized steed out for a ride without their consent, when she'd helped another town fight off a horde of vampires from the Second Court, only to have them turn on her upon realizing she, too, was one of the undead. "You're a reaper, though," Malira said. "Surely you've gotten into worse situations than making off with a bushel of fruit." "I wasn't invited to join the Reapers until I was 13 years old, and I wasn't officially considered one yet, even then. I was only a novitiate when—" Remy stumbled to a halt. "What he means to say," Xiaodan went on easily, "is that I was a bigger handful than even the infamous Reapers. Surely you'd agree that I was worse than other children my age." "Right you are," Honfa said with a laugh. "It took all of us taking our turns guarding you, and even then you'd find a way. They say natural-born kindred are far more rambunctious as children. I was turned 210 years ago, and whatever you say of me now, I was a quiet child before that." "How old are all of you?" Remy asked, and was answered by a chorus of voices. 250, 137, 300, none older than Malek, who stood close to 1,000. Even Xiaodan at 40 was young by their standards. "Naji's the baby of our lot," another vampire named Rongi said cheerfully. 25 years of age, only 5 of them turned. The youth in question sat apart from the rest of them, sulking at a corner table and nursing a small glass of blood wine. "Nothing to age but numbers," he said shortly, "and I'm still older than he is." He jerked his wineglass Remy's way, uncaring as the red liquid sloshed onto his sleeve. "Yet you all fawn over him like he's wise beyond his years." "Naji," Xiaodan said reproachfully. "Oh, I won't start a fight with him, dear sister. Watching you all trying to impress the meat has been delightful to watch. See that weapon of his? How he never seems to let it out of his sight. How many of the Fourth Court have he and his father slain with it? How many of us would still be alive today if not for the bastard you've all welcomed in? Naji." The boy raised his hand, drained his glass to the last drop, and then slammed it back down on the table. "If you'll excuse me." Please pardon him, Malira said apologetically once he'd left. He's had some recent troubles, and he's been lashing out at everyone as a result. We thought it best to give him his space for now. Best you ignore him. Let him come around on his own. He has some fairly good reasons to dislike me, Remy said. I don't know how many of my ancestors actually fought the Fourth Court, but there's a good possibility that they did. You are here, Armiger. So many of your fellow Reapers have refused to even listen, that you are willing to, that you dine with us. That is what is promising. Hard to find anyone new willing to join the Fourth, a lad with a round face named Whaley said mournfully. When they have other bigger courts to choose from. You're not here to be turned yourself, by any chance? No, Remy said. I am happy as a human. Really? But I thought that Malek— Whaley ended the sentence with a grunt, because the Audan had clearly kicked at him from under the table. I suppose I was mistaken, he finished feebly. He's always been picky about who he brings back here, with the court not being what it used to. I thought Malek ruled the Third Court. Why does he stay at Chang Shui? With our queen being a little under the weather these last 20 years, an understatement of the century, and Whaley had to fortify himself with a huge swig of wine to go with the white lie. And with Xiaodan still healing back then, he took charge. Besides, Xiaodan's engaged to him. His own court's well run enough that it could go on even without him. He's got capable people there, Malek does. I haven't heard much of the Third Court beyond speculation, Remy said, heart racing. Honfa laughed again. You'd think that all the kindred courts would have permanent lairs, wouldn't you? Like we've got Chang Shui, even as few as we are. The Second Court had Meridian Keep, and the Sixth control the Situ territories in the southeast. But the Third Court, they're nomads. They've got places scattered all over the region, and not even the other courts know of them all. I'd say Maris, farther eastward, in what was once Agathursi, is their true nest, but most of the clans usually travelling for some reason or other. To spy on the other courts, or on Aluria. To travel and live with humans, to learn to coexist peacefully with them, Xiaodan said. Zidane believes that it's never good for kindred to keep ourselves distant if we want humans to trust us. What about the other courts? Have any members of the Night Court ever shown themselves here in Tingyi? A hush fell in the wake of his words. The vampires glanced at one another and shifted uneasily in their seats. My apologies, Armiger, Honfa said in a louder, firmer tone. The Night Courts never thought us enough of a danger to take action within our territories, and we rarely travel outside our own borders as it is. If you mean to hunt down anyone from that accursed court, I'd advise you to put the thought right out of your head. I thank my good fortune that I've never crossed paths with them in my years. They say the Night King's dead now, but that his queen, or some successor to her, still lives. And the last thing you would want is to attract her notice. He spotted Malek after dinner. Naji was with him, looking far more nervous and guilty than the haughty self he'd projected since their arrival. The conversation clearly a serious one. Remy, however, was not above prying, and was still watching when Malek drew his brother closer into a surprising embrace. And Naji, much to Remy's amazement, began to cry. Malek murmured something. The boy rubbed at his eyes, nodded and fled, his older brother gazing after him. Several moments later the Lord spoke. Did that satisfy your curiosity, Pendergast? Remy flushed. I didn't mean to— He didn't mean it either. He was distraught. I thought giving him a few weeks to himself would help, but— Malek lifted a hand, massaging his temple. Are you here to trade barbs again, Pendergast? Or are you simply lost? Remy glowered. He had to say it. Malek already knew, but he wanted the man to hear it from him. There'd been far too many things left unspoken between them since Zelenka. He could still remember the heat of Malek's mouth against his skin. I fucked Ziaudan, he said, at the hot springs. It was only for a few seconds, but— Yes, Malek said calmly. And she came to me afterward. You left her wanting. You love her. Why let her come to me? Malek was before him in an instant, this time without any aggression. Instead, he took Remy's chin, thumb gliding across his lower lip. Were you jealous, he asked, of Ziaudan and myself? It would have been easier to lie, easier to pretend that he wanted only Ziaudan. No, Remy whispered, distracted by the strong fingers stroking his jaw, willing him into an honesty he'd never wanted to discover. I was afraid. You both fit so perfectly together. There's nothing I could possibly add to that. With a gentleness he didn't know the Lord possessed, Malek's hand pressed against his mouth, face now inches away. Remy's eyes drifted shut. The soft, quiet groan the vampire made reverberated down to his bones, making Remy ache. But Malek pulled back. I must return to my laboratory, he said, dropping his hand, and the disappointment Remy felt was tangible. We can discuss this later with Ziaudan. But Remington— What? I intend to work you hard, regardless. Remy jerked up, prepared to swear at him again, but the man had already disappeared into the darkness. Ziaudan was waiting for him in his room, a fresh roll of bandages at the ready. It almost never hurts anymore, Remy protested as she tugged his collar down so she could better inspect his neck. Proper care is what makes that possible. Malira has a jar of ointment that's effective for treating all kinds of wounds. Zidane invented it. That's reason for me not to bother, Remy groused, but stopped arguing when she applied the medicine. It's healing nicely, no thanks to you. I won't need to scold you as much tomorrow, the way it's going. She was so beautiful, and so concerned for him. They were sitting in his bedroom. In other similar situations, the answer would have been obvious to Remy. Ziaudan sensed where his thoughts were going, and her grey eyes flashed with open temptation and desire. He remembered the night before, the soft, unbearable fire of her as she sank down onto him. But once again, she retreated. Well, she said, tucking in a stray lock of hair behind her ear, I hope you have a good rest. Ziaudan. He wanted her, and he wanted— He pisses me off, he finally said, hating every word. He does, but I wouldn't say no. I believe, she said with a radiant smile, you should be saying all this to Zidane. Bloody hell, Ziaudan. You're not going to help me out here, are you? No. Because I want you to dwell on it for as long as you need to, so you can say it without feeling like you need to hide it. She turned away. Ziaudan. Malek said that he would visit. That tonight— Good night, Remy, Ziaudan said sweetly, closing the door after her. Remy couldn't sleep. It wasn't because he was in a strange castle, or even that there were potential killers all around him with good reason to want to kill him, their early rapport notwithstanding. He couldn't sleep because of Malek and his fucking threats. He'd been eyeing the locked door for hours in a near panic. He'd been looking at the windows, too, though he'd bolted them all shut earlier. The only other recourse was for the noble to climb down from the fireplace, and Remy had almost considered stuffing up the chute before deciding he was being too paranoid. He was terrified. He didn't know if he would reject the offer, should it come, or welcome it. He certainly wanted Xiaodan. He wanted to strip her naked, kiss her long, beautiful scar, and explore the rest of her properly. He wanted the soft smoke of her again, imagined how her quivering would feel around him for longer than a thrust. But Malek, Remy didn't want to think about. How the man would mock him one moment, be coldly aloof in the next, and whisper filth at him afterward. Malek's occasional frankness about his desires was the only thing Remy liked about the noble. It all scared the hell out of him. It also aroused him. And when a key turned and the door finally opened, Remy lay there, frozen. "I don't know how to fucking do this," he muttered. "I've never been with two people and I haven't even given my bloody consent, you goddamn bastard." "A Pendergast." Remy sat up. It wasn't Malek who was standing by the entrance, nor was it Xiaodan. "Ah," he said, utterly flummoxed. Would you like me to bring you to Xiaodan's room?" "You're a Pendergast," Queen Yingwei said. "I knew you were as soon as I saw that monstrosity upon your back. Only the Pendergast are so arrogant as to flaunt their killing weapons wherever they go. And I have dealt with many, many Pendergasts in the past. Your ancestors have slain many of those I've sired. You are a hardy breed, a bloodline almost as old and as ancient such as I. I have need of you. You will come with me." "Mom," Remy said desperately, his head still so full of anticipation of both Malek and Xiaodan that he hadn't fully changed course. "I have the strongest affections for your daughter. I'm half in love with her at this point. I think you're a very attractive woman, but I have no intentions of accepting whatever, propositions you're about to make." Brown eyes stared back at him, with none of the confusion and haze he'd witnessed earlier. "What are you yapping on about, you foolish boy?" Queen Yingwei snapped. "I'm here because you are a Pendergast. I am bringing you to the heart because my daughter likes you as she likes Xiaodan, and you will not say another word about refusing." She dragged him past long corridors he hadn't even known existed within the palace, then up 4 sets of stairs that wound their way into one of its unused wings. Queen Yingwei showed no signs of her previous lethargy, bouncing from step to step with boundless energy. She could carry him up another 12 flights if she wanted to, even with Breaker at his back. His weapon had been the first thing he'd snagged before she shoved him out the room, because while he was an embarrassed fool who'd thought Xiaodan's mother had had other intentions toward him, he wasn't that much of a moron. "Tithe," the woman observed in mid-stride. "You have that look about you." "My mother was Tithian." "A fine, friendly people. Would give you the shirt off their back when they bothered to wear one. Even their kindred are frustratingly cheerful. A bit like my Xiaodan." She shoved at a moth-eaten sliding screen, the wood slamming back so forcefully it was nearly dislodged from its hinges. "This used to be my—" A quick spasm of pain crossed her face. "No matter. We are here for something else." Their destination turned out to be a small room within the deepest recesses of the palace, and inside was an altar, some pagan construction made of old stone and bloodstains steeped so deeply into the wood that no scrubbing would ever get it out. There were no other furnishings, save for a small metal box sitting atop it. "Here," the woman insisted, pulling him closer. With mounting dread, Remy watched as she opened the chest. Within lay a heart. It had been embalmed, preserved, and semi-mummified. "She was an ancient," Queen Yingwei said. "The ancestor. The blood pride of our clan, one of the first vampires to have walked the lands. She was called Lilith the Mother, and also Lilitu the Forbidding. Her name inspired fear. She lived long and well, and she died fighting the Night Court." "That was long before I was born, Ma'am," Remy said, visibly nervous and fingers ready to reach for Breaker, because if she was about to single him out for revenge, or for some obscure human sacrifice, judging by their surroundings, then he would fight her, Xiaodan's mother or no. But the Fourth Court Queen only laughed and tapped him smartly on the shoulder, nearly sending him to his knees. Even in death, she was strong. Her heart endured when the rest of her body did not, and what the Night King took away, he returned to us as a weapon of our own, but with a terrible curse. Lilith was born with the Sunbringer, wielded it like a weapon her whole life. She who killed with the dawn. It was why he had determined her extinction. Since then, others have tried to trade in their hearts for hers. They've died horribly. By the good mother, my daughter did not. Her eyes were brown once, like mine are, but she has Lilith's eyes now, that beautiful grey of the damned. Lilith watches me, watches us all. You claim you hold affection for Xiaodan. You must guard her heart well." Remy stared down at the box with rising horror. "You mean this is my daughter's heart, Pendergast? I told Zidane to guard it well, and now I demand the same of you." Chapter 23. Exploration. "It was not fucking funny," Remy growled. Xiaodan thought it was hilarious. She was still doubled over with her hands on her stomach, laughing loud and long. "You sincerely thought," she gasped out in between wheezes, "that my mother had come to your chambers to seduce you, and you said so, to her face." "It was an easier assumption to make than being dragged out of my bed in the middle of the night and led all the way through your fortress to view your bloody bleeding heart," Remy said grumpily, as he continued to spin Breaker. Malira had delivered a message for him at breakfast, informing him that Malek had requested his presence at the courtyard. Remy had already given up on sleeping after his encounter with the vampire queen. Honfa had rushed into the room soon after the woman had showed him the embalmed horror, apologizing profusely to Remy, even as he carried her away. It was reported in the morning that Queen Yingwei had suffered a relapse, and had no memories of what she'd done the night before. "She did the same thing to Zidane years ago," Xiaodan said thoughtfully. "Are you not going to explain why the hell she's been keeping your—" Here Remy's mind broke down, trying to process the sheer grotesqueness of it. "She told me a crockload about how your ancestors and mine have been slaying each other for generations, but I'm not sure that's a good enough reason not to at least wait until daylight to show me." "You were fortunate." Xiaodan gazed down at the ground. "You caught her during one of her lucid moments. The only emotion she'd shown me in the last 20 years is either grief or anger." Remy paused. "I apologize. I didn't mean to. I know. I'm glad you saw her for the woman she used to be instead of the invalid who spent nearly 3 decades living more in the past than present. She isn't keeping my heart for insidious reasons. You could cut it up into as many pieces as you'd like, and I wouldn't feel a thing. She keeps it out of guilt. I'm not the first to come into possession of Lilith's heart, just the one who's lasted the longest. Few vampires before me survived the procedure." Xiaodan shuddered. "The pain was worse than anything I've ever felt. Worse than when Etrian stabbed me," When you told me you'd inherited your ancestor's heart, I didn't think you meant it literally. Zidane said that the medical terminology for it would be a transplant, a replacement. Not even Mother was certain it would work, but she was desperate for my sake. I don't know how much you know of our history, but Lilith was renowned and feared among the kindred. She was the original Sunbringer. Your mother mentioned that too. What else do you know of her? Remy racked his brain for a way to make what he was about to say next sound apologetic. Nothing at all. We didn't pay much attention to anyone beyond the existing court leaders. My father always said it wasn't necessary to humanize vampires with names. And if this happened several millennia ago, I doubt that we've got any records of it. Alluria's a young kingdom by comparison. Xiaodan nodded, not at all offended. Not even we know how Lilith came upon such abilities. They said she'd been cursed by hell itself to bring all the kindred into damnation with her. The Night King hunted her for that reason. No one knew her abilities could be transferred after her death. There were 2 other vampires before me to successfully undergo the transplant, but when they attempted to use the Sunbringer's power, they perished anyway. And Malek? Zidane was the reason I survived. Sauveterre all but ripped my heart out. I remember Zidane, frantic, finding me on the floor with my chest carved up. Every vampire who'd attempted to take up her heart before I did were full kindred. That I'm a Cambion, Zidane thinks that's one reason it worked. We're not as strong as full kindred, but we endure certain things that they cannot, including sunlight. There aren't enough Dampiers about to prove any of Zidane's theories yet. She smiled sadly. Mother begged him to save me with Lilith's heart. She believed that any complications I suffered in the future would be better than dying in the moment. Xiaodan bowed her head. She regretted it. Many left the Fourth because of me, and I'm the reason Mother's been reduced to such a state of— No, Remy said violently, an angry jerk of his shoulders sending the knife chain above him spiraling faster. You're not to blame for her deteriorating mind. Xiaodan smiled wanly. It's not something I like to talk about, which is why I haven't said much thus far. The memories it always brings back, it's about more than just the physical pain. Thank you, Remy said, understanding her better now. For what? Because she'd understood him, too. Once she'd realized he had his own trauma to bear, she'd accepted there were parts of him he wasn't willing to relinquish just yet, shielded him from other people's inquisitiveness. She'd stopped her clanspeople from prying into his past the night before. You know why. She smiled. I suppose I do. Zidane arrived a few minutes later. Remy knew vampires didn't sleep, though they sometimes took short periods of rest during the day, but all the members of the Fourth Court appeared old enough to withstand sunlight, excluding Nadji. And for someone who'd supposedly spent the night working in his laboratory, Malek looked refreshed and alert, hair neatly tied back from his face, with no lock out of place. Nadji was with him, having found shade underneath the roof of a nearby pavilion, but the brat was easier to ignore. After the night Remy had just gone through, knowing he looked haggard in comparison, the sight irked him. What did you call me here for? A few of the vampires appeared startled by his rudeness, but Malek ignored it. I'm here to work you hard, as I promised. Vampires avoid Tingyi for its abundance of sunlight, but if there is a coven within Fourth Court territory, then you will need to be fighting better than you do. You once told me that if I still considered your skills lacking, you were open to my teaching you. Breaker slowed, then ground to a halt as Remy lowered it. It was his turn to laugh, bending down and slapping his knee partly in mirth, partly in frustration at his own asininity. I fail to see the humour in the situation. No, Remy said, still chortling. It's all me. I'm an arse. Working me hard. Of course. Think I'm up to beating you today, for a change? Would you like to put another wager on it? Remy didn't hesitate. If I win, I want you to help me find everything you can about the Night Empress and the First Court. Where the Coven is hiding, where their most recent nest may be, and everything else you can provide. You're a fool, Nadji said. They've already warned you against going after her. You'd be dead before you could do them any damage. She killed my mother, and I won't rest until I see her staked through, and to hell with how old she is. Just give me the information I need, and I'll do the rest. You told me that the Night King has died, and his queen has taken his place. If it was possible to kill him, then why not her? The silence was unexpectedly palpable. Even Nadji looked nervous. Malek reacted little to his pronouncement, his features still carefully blank. Oddly enough, so was Xiaodan's, every bit of emotion wiped clean from her normally expressive face. If you can't get past me, Malek said, then you'll never get close enough to see the Night Empress herself. Name your wager, then. If I win, then I will carry out tonight what you are so convinced I would. An even more deliberate silence fell. This time, it was Remy who was doing the damnedest not to turn red, failing miserably. The others watching registered little surprise. Even Nadji contented himself with rolling his eyes theatrically. "Fuck you," Remy said. Malek undid his coat, let it fall. Then it is agreed. Shall we begin? As always, Malek was a man of his word. Remy's skills had improved considerably in the interim since leaving a Louvre, but it still took every ounce of strength he had just to parry the man's blows, and his counterattacks remained few and far between. It didn't help that many of the Fourth Court vampires cheered with every decisive blow the Lord made, which happened frequently. Keyed up on arrogance, Remy had insisted on fighting Malek hand-to-hand, despite the disadvantages it would bring him, to the visible disappointment of their audience. Whatever their conciliatory views toward him, Breaker had slain their kin. To see Malek overcoming with the most feared weapon would be satisfying for them to see. But Remy was used to being the underdog anyway, and Malek was far too familiar with fighting Breaker by now to gain much of an advantage. So Remy focused on avoiding blows, on making a point to get up quickly whenever he had his feet swept from under him. Again, he gritted out, for what felt like the 100th time, righting himself painfully off the courtyard stones. Malek was much more relentless this time, but he was fighting him like an equal. Remy supposed he should at least thank Malek for letting him keep his dignity. He lashed out before he'd even regained his balance, hoping to catch the vampire unaware, but Malek simply ducked his punches and sidestepped his high kicks with just as much ease, then clipped him hard against the chin. Remy staggered back, took a few moments to refocus, and sidestepped Malek's follow-up blow, giving ground reluctantly. He ducked, delivered a glancing blow to the man's stomach, but the noble didn't seem to feel the hit. He grinned instead, and walloped Remy hard in the shin. His knees buckled, and he was on the ground for the 10th time that hour alone. He could feel Xiaodan's eyes on him rather than on her fiancé's. He risked a look, spotted the bright, pleased smile on her face. Either she was glad that Malek was kicking his ass at this level of frequency, or she approved of his tenacity, though there didn't seem much to commend him regarding the latter. "Again," he rasped, struggling back to his feet and launching himself at the noble. Malek blurred out of view, and Remy spun, lashing out with his foot at where the vampire had reappeared. The noble grabbed his ankle. Without pause, Remy leapt into the air and kicked out with his other boot, managing to hit his opponent's shoulder before Malik shoved hard at him, sending him flying. He landed on his feet, turned to face the vampire again, and paused when he saw Malik's relaxed stance. The noble was already picking up the cloak he'd discarded. "I'm not done yet," Remy growled. "We've done enough today," Malik said. "The fight is over." "I told you not to fucking patronize me." But Malik was already shrugging his coat on. "I finished my analysis of Dr. Agenau's serum. It may be of interest to you what I've discovered. While we are a ways off from eradicating the infection in its entirety, I may have found a way to slow its progression, to keep the rot dormant long enough to delay the worst of its effects. See me at my laboratory once you've changed into something else." He wrinkled his nose. "Fragrant." "Did I win?" Remy asked, watching him leave. "What the hell just happened?" Ziaudan popped up beside him, laughing. "No one has gone this many rounds with Zidane in a spa, Remy. He's just annoyed that he wasn't able to beat you more conclusively. I didn't do shit. He knocked me down so many times that I wasn't even sure which way was up half the—" "Milady's right," Allegra said. She nodded at her fellow clanmates, who were eyeing Remy with newfound respect. "I wasn't expecting a Pendergast so young to hold his own against Lord Zidane." "Zidane took pity on him," Naji said. "I don't understand why you all act like he's done something impressive." "I still think fighting the Night Empress is tantamount to suicide, Armika," Honfa said slowly. "But perhaps if Lord Zidane thinks it's possible—" Remy stared at them, then back at Ziaudan. "Did I bloody win?" he asked again. It didn't look like much. The small vial was unchanged from when Remy had seen it the last time, the same oddly transparent colour it had been when Malik had set it down before Queen Ophelia. "So what you're telling us," Remy said, trying to wrap the entirety of his brainpower around what Malik had just told them, "is that you found a way to prevent the rot from spreading in someone who's already been exposed to it. Someone who's been bitten, but hasn't fully succumbed to his injuries." "Exactly. I see you've been paying attention after all." Ignoring Remy's scowl, Malik picked up an empty syringe. "I'd like to show you how it works. Roll up your arm." "Why?" "I'll be needing blood from you, if I may. We need an uninfected human for this demonstration, and you're the only one available." Malik raised an eyebrow. His smile was back. "Or would you prefer I use a different extraction method?" Everyone was still refusing to tell him if he'd won or lost their wager. Remy glowered and did as the noble asked. Malik took his blood carefully, injected a small amount of it onto a glass display. "We won't need the optic enhancers to observe the results," he said. "This is, of course, what uninfected blood looks like. I've taken another sample, this time from Tal Harveston's corpse, and added in a reactant that would make the changes visible when I do this." He selected a dropper, already filled with the mutated blood, squeezed out a drop into the set he'd taken from Remy. The liquid changed abruptly from its normal scarlet red to a gradually bluish tinge. "This is what the blood of those infected by the rot would look like," Malik said. "In 2 hours, it overwhelms the human immune system completely, killing the host and turning them into the mindless undead. And if I were to analyze this new infected sample again, it will now show 2 distinct blood types. Your blood type, Pendergast, and that of another." "Tal Harveston's?" Ziaudan asked. "No, and that's the most fascinating part. Agenau mentioned this before, but my tests make it conclusive. Tal Harveston is of the type A antigen, but the blood type dominant in this sample is of an AB classification. The original progenitor of this mutation.
How's that possible?
A patient zero, perhaps. Likely the one responsible for the initial outbreak. It shows me one possible breakthrough. I can sequence the genome of the infector's blood, map out its whole structure for me to modify and test as I see fit.
Are you saying you can change the molecular structure of this sample to showcase any other deviations, the possible mutations that can come from it? Xiaodan asked, being far more attuned to the conversation than Remy. And you can alter it to prevent the spread of the contamination to humans who become infected. So if they're treated right away, they won't die from it.
As promising as this is, I cannot say with certainty that any humans would be completely rid of the rot. But we can keep it dormant.
Malik picked up another syringe from his collection, one with a bright red liquid shine that reminded Remy of Bloodwakers.
Anyone infected who receives this within an hour of being bitten, 2 at the latest, will retain their humanity. It will not completely eradicate the rot within them, only render it harmless. They may need new infusions of the serum on occasion, but it should give us enough time to research a more permanent cure.
You're a genius, my love, Xiaodan said delightedly.
Once I isolated the infected blood cells, it was easy enough to find the solution. I assume the other scientists at the archives who took over after Ageno will find the answer before long. It was far simpler than even I'd expected.
How are you so bloody sure it's effective? Remy asked.
I tested it out this morning. I was late for our sparring because I was handing out doses to 2 recent victims in the villages east of here, Lao Fong and Hui Xin. One had been bitten an hour previously, the other closer to death at 2. Both are alive and recovering, with no observed mutations. 2 subjects treated successfully is not conclusive by any means, but it's a promising start. I've replicated more of the serum for their ongoing treatment and distributed them among the other villages, should other incidents occur.
You used people for your experiments without knowing how effective it is, or what side effects they might suffer from it, Remy burst out.
Tell me what I should have done, Pendergast. All medicines require thorough testing. I would not be a proper test subject, as it would be ineffective on me. The only alternative was to allow the rot to take its course, and have Xiaodan burn them afterward, and as I recall, you were even more opposed to that.
It still isn't right to experiment on people, Remy muttered. You're still frowning, love, Xiaodan noted to Malik. If this was so simple, wouldn't this be a cause for celebration?
We're making headway, yes, he said slowly. But there are 2 things that still bother me. There is a deliberate, cold-bloodedness about how all this has been engineered. If this is an artificially manufactured disease, then someone out there has a very particular hatred of humanity.
And the second point? Remy prompted when the noble appeared lost in his own thoughts.
The second, Malik said, is that this all seems just a little too easy.
My lord, Honfer said as he and Allegra entered the laboratory, Malira and Allegra believe they know where the 5th court nest is hidden. Xiaodan spun toward them, wide-eyed. Where? It's just as you suspected, milady. A mile or so to the southeast, around the Darlan. Allegra says she spotted kindred lurking about. Not an elder vampire, strangely enough, Allegra said. A young man. No more than a few years turned, I'd say, as he was still avoiding the patches of sunlight among the plains. The Darlan is particularly notorious for those. Not ageless enough to look the part, either. He tried to fight when we spotted him, realized he couldn't win, and took off. Allegra thinks it could be a lure, Honfer said. Not even the most foolish and the most inexperienced would be wandering aimlessly around here. But a lure to where, we don't know. We don't have enough of us to man Chang Shui and search at the same time, and we're worried about whether it's bait to leave the castle undefended, or to ambush us by the lake. None of you are to leave Chang Shui, Xiaodan said sharply. Mother's safety takes priority. Zidane and I shall look into the matter. I'm coming with you, Remy said. You don't know the lands as well as we do. It would be better to keep you here. Xiaodan, I'm afraid this is not a request, Remy. Xiaodan's voice softened. Please. Remy hated it. He should be out there with them. He hadn't travelled this far to be shunted off now. Still, he nodded. Don't be slow about it, he said, and was rewarded with a smile. He saw them off that afternoon, and didn't grow bored until an hour later. He wandered into the courtyard, where a few of the vampires offered their own sparring sessions with him. He opted against using Breaker again, grappling with Gideon before going on an exhilarating melee bout with Allegra, who was by far the strongest fighter in the castle besides Malek and Xiaodan. He'd found better success against them, trouncing Gideon and forcing Allegra into a stalemate, delivering worthier blows than he'd been able to with the Third Court King. Naji stood at the sidelines and watched them fight. For a moment, Remy thought the youth might challenge him to his own bout as revenge for their last, but the lad merely frowned, still not happy at the thought of him here, and left when the battles were done. There was something odd at the farthest end of the courtyard that he hadn't noticed during his first visit. It was a black, box-like structure 20 or 25 feet high, with a small opening on the side for peering in that could fit no more than 3 or 4 fingers. Remy had an uneasy feeling. It looked too similar to the one at the Archives laboratory to be a coincidence. Did Malak make a vault of his own? I don't know what a vault is, said a pretty vampire named Lu Fei. But it's what we built for Lord Zidane in case we needed to contain any of the infected we might encounter in Tingyi. No such luck yet. He told me he had no plans to keep any of those mutations alive long enough to compromise everyone else's safety. He spoke true. But you know Lord Zidane, always ready with a contingency. Did you know that Xiaodan's Sungbringer ability is the only way to destroy them completely? Even we could be killed by her light if we stand too close. It is easier for her to take down any beasts if they're enclosed, where it wouldn't affect us. Lu Fei sighed dramatically. I'm 170 years old. I would have thought that my fear of the sun was long behind me. If it's worth anything, you don't look a day over 80. Flatterer. Lu Fei's smile faded. If I may be so bold, Amiga, I am glad that there is someone outside of Lilith's court that cares for Lady Song as much as we do. She has not had an easy life. We would not abandon her had she the power of 1,000 suns, and I see that you feel the same. I only hope to be useful to her. I can think of many different ways, and at least 24 positions by which she would be delighted by your usefulness. Lu Fei sauntered away, chuckling, as Remy turned red. Afterward he had taken to wandering the castle. The hellhounds were dozing inside the library, but stirred to lick him. A lazy half-hour of petting passed. Once he got used to their tendency to look skeletal at angles, they were rather charming. They nudged playfully at his legs while he browsed the shelves. He discovered a fair number of medical textbooks and studies on anatomy, which he figured were from Malek's collection. Wherever the Third Court base truly was, it looked like Malek had made the Chang Shui fortress a second home of sorts. Found any of our secrets yet? Remy spun, watching Naji plop himself down on an armchair. One of the dogs trotted over to the boy, demanding his share of head pats. "Why are you even here?" the young vampire asked bluntly. "Are you really a spy for Illyria, or are my brother and his fiancée your main concern?" Remy bristled. "I want to take down the Night Court." "With what? That hunk of steel you carry around? We don't go out of our way to antagonize the First Court. You know about Zidane's past with the Night King by now." "I don't intend to do anything that could hurt him." Nadji paused, taking in the look on Remy's face. "So you do like Zidane," he said, almost smirking. "Him and Ziadan. You're easy enough to read." "That's none of your business," Remy said tightly. "Why aren't you doing anything about it?" "You've wanted to kick me out of the castle from the moment I stepped foot inside it. Why would you throw me at your brother and his betrothed? If they brought you here, then they trust you. Zidane saved my life. I want to see him happy even more than I dislike you. Anyone else in your place would have jumped at the chance to share their bed by now." "I'm not anyone else. I don't deserve—" Remy stumbled to a halt. "I don't fucking know why they chose me." He wasn't sure why he was confessing to the one person in Changshui who'd been the most hostile to him, but saying it was a weight off his shoulders. "I've never had much of a family, and I'm not in the habit of trusting people. I keep expecting them to demand something in exchange, even if my instincts tell me they won't." "That's a lot of words to admit you've been acting the fool." Remy scowled at him but had no answer. The youth looked down. "You know, I never had much of a family either. Your father liked to punch you like mine did." "No," Remy said, taken aback. "I was the sickly sort, and he resented it. Beat me so bad he all but killed me the last time, and it scared the shit out of him. He dumped me on the side of the road, ready to swear it was the work of some rogue vampire. Except the vampire who found me saved me instead. So I went back and showed my father just how strong I was." Nadji looked down at the dog, smiling to himself. "Zidane, Xiaodan, everyone here, they're the first ones to make me feel like I belong. They've asked nothing of me. Everything I do for them is done willingly. It's just—" He paused, taking several seconds to inspect the demon dog's fur. "I was grieving," he said quietly. "I needed a way to forget, to run wild for a moment. And I would have continued to be that imbecile for far longer if you hadn't beaten some sense back into my head. Suppose I should thank you for not killing me that night?" "I'm sorry," Remy said. "I didn't know." Nadji rolled his eyes. "Talk to my brother when he and Xiaodan return. But first, you need to figure out what it is you want from them, instead of spending all your time second-guessing what they want from you." Nadji pointed toward the door. "And now I'd like to read in peace. Go find Gideon and make yourself useful." It wasn't until Remy was halfway down the corridor that he realized the conversation had been a peace offering on Nadji's part. He went up by the castle turrets next, insistent on standing guard for a turn while he was there. In a bid to be friendly, one of the other warriors, a stocky lad with a bright smile named Gua Yang, showed him the defences of their isolated city. A minefield of traps lay just outside the fortress, he explained. The solid-looking ground before them hid large pits with sharpened wooden stakes, waiting for unlucky attackers. And as he'd been told earlier, most vampires were nervous about moats, especially when Changshuis flooded down from the waterfall behind them. "Won't someone attempt to climb down that?" Remy asked. The lake the waterfall comes down from goes on for miles, without any dry ground for them to stand on. Not a likely spot for vampire attacks. Jumping from there and landing on the castle walls and the many spikes we've set up won't bode well for them either. We put a guard up there every week or so, just to be sure. There's a small, shallow pool right on top where the water only reaches your knees. Everywhere else around it is a good 35 feet deep, and the next tract of solid land is 20 miles away after that. We make wagers on who can make it up the fastest. Gua Yang was teaching him some Ting Yen while they stood guard. Naturally, he learned the curses first. When they caught a glimpse of a figure, speeding rapidly toward them from a distance, moving far too quickly for it to be anything else but what Remy feared it was. The vampires stopped before their gates. They were heavily hooded and holding something up in the air for them to see. It was Xiaodan's cloak, drenched in blood. By the time Remy made it to the outer gates, the vampire was already surrounded by the rest of the fourth court. Both his hands were in the air. "Don't get all your shifts stuck in a twist," he said. "Your beloved Song Xiaodan is alive, for now. If you don't bring her to us in the next 5 minutes," Allegra growled, "it will be your head that is twisted clean off your body. You're only a young blood. All we need to do is rip that cloak off and shove you into sunlight." "How rude," the vampire said affably. "I'm only the messenger, milady, and if anything happens to me, your mistress's head will be at stake. Or on a stake, as it were. You see this?" He waved the cloak again. "I was told to give this to the bloodling, along with a message." "The bloodling is here," Remy said, stepping forward. "If you've hurt her—" The vampire grinned. "If you wish to see both Zidan Malik and Song Xiaodan alive, then you are to accompany me back to our coven. Alone. Vasilic would like to extend his most esteemed regards to you in person. Reject his offer, and he will be deeply sorry to have to deliver both Malik and Song back to you in very tiny pieces." Chapter 24. Cavernous. "Now listen here," Remy said. "You probably don't like me, because I sure as hell don't like you, much less want to climb on your back. But your mistress is in trouble, and I'm going to do everything in my power to bring her back." Peanut, or was it Cookie, whinnied happily and did a little three-legged jig before him. "I can't move as fast as a vampire, which is why I'm going to have to rely on you for speed, old boy." Remy was stalling. Riding a carriage pulled by the Hellhests was enough of a nightmare. He wasn't sure what a ride on the demon stallion's back would do to his brain. Peanut, or Cookie, far from being indignant, lowered its front legs to make it easier for him to clamber on. "Thanks," Remy muttered. "You're not good enough to bring them back," Nadji said, looking on. "Xiaodan won't forgive you if anything happens to her horses." "You sound more concerned about this horse than your sister-in-law." "Because I don't believe the bastard when he says they're in danger. Don't let her frail heart fool you. Xiaodan is very good at taking care of herself, and my brother is with her and won't let her come to any harm. You, on the other hand, are as good as dead." "Thank you for your kind words. You do know we have no choice. They should have been back hours ago. They would have never had the guts to send a messenger otherwise. If you're wrong, they'll kill both their hostages the instant they see anyone else with me, and we can't risk that." Now Nadji looked uneasy. "What does Vasilic even want with you?" "Your brother's old lover thinks he and I are together." "Vasilic's always been a bastard, but the one thing he's good at is knowing when my brother is interested in someone else." Remy ignored him, swinging up on the Hellhest's back. "It's obvious you're important to them both," Nadji continued grudgingly.
Get them back safely, or I'll murder you in your sleep. You won't have the opportunity to, because I'm not coming back without them." The boy finally allowed himself a smile. "That I can respect." The vampire messenger had been understandably reluctant to have the steed along for the journey, so Remy had issued his own ultimatum. "Your lord expects us to return quickly. If you expect me to go riding around on your back—" "I do find the idea well beneath my dignity," the unwanted guest agreed. "Might I remind you that any attempts to escape will not end well for your companions?" Remy had brought more than just peanut or cookie, having pilfered Malek's laboratory for what he needed, but the messenger didn't need to know that. He hadn't been instructed to come unarmed, so he'd brought Breaker along for the ride too. The messenger raised an eyebrow at the weapon, looking oddly amused, but otherwise said nothing. Peanut or Cookie was even faster than the vampire. Once Remy had gotten used to feeling like the skin on his face was peeling away, he learned how to nudge the Hellhest enough to slow down and keep pace with the boy. The ride was much more disorienting than he'd expected. Sitting in a carriage, at least, he could retain his sense of balance. On horseback, he had to keep his head low and clutch tightly at the stallion's neck for dear life, hoping he wouldn't slip off and hit the ground at a speed that could break something important. He should have listened to his gut instincts and insisted on accompanying Xiaodan and Malek to the Darlan. Maybe it wouldn't have helped much, but maybe it would have. Xiaodan was far too strong to have let her guard down, and Malek would never fall to a cretin like Vasilic. He didn't want to think about the might-have-beens. It was only several minutes later, though it felt like a lifetime, when the vampire slowed down, the Hellhest doing the same, and the world stopped being a blur of bright colours. They halted before a large blue lake, with wisps of mountains standing off at a distance, wrapped in a shawl of hazy clouds. "Pretty," Remy said, noting with vicious satisfaction that the messenger was carefully eyeing the faint gleams of sunlight bouncing off the surface of the water with concern, moving to distance himself from them. To their left, a series of small caves stood clustered together, the largest with an odd dome-shaped top. The ground by the entrance to the nearest one was stained with telltale splashes of blood, a trail leading farther in. There were no bodies. "You didn't tell me this was where we were going," Remy said, barely outwardly calm. He could feel the blood pounding in his ears. This was not good. He'd already drawn Breaker, finding comfort in its heavy, familiar steel. He needed it, because the last time he'd been inside a cave— "You can stay out here if you like," the vampire said. "No telling what Vasilic might do with your companions, though. Perhaps you'll hear their screams from here." Remy wasn't listening. He was staring hard at the cluster of trees on the opposite shore. "Who is that?" "What?" But Remy had already goaded the Hellhest into action. Peanut or Cookie took off. His bones were still rattling about from the sudden speed when the stallion reached the edge of the lake moments later, with him somehow still on its back. "Heel!" Remy shouted, and nearly fell off when the steed obeyed. He picked himself back up on shaky legs and scanned the dark woods. This time, nothing moved. The messenger blurred into form beside him, angry. "If you thought you were going to get away, Pendergast, I assure you that Malek will pay for—" Remy turned and grabbed the vampire's hood, wrenching him closer. "Did you think you could pull an ambush on me?" he snarled. "Tell them to come out and face me." "Ambush?" the messenger gasped. "I came alone. There's no one out here but—" "I saw them, in a scarlet robe and hood, watching us. Tell me who that was, or I'm going to enjoy watching you smoke." He put the threat into practice, shoving the vampire toward a stray burst of sun dotting the ground a few feet away. "I swear, my lord, there is no one else. No others were willing to brave the plains with the sun at this intensity.
The clear confusion in the youth's voice was genuine enough to give Remy pause. Whoever it was, lurking in the woods, the boy had no knowledge of them. Could be he'd imagined it, seen something that wasn't there. No, his gut called bullshit on that. They waited, Remy still watching the woods intently, the vampire struggling to angle away from the sunlit ground. "If you're lying," Remy finally said, releasing the boy, "you won't survive the day." The vampire coughed and spluttered, then rearranged his hood.
"Humans,"
he muttered contemptibly, like he'd never been one himself. They returned to the caves, and Remy let the Hellhest graze along the lake's shore. "Stay here until I return," he told it, still reluctant to look away from the woods, hoping to spot the hooded figure again. Peanut or Cookie whinnied.
"After you," the vampire said, bowing low to him and gesturing at the bloody entrance.
"Any attempts to bite me once we're inside, and your insides will be decorating the walls." The vampire laughed.
"No attempts. Not from me, anyway. I'll keep you safe until we meet Vasilic."
He's going through a lot of goddamn trouble just for a chat. The cave was larger than it first appeared, widening at another 100 or so yards in. The path after that began to twist downward. Several forks marred their way as they went, and Remy tried his best to map the way back out, while the vampire guided him through the first entryway, then another, and then several more. He shoved his free hand into his coat pocket, not wanting the messenger to see it was trembling. He hated caves. Too much terrible shit happened in caves. At one point, he thought he heard a scream ring out, and his head jerked up, Breaker's edge slamming into the side of the wall as panic threatened to overwhelm. The passage was too narrow to use his knife chain this time, he thought wildly. He couldn't beat them all back with just his scythes. They were coming after him. They were... It wasn't until the messenger made a curious, questioning sound at him that Remy realized he'd only imagined the scream. He was covered in sweat, gripping Breaker so hard he wondered how he didn't dent the silver, and forced himself to relax. These aren't the same caves, he told himself, and it's been 10 years.
"Don't like small spaces, do you?" his companion asked, grinning maliciously.
"They make me nervous enough that my hand just might slip," Remy said, shaking Breaker a little harder for emphasis, and the man shrunk back at the solid thunk of steel hitting the wall. "You'd be surprised at how much damage I can still do with this, mate. Let's forego the scenic route and head straight to Vasilic. I haven't got all day to waste."
"East is your best bet. There are air currents here, and the wind always blows in that direction."
"What?"
"On the rare chance you might lose your way, keep heading east. I believe it's where the underground rivers flow in these parts."
"And you're telling me that out of the goodness of your heart?" The messenger shrugged.
"Don't know if there's enough goodness in me to claim any. Just some friendly advice. Few humans would brave these caves for the sake of kindred. I find it refreshing."
The path eventually led to a much larger chamber, lit by a few torches mounted on the walls, and the wider space helped to ease Remy's nerves. Unfortunately, it was also large enough for him to see Vasilic Preobrazhensky. The vampire sat on a chair carved from one of the many rock formations littering the area, lounging with one leg draped over a makeshift stone armrest, elevated so he could survey the rest of the room with a smug air. There were, at a quick estimate, 60 to 70 vampires in the cavern with him. Remy had been expecting a well-sized coven, but their actual numbers were more than he'd anticipated. That had likely caught Ziaudan and Malik unawares too. "Surprised," Vasilic drawled. He was almost unchanged from their last fight, with the same jackassed hair, and the same jackassed clothes, and the same jackassed smirk on his jackassed face. The only discernible difference was a thin scar now running vertically through his eye, ending halfway down his cheek. "Thought you'd blinded me permanently, didn't you?" "Sorry to see that I haven't." "That fabled Pendergast silver. And that's not my only gripe with you in the third and fourth courts. It doesn't feel fair, does it? Dozens of my loyal followers slumming in these caves, while the Lady Song has run of a castle with barely enough clansmen to occupy it." "Sounds like a you problem," Remy said evenly. There was no sign of Ziaudan or Malik anywhere, and several vampires were already moving to block the entrance he'd stepped through. Not good. "Tell me where they are." "An excellent question," Vasilic said. "I seem to have misplaced them as well. The passageway of caverns around us is such that exploring them all can take years, if they've a mind to stay hidden. My people have blocked all the exits, but it might be easier to flush them out if they know I have one of Malik's little bloodling lovers as a hostage." "I'm not anyone's accursed bloodling lover, and I'd like for everyone to stop saying that," Remy said, secretly relieved. Vasilic had lied about the third and fourth court couple's situation. There was a chance that one of them was injured. Ziaudan might have attempted her Sungbringer powers, or maybe they'd already escaped to the surface even as they spoke, no matter how many minions Vasilic thought he was throwing at them. He was the one in far greater peril at this point. "I will find them sooner or later. Oddly enough, I had other reasons to call this meeting of ours, Lord Pendergast." Vasilic set an elbow against his seat, braced a hand under his chin, and inclined his head Remy's way, smiling. "I would like to propose an alliance." "And why in the hell would I ever agree to that?" "Because we have a shared goal, my lord. We have a mutual ally, a benefactor, that wishes for peaceful relations between you and me. I know something of you Pendergasts beyond that frightful bludgeon you carry about. You want to annihilate the First Court and the Night Empress. So do I." Remy hesitated. "It is an open secret, the Pendergasts' hatred toward that ancient clan. I, too, have had some unfortunate skirmishes with them in the past. It would be easier, I think, to accomplish our objectives by joining forces." "I don't need your help." "Oh? Did both Lady Song and Zidan volunteer to help you against the Night Court?" Vasilic's eyes gleamed brightly in the dim light. "Did they pledge to tell you more about the Night Empress?" "They know as little about her as I do." Vasilic burst into laughter. "And you believed them? You believed Zidan, who has lived for several hundred years at the First King's court himself? Did you think that he would tell you the truth, or that he would assist you in fighting his former clan? Zidan Malik was sired by the First Court, you fool, and yet he tells you that he knows nothing." "He's cut ties with them since," Remy said. But he'd paused for too long, and Vasilic pounced on his hesitation. "Good old Zidan. Withholding the truth doesn't count as a lie in his book. Ask him yourself. Scream out the question into one of these passages, and perhaps the echoes of it shall reach his ears. Mayhap he might even answer." Vasilic stood and stretched. "Malek is a lying, cheating whoreson who will use you to further his own ends.
The Lady Song is far too vapid and naive, and he prefers his lovers that way. You are made of the same cloth as she. Once he no longer has use of you, he will chew you up and spit you out, leave you to the wolves. He cares for Xiaodan. He would never have fought for the Fourth Court otherwise. Are you so in love with him that you would defend his treatment of his own betrothed? Basilic's lip curled in disgust. Do you know how the Night King died? You will find very few who speak of it. He rose from his stone throne. In the beginning, the Night Court was the only court in existence. It was one of decadence and cruelty, where all lived and died according to the king's whims. He murdered more vampires over the centuries than any of you humans ever could. Many grew restless under his rule, unwilling to be the next casualty. The Night King has a unique ability of his own, you see. He could compel others to do his bidding, even those with no desire to do so. Malek would know more than I. He used to be the king's most favoured pet, after all. His favourite whore. He laughed at the look on Remy's face. He was not always the high and mighty Third Court king he would like you to believe. He could whine and grovel as well as any other. Vasilic leapt gracefully to the ground, his subordinates parting so he could approach Remy. Lilith was the first to oppose their court, Vasilic continued. Yes, the Song's ancestress. She too carried within her a great and terrible power. The Night King wanted her dead because of it, he grinned. Malek betrayed his liege. When the revolt happened, it was he and Lilith who faced the Night King, and only he emerged from that fight alive. He circled Remy, who willed himself to stay put. It was Lilith's final wish to have her heart preserved, Malek said. But who really knows for sure, when no one else can confirm or deny his claims? Perhaps he killed her himself, hoping to claim her powers for his own. You say he is protective of the Lady Song. He was always uninterested in her until she acquired Lilith's heart. And what makes working with you any different from working with him? You know what you're getting with me. You laid waste to the village of Brushfen, attempted the same to Zelenka. Yes, I did. Regrettable, but it had to be done. They are not all innocent, you know. My boys all came from abusive homesteads, unwelcoming villages. I offered them a home and hope. Humans are just as cruel. Something locked into place in Remy's head. Brushfen was an experiment. You were testing the effects of the rot to gauge your control over the infected. Oh, a clever guess. But I am not responsible for creating those mutations. I did not transform them into the grotesque things you saw. I simply took advantage of the situation as I saw fit. The rot can be controlled, in a sense. Its bearers can be directed to carry out orders. I placed Solgra in charge of Zelenka, but unfortunately he wasted the opportunity to do more with my army, as you saw firsthand. I believe you've already met. He neglected to provide us with a name, but yes. I owe you for killing him. It would have been a waste of time to come and find him myself. And how are you able to control the infected? Vasilic waved a finger playfully. Why give everything away? You know who caused this plague on our kingdom, Remy said heatedly, and you're working with them. Does it escape you, Pendergast? Are you so disastrously idealistic? We will need more than even a strongest kindred if we are to defeat the Night Queen. We can now control the rot. Do you not understand? that we will be unstoppable with it once we find the right formula to make these creatures invulnerable. We could even save the humans you so admire, if you'd like. I will help you chip away at the First Court until its queen is dead, if you will but join us. See? That's what honesty sounds like. Vasilic seemed to shift and fade as he spoke, first re-emerging at one end of the cavern, then several feet away in the next second, shifting randomly from one place to another until he was finally before Remy, lifting the latter's chin up with a finger so Remy could meet his gaze. And as a sign of my goodwill, I shall tell you more of what I know about the First Court and its queen. There is, however, something you must provide in exchange. And what would that be? Renounce your ties to Zidan Malik. Step aside and allow me to kill him as he deserves. You owe him no allegiance for all the lies he's told you. I promise to spare his betrothed. I may even go so far as to withdraw my claim on the Fourth's keep and leave them in peace. All I want is Zidan's head and his heart in my hands. Vasilic's voice was a whisper in his ear. You owe him nothing. Just say the word, Pendergast. A yes, a nod, a quick shake, and we shall have our deal. Remy would have been lying if he'd said he hadn't thought about it. The information he desired about the Night Empress right within his grasp, and someone finally willing to tell him. For all your talk of honesty, he said instead, you've lied about taking Ziaudan and Malek prisoner, and you've lied about the villages. You never bargain. Attacking Zelenka wasn't just to test your control of the rot, it was to lure us there, to see how many of them it would take to overcome us. It was you who sent those mutations after us in the woods of Verkenwacht. You do not intend an alliance. You would never do so with anyone you consider Malek's consort. Vasilic's face changed. He hissed, long fangs bared. I've changed my mind, he said. Remy was ready. He parried the vampire leader's strike with Breaker's scythe. He angled the knife chain upward, the slash catching his opponent by surprise. Blood spurted out from his cheek where the blade had sliced, and he snarled, rearing back. The other vampires dashed for Remy. There was only a quick glint of silver as a warning, and then half a dozen vampires were down, Remy cutting right through them. He slammed his scythe into the throat of another, blocking the path out of the cavern. Before the vampire's body even hit the ground, Remy had fled through the opening. The messenger who'd guided him in had already disappeared, smarter than his fellows to sense when the tide had turned. There were more guarding the passageways. In this confined space, there was no real way for Remy to weaponize his knife chain effectively, and if he could only rely on his daggers and scythes, it was just a matter of time before their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. He took a sharp detour, choosing a more isolated path despite not knowing where it led. There were more forks and corridors the farther he progressed, and he could understand why Vasilic had been unable to find Ziaudan and Malek. Remy briefly worried about getting lost inside the caves forever. At the worst, he could always leave a trail for one of the vampires to find, then threaten him for the way out. Hypotheticals were the only thing keeping him from going into another panic. The walls closed uncomfortably around him, but he did not stop moving. He tucked himself into an unused corridor to wait, decided that the coast was clear after he judged a half an hour had passed. Cautiously, he retraced his steps, trying to remember whether he'd gone left or right at a particular fork, or if he needed to keep to the larger tunnels. He could hear a faint drip, drip from somewhere nearby, which was heartening. If there was water, then he might be closer to an exit leading back to the Darlan. He stuck to the eastern paths. The vampire messenger had been honest about that, at least. His fellows were staying clear of this area,
and he saw few of them. But he had yet to see either Xiaodan or Malek, which was worrying, given all the ruckus he'd started. A shadow filled his vision up ahead, and he froze. It was not of Vasilik's untried coven. A large shape loomed, blocking what little light there was. It smelled of decay and death. It shuffled, a gargle rattling out from its throat. Remy had seen that shape before. He was a child at 3 and 10 again and trembling, breaker a new, untested weight in his hands. The frenzied shuffled like that too, and rattled the same way. He couldn't. He ran. He had no choice 10 years ago, trapped and surrounded on all sides. But there were multiple forks in the path now, and he tore down one with undue speed until its sounds died behind him. He crouched into a half-hidden crevice and waited, breath stuttering, to see if it would return. It did not. In that time, Remy broke down, then forced back the sudden rush of tears and did his best to pull himself together. His feet had moved without his consent upon seeing the beast. He hadn't even stood his ground to fight, instead had simply run like a coward. He'd been braver as a novice. It wasn't real. He'd survived those caves. He'd survived these. Xiaodan, Malek, he just had to find them. "The fuck are you doing, Pendergast?" he growled at himself, slapped at his cheek with one hand, and stood. He didn't know how long he'd spent wandering, stumbling, still running. Another half an hour? 2 hours? He'd encountered more vampires along the way, but they'd either been alone or in pairs, and were easy to dispatch. Remy hiding their bodies from view, easily and efficiently. Finding them in ones and twos was good. He didn't need to think about the ceiling above him, the tons of rock that could crush him before he even realized the danger. He didn't want to think about that dark shape or whether it had all been a figment of his imagination. The echoes of sound traveling up and down the corridors, the screams of... No, he wasn't going down that road again. Faint noises to his right. It was coming behind one section of wall and sounded like voices. Remy pressed his ear against the stone, straining to hear. The words were faint, but distinct. And it took some more concentration for him to realize that he didn't understand the words because they weren't speaking Allurian. It sounded like... yes. Ting Yen. Gua Yang's hasty tutoring had come in handy. He may not have known what they were talking about, but he did recognize Malek's timbre, stern and unyielding. Remy rapped at the cave walls with Breaker, hoping they could hear it. A swift, illogical terror swept through him. His actions might bring down an avalanche, or that thing might hear him. Na chi chemne. Now he could hear Xiaodan. Deng Dai. Malek's voice rose, startled. Pendergast? How the hell did you know? I can smell you through the stone. Malek's voice was low, pleased. I recognize your scent anywhere. Remy took in a shaky breath. Fuck off. A chuckle through the wall. It's him. Remy? Xiaodan cried. I told you to stay at the castle. I would have, but one of Vasilik's vampires paid us a visit with your bloody clothing as a gift. Remy growled through the wall. They insisted I come along. Light's sake, Xiaodan. I was scared to fucking death that he really hurt you. You'll need to come to us. Malek broke in abruptly. I'm familiar enough with the passages here that I believe I know your position. But I don't know if I can leave Xiaodan on her own. I'll be all right by myself, Xiaodan interjected. It doesn't even hurt anymore.
Your heartbeat tells me otherwise.
I can try and break down the wall, Remy offered.
You will do nothing of the sort. That will alert them to our presence and could compromise the structure of these caves. Are you at a corridor with 3 forks in the path leading south?
Remy was. Do you have the whole map to this place laid out in your fucking...
Stop getting distracted, Pendergast. You are to take the right fork, and follow it until you come to another split. This time, with 4 branches. The leftmost one will lead you to another chamber. From there, follow the passage again and take the right, and then the middle route. You'll know you've reached us when you see a large rock formation shaped like a skull, and an underground lake beyond it. Do you understand?
I got it, Remy said. Right, follow the route, left, chamber, right, middle, up and down, upstairs and downstairs in my lady's chamber.
Pendergast.
I'm only jesting, Malik. Fuck if I've never been so glad to hear the sound of your goddamn voice before. And Remy meant it. He exhaled, noisily, then stepped toward the 3 forked paths. Be there soon. Malik's directions were easy to follow at first. Remy duly took a left turn, promptly dispatched a vampire who'd been skulking around a curved path, and then took out 2 more who'd been intending to ambush him from behind, and found the chamber the noble had mentioned. From there he paused, because he now found himself looking at a split in the path that had the 2 passages Malik directed him toward, except the one on the right he'd been instructed to enter was completely obstructed by stones. Sometime after Malik and Ziaudan had entered, he surmised a small cave-in must have occurred. Brilliant. Fuck, Remy said, and went down the other path. It was a longer walk, but the path seemed to curve toward the right, and he hoped there would be another opening up ahead that would bring him to the original passageway he was supposed to take. He stumbled into another cavern, smaller than the one Vasilik and most of his coven occupied, larger than the one he had just went through. There were numerous rock formations here, too, though he couldn't make out any that remotely resembled a skull, nor was there any body of water in sight. There was another opening ahead. Remy figured, what the hell, and started toward it. It was a dead end. Remy explored the walls, hoping a secret opening lay within, but had to give up and return. He felt the prickle at the back of his neck as soon as he stepped back into the wider cavern and turned just in time. His knife chain went flying through the air, cleanly beheading a vampire that had tried to leap out at him from behind a large outcropping, and killed another. More were climbing out from behind the rock formations, darker shadows than the rest of the cave, silent but for the hissing noises they made, fangs bared as they converged. Remy swore and raised Breaker. Something bothered him about these vampires. They were smaller than he'd expected, many of them skinnier than he'd first thought, almost like Vasilik had gotten his hands on a group of extremely short people, or... He stumbled back. No, he whispered, fear twisting wildly in his gut. A closer look at the ones he'd already killed confirmed his worst fears. Do you like our latest additions to the 5th Court, Reaper? Vasilik stood across the stone chamber, leering. You goddamn sadist. He couldn't kill them. The one part of him that was still idealistic hoped that they could be spared, that Malik's serum could somehow revive them, but the cynical pragmatism he'd built up from hopeless battles and bloodshed meant he knew better. I'm going to fucking kill you and feed what's left of you to the hounds at Chang Shui. I'll slice you from throat to cock. I see dirty talk is one of your more noteworthy skills, the vampire purred. We would have been wonderful allies, darling. I'm a far better lover than he ever was. He leaned forward. Let me change your mind, sweet bloodling. There's still time to turn your back on him, to come to my side.
I'd rather eat acid."
Vasilic laughed. "Fortunately for you, you won't have to. You'll be food for my lovely sons and daughters if you're lucky enough, and one of my rabid, ravening infected if you're not. Did you really think I didn't know about your past? You've held up longer than I thought you would, which is a shame. I had hoped I'd break you earlier. Play with your food for as long as you like, my little dears." He disappeared, and the infected children, panting and snarling, fell on him. Remy swung his scythe before him in a half-circle, trying to ward them off. "I can't," he thought desperately. "I can't." And his mind flashed back to 10 years ago, when he'd stood in a cave very much like this one, only this time he was losing. He was going to die. They reached out for him, eyes glowing, mouths parted to reveal fangs. Just as bloodthirsty as their adult counterparts, the children reached for his throat. Chapter 25. Healing. Remy was dimly aware of arms around him, of the sudden rush of air as he was hauled out from the midst of the ravening pack of children that had descended upon him. "Stay quiet and don't move," a voice grated by his ear, and Remy obeyed not because he wanted to, but because he was too weak not to. He experienced a dizzying sensation, the world at times tilting around him, and he realized he had been thrown over someone else's shoulder, which was why he was viewing everything upside down and at dizzying speeds, the ground flying above his line of vision. He closed his eyes, but trying to get his bearings from inside his head only made everything worse. He felt cold. His teeth were chattering despite the heavy moisture that lingered everywhere. He was burning up, and it was painful. He wanted to thrash from the pain, to roll over on the ground and douse all the imaginary flames that were consuming his body. He felt like he was in a furnace. He wanted to die. All he could manage was a soft croak. "We're almost there. Hold on." It was getting hard to think, so all he could do was nod dumbly, even if he was the only one who could see himself agree. "Fuck you, Malik," he mumbled, no longer thinking. It seemed only heartbeats later that everything came to an abrupt stop. It felt worse than when it was all still spinning. Someone had laid him down on the ground so that he was looking up at the ceiling. Two faces blurred into view. "Remy," Ziaudan said, stricken. A strange bubble of laughter threatened at his throat. "No tiles," Remy mumbled, staring at the dark stone above him. "Can't count the tiles here." A debate seemed to be raging above his head. "I don't know how many times he was bitten," Malik was saying urgently, face strangely drawn and pale. For once, he looked like shit, but Remy was in no frame of mind to gloat. The noble was removing his coat. Seconds later, Remy felt the blessed weight of it on his chest. His teeth continued to rattle from the cold. "We need to keep him warm. Help me locate all the places he's been injured." How many were there? He couldn't have been overwhelmed unless Vasilic had seized the whole coven on him at once. "They were children, Ziaudan." Malik's voice was like a sharpened whetstone grinding down on diamond. "Vasilic sent children after him." He hesitated, and they swarmed him. "No. Oh, no." "Missing children," Remy interjected, already halfway into a delirium, but singling out the words he remembered and grabbing onto them like a lifeline. "Missing children. All over Eluria. Couldn't figure out where they'd gone. And now I've found them. Found them. Can't bring them back, but I've found..." "I should have brought some of the serum with us," Malik said, snarling in his frustration. "I can try to make it past them again, see if there's another way out."
But I can't leave you.
You have to. If we stay here any longer, he won't make it. Ziadan sounded near tears. We can't lose him, Zidan. He'll succumb to the rot, and then we'll have to... I can't do it.
Pocket, Remy mumbled incoherently. Pocket. They have all the exits blocked. The only reason Pendergast managed to get close enough to us is because there aren't any paths going back to the surface in this part of the caves, and they're less guarded. Pocket, Remy said louder this time. Snap out of it, Pendergast. Malik barked, raged and angry. You're going to fight this, and you're going to beat it. We didn't drag your damnable ass from Aluv all the way to Chang Shui only to have you die on us now.
Zidan, wait, I think he's trying to tell us something. A rustling of clothes. Remy didn't feel any of it. Then Ziaudan's triumphant cry. Here!
Zidan drew in a breath. He's not always as foolish as he makes himself out to be.
More indeterminate noises. Remy felt something cool and silver and sharp prick at his skin.
You're going to be all right, Pendergast,
Malik said, and then life flooded back into him. Remy groaned weakly. The burning sensation was starting to ease, becoming much more tolerable than before, but now he was unbelievably thirsty. A different kind of heat was moving in, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. Is it working? Ziaudan's voice, anxious.
Give it time to. Now we need to staunch his wounds. He's still bleeding.
Several sharp, tearing noises.
I'm going to tie a tourniquet around his thigh. Wash these and wrap them around his arm.
Something was pulled tight around one of his legs, and Remy gritted his teeth from the sudden pressure. A flint was struck, and then something white-hot and agonizing was applied somewhere on his skin, and he cried out.
Bite, Pendergast.
Something was shoved unceremoniously into his mouth. Remy clamped his teeth down hard onto it, screaming for all he was worth into the cloth. Hours must have passed before the pain receded, back to quick, throbbing stabs that were endurable compared to what he'd just been subjected to.
Don't let go just yet, Malik instructed, sounding even grimmer. There's more to cauterize.
It was an agonizing, excruciating process, and it took a very long time. By the end of it, Remy was limp and unmoving, hoping that if he pretended to actually be dead, everything else would stop hurting.
He's lost far too much blood.
What can we do? Remy could hear Ziaudan's heart going bada-thump, bada-thump, bada-bada-bada-thump. Can we replenish what he's lost? He somehow felt Malik hesitate.
You know his thoughts about familiars and taking blood from vampires. He said he'd rather die than...
Fuck what I said, Remy muttered, recovering both a few moments of lucidity and some of his old fire. Do what you have to do to get us out of here.
Pendergast.
Every inch of Remy was either in pain or a worrying numbness, and Malik's voice by his ear could still get him so goddamn aroused even in this condition.
You understand that there could be consequences.
Give us permission. Ziaudan was by his other ear, soft and breathless, and his desire only tripled. Please, we don't want to overstep.
I'm dying,
Remy said faintly.
Fuck me if that's what it takes.
He felt his head being tilted up, his neck exposed. He still had that old wound from Zelenka there, though it was healing quick, and he wasn't sure if they were both going to work their way around that injury or just... And then his mind stopped functioning entirely, as a different kind of agony hit him. The most painfully pleasurable one Remy had ever experienced. It was Malek's fangs sinking down on the base of his neck, just above where he met his shoulder to his right. And then Xiaodan's on his left, the sudden sharp prick still gentler than her betrothed. And then he was lost. This was why there had been no lack of demand to become a vampire's familiar before the ban. Why so many had tried to keep their conditions a secret even afterward, until the Reapers had made it clear that they would be punished with extreme prejudice. It was as good as sex. Remy could feel the heady rush, the sudden surge of euphoria overriding his senses, until he blanked out. Nothing existing within his little bubble of the universe, but the intense, arousing pleasure that washed over him again and again. Finally, they withdrew. Remy laid where he was, panting, wanting more. "Your turn, Pendergast." Malek's voice was a husky growl, just as hungry. He felt something press against his lips and recognized it as the man's wrist, which had been slit open. Blood poured into his mouth, and it was the most exquisite experience he'd ever had. Malek's and Xiaodan's fangs biting into him had been the sweet rum, and this was the lime. It tasted like the finest wine, like the ambrosia of the gods, and Remy continued drinking greedily, yearning for the next mouthful before he was finished with the last gulp. And then the noble was pushing him gently away because it was Xiaodan's turn. Her blood, with that delicious hint of smoked cider, just as sweet, just as addictive, the unbelievable flavor bursting in his mouth. Remy feasted. He drank long and deeply, and whined when he was finally denied another drop. A new heat had suffused his body, heavy and sensual. He was no longer hurting. All he knew was hunger. "Please," he could hear himself begging. "Please, please." He heard whispers. Xiaodan's tormented, aching voice. "We can't leave him like this." He felt more rustling as his breeches were undone, watched as Xiaodan lowered herself to his lips, her grey eyes wondrous. And then she was kissing him hungrily, their tongues dancing. She abandoned his mouth to move lower, laying sweet kisses on his chest and stomach, following the trail down. Someone turned his chin sideways, where he beheld Zidan Malek this time, the noble's golden eyes afire. "Answer me before I forget again," Remy said, his own tongue still thick from the memory of Xiaodan's. "Did I win the fucking wager, or didn't I?" That brought out a low chuckle from his now lover. "You won, Remington," Zidan murmured. "You do always seem to win." And then the man's mouth was on him, more forceful and demanding than Xiaodan's yielding softness, just as the fourth court heiress's mouth pressed against his stomach. "Have you ever been with a man, Pendergast?" Malek murmured. "No." It came out a whimper, but Remy was far too gone to be horrified by his subservience, his easy capitulation. A chuckle, then a tongue drawing lines across his skin, at his neck where Malek had taken his fill. "A virgin." But not too subservient. "I'm not a fucking—" Remy was mollified quickly by Xiaodan kissing his navel, biting him just a little. "Have you ever been with anyone else that you hadn't been compelled to for favors, Remy?" The vibrant purr of her voice sent small shocks up his body. No, Remy stammered, as her hand quested lower, found her prize. Her giggles floated toward him. "Then you're a virgin," Xiaodan said, and shifted down. They were torturing him, they truly were. Remy had no idea how protracted and lingering bliss could be, drawn out and quartered until he was certain he was incapable of enduring more, only for them to prove him wrong. His conspirators switched frequently, one drawing him further with mouth and beguiling tongue, while the other feasted at him lower, and all Remy could do was groan and fist his hand at their hair, while urging the other deeper, harder, faster with his hips. Until finally, they took pity on him, gave him the release he needed. And in an underground cave somewhere at the Darlan, among the boundless lands of Ting Yi, ruled by the Fourth Court, Remington Pendergast shattered for the first time. "Fuck," Remy said, still prone on the floor, still half-naked and wonderfully dazed. He was exhausted beyond measure, not from the familiar aches that came with fighting, at nearly losing his life, but from the languid sense of completion that only an extraordinarily good tup could achieve. He felt boneless, adrift in the afterglow. It wasn't even sex, or at least what he was accustomed to when he thought of sex. They had only taken him into their hands and mouths. If they were more than capable of wrecking him with nothing but those, then exactly how sublime would it be if they actually— "Are you all right?" Xiaodan asked gently, cheeks still pink. "I'm more than all right," Remy said. "I feel bloody fantastic." Gingerly, he peeled himself off the floor for the first time since being brought in, on his own volition no less, and examined himself. Xiaodan had bandaged him with what remained of his tattered shirt, and without poking underneath the strips, he could sense that his wounds should have been more grievous than was normal. He felt the pain when he moved, but nothing as agonizing as when he'd first been bitten. He looked down wonderingly at his leg, where Malak had cut part of his breeches away to administer his tourniquet. He flexed experimentally. It stung. Nothing he couldn't handle. How? Humans who chose to be familiars were always in it for the pleasure. None of them acquired the regenerative qualities of the vampires who fed on them. "It's not information I tell anyone else for good reason," Xiaodan said. "Feeding off me has a few perks beyond the usual aphrodisiacs. Sometimes being a sunbringer can work in my favor. You made me stronger. It's nothing permanent. It'll wane as time passes, but you should be good for another few hours." Remy looked at Malak. "I modified my blood for Xiaodan's sake, as you know," came the wry response. "Her constant feeding on me has also imbued my blood with similar properties. I've never tested it on a human before, but I suspected it was possible." "You really need to stop using your own body as a fucking testing specimen," Remy said. "Is that concern for me I detect, Pendergast?" Remy ignored that. "I was bitten," he said, remembering the infected children. They had been unschooled and not as strong as their older counterparts, but he had taken pause, which had been his mistake. Vasilic had known he would. The faint terror lingered, remnants of his past rearing back up, but the fears that had nearly overwhelmed him were now somehow muted in his mind, like drinking the couple's blood had helped him put up the mental barriers he needed not to dwell on them too much. "You were. I'd like to monitor you closely once we return, ensure you suffer no other side effects. Just as with the Lao Fong and Hui Xin villagers, your blood will test positive for the rot, but it shall lie dormant and harmless." "It's too late for them, isn't it?" Remy asked stiffly. "I'm sorry, Remy," Xiaodan said. "The serum cannot work for those who have already died from it." "Fortunate that you brought the reactant I synthesized here with you." Malik was back to his grim, expressionless self, like he hadn't just done gloriously unspeakable things to Remy in the past hour. You cast doubt about the effectiveness of the serum enough times that I wasn't expecting you to bring it along as a failsafe. I still think you're a bastard for testing it out on people without finding some other ethical means first, Remy said sourly, the affection he'd felt towards Malik quickly evaporating. Then why bring it? I may not like your methods, Remy said gruffly, but I suppose I trust you. You trust me. Remy wasn't sure why there was a sudden stutter in between the words. Malik's eyes were slightly dilated, though the rest of him was still infuriatingly stoic. You even wrapped the syringe exactly as I instructed. I didn't think you were listening. I'm not as moronic as you think I am, Remy said. I can pay attention and follow orders. I even asked Allegra for your carrying case, the steel one you're so fond of, since I noted you prefer it for more fragile equipment, though it's a shame your ego's too big to fit. Malik's breathing seemed to grow more rapid at the teasing jab. Zidane, Xiaodan admonished, but there was an equally lustful expression on her face as she looked back at Remy. He'll need some time to recover before anything else. They'd given him his release, Remy had realized, but he hadn't done the same. And now they were watching him like they couldn't wait for a second round once they returned to Changshui, like they could barely keep themselves under control. And Remy was going to let them, wasn't he? But the moment was gone. Malik was already scanning the entrance to their underground lake. They know we're here, he said with dark satisfaction, but Vasilik's boys know better than to approach us. Remy tugged his own coat back on and noticed for the first time that the place was awash in sunlight. The ceiling curved outward, and several shafts of light streamed in through the small openings there. I overexerted myself, Xiaodan admitted, wincing. There were far more in Vasilik's coven than I expected. Too many. His plan was to overwhelm us with numbers, and the narrowness of these caves makes it difficult to fight them all at once. He knew it would tire me out. You've been exceptionally resourceful, bloodling. I was certain that you were dead already, or had taken up membership among my infant horde. Vasilik loitered by the entrance, though he too did not venture closer to the light. His minions filled the path behind him, most taking fearful glances at the bright rays filtering in. Took you long enough to find me, Vasilik, Malik said calmly. Would you like to end things here for good, or shall you skulk away with your tail between your legs? A fine thing to say, Zidane. You, who had started your kindred life as a moxie of the first court, drooling at the first king's feet. Vasilik's gaze shifted to Remy. And you call me the liar, Pendergast, the man said, mocking. Here, let Malik tell the tale himself. Before he was the powerful, omnipotent Zidane Malik, king of the Third Court, he was a snivelling little toy for the First Court to play with. Step into the sunlight and face me yourself, Vasilik, Malik said, undeterred by the insults and still as composed as ever. Or have you forgotten how I rescued you from the literal sewers to stand with the Third Court? Even the First couldn't be bothered to look at you. And that was all it took for Vasilik, who came hurtling toward Malik with such preternatural speed Remy was surprised he could track the vampire's movements. Malik avoided the man's claws as he turned and lashed out with his foot, catching Vasilik squarely in the stomach. The younger vampire skidded several feet away to a halt, a hand pressed against his midsection. You're still several centuries too slow for me, Malik said. Not even you can fight off my whole army. On the contrary, Xiaodan said calmly, rising to her full height. You caught me off guard. But now with the fresh sunlight here and your minions' obvious fear, I doubt that you'd have the same advantage in numbers as the last time. I can take on as many of your followers as you wish.
and I promise you I won't need to stop. Some of Vasilik's minions moved threateningly towards them, but Remy blocked their path, the metallic scrape of his scythe blade snapping loudly into place, the sound echoing against the cavern walls. "You heard the lady," he said. "Take another step forward, and you won't be leaving here." Vasilik moved again, and this time made a better fight of it, matching Malik stroke for stroke, parrying whenever the other noble countered with his own attack. Their battle was a masterclass in combat. Movements quick and graceful, jabs and follow-throughs brutal and powerful. Remy watched it all, amazed by how newly heightened his senses were that he could watch them in motion. But it was clear that in a battle of endurance, Vasilik would come out on the losing end. He was slowing down, his strikes half a second slower than they ought to be, and Malik caught him a second time with a stunning blow to the head that had the vampire stumbling back. Malik was toying with him. Remy could count at least 4 other instances where the man could have delivered a killing blow to end things the way he'd promised, but always the noble stopped and gave his opponent the chance to recover. "What is he waiting for?" he asked Xiaodan. But Xiaodan watched with sympathy, eyes tearing up. "As horrible as Vasilik has turned out to be," she said, "Zidane sired him some 100 years ago. Court law frowns on masters killing their subordinates. Even after Vasilik's been doing his damnedest to kill him. Vasilik isn't trying to kill him. He's trying to kill me, and possibly you as well. But not Zidane. They were together for a long time. You are far too forgiving when it comes to Malik and his past fucks." She grinned weakly. "Maybe it's that empathy that makes me much more compatible with him." Vasilik had given up on attacking directly, instead resorting to moving around Malik in circles, fading in and out of focus as he sped up, hoping to catch the man in a vulnerable spot. Malik merely folded his arms and waited, once more the bored noble. "All you're doing is wasting my time," he said. "Maybe your time, Zidane, but I've always put mine to good use." Remy felt the shift in the air, his senses on full alert long before Vasilik blurred into view before him instead of attacking Malik. But instead of shielding himself with Breaker, as he'd often done in the past with vampires far quicker than him, he spun to the left so that Vasilik's slash missed entirely, then whipped Breaker up like a bat to hit the vampire fully in the face. The man disappeared, reappeared back at the cavern entrance, clasping at the side of his face with one hand. "You fucking bastard!" he rasped. "That's for sticking me into a pit full of infected children, you dandified sot," Remy snarled, pleased by his unexpectedly improved reflexes. "Malik might spare you because you have shared history, but I won't, and I'm going to pummel you out of existence if you don't let us leave." There was an audible snap as Vasilik clicked his jaw back into place. "He will betray you," he said. "He will lie to you, and he will leave you at the mercies of the very Night Empress you fear. Still, you choose to stay by his side." Remy didn't reply. He had no good answer to give. With a frustrated snarl, Vasilik turned his back on them. "This isn't over," he said, and disappeared once more into the passageway, his followers retreating with him. "I wouldn't advise following him through that route," Xiaodan said. "He's likely to leave more traps, despite what he says." "It's the only way out," Remy groused. "What else do you propose?" "There's an opening above that should be large enough for us to get through," Malik said. "I intended to bring Xiaodan through it, but she was far too weak earlier to be moved. It was good that we waited, or else we wouldn't have found you in time. Can you climb up on your own, Xiaodan?" "I can." Xiaodan licked her lips. "Perhaps it's Remy's blood, but I feel much more invigorated now. I can last until the castle at least." "Oh, fuck no," Remy said. "You're not about to carry me through the damn ceiling." It's either that or through the underground lake that leads to the Darlan, but I'm not sure you can hold your breath for that long," responded Malik. "You're still not as strong as you think you are." "I'm not going up there on your back," Remy said stubbornly, "and you can't bloody make me." "Fucking hell," Remy said not 5 minutes later, clinging on to Malik's back for dear life. Chapter 26. Resolve. The vampires at Changshui had seen them arriving from several miles off, and were already gathered at the courtyard to hurry them past the gates, welcoming their return with cheers. No one in Eluve had ever been this happy to see Remy alive and well, and it was an unaccustomed, albeit pleasant, sight to come home to. Home. 3 days in Tingyi, and he was already putting down roots. He'd never realized how lonely his life had been, or how much he'd relied on Elke to assuage that, until today. Could it be that he was still suffering from the ill effects of being Xiaodan's and Malik's— he couldn't bring himself to say the word familiar just yet, so temporarily under their enthrallment was as good a description as any, and that his newfound affection for the fortress and its people would wane with a good night's sleep? Malik insisted on him resting, and Remy was thankful it was Allegra, stone-faced as always in her delight at seeing him again, who slung him across her back and carried him upstairs, back to his chambers, saving him from the embarrassment of having the third court noble once more do the honours. And then he slept like the dead. He was starving when he awoke hours later, still daylight from what he could see of the rays of sun spilling down in between the dark clouds through his window. It had been difficult to tell time inside the caves, but he estimated that they had arrived back at the castle a little before dawn. Vasilic hadn't sent anyone after them in pursuit. Someone had dressed him in fresh clothes while he was asleep, even changed his bandages. Remy hoped fervently it had been Allegra. The woman talked of him being dinner so frequently that he knew she wasn't interested in him at all. Remy sat up slowly, wincing and inspecting his wounds. The bites and lacerations were still apparent, but they'd healed at a far more rapid rate than the neck wound he'd received at Zelenka, which was already gone. His hands travelled higher up his throat, moving to either side where he could feel the faint sting of both Xiaodan's and Malik's bites. Those weren't healing as quickly, but that was as intended. It had always been the quickest way of proving whether someone was a vampire's familiar, a way for reapers to catch those who'd broken Allurian law. And now he had not one, but 2 transgressions to show for the sorts of accusations he'd received his entire life. There had to be further ramifications. Familiars became familiars for the pleasure of the act, for love or worse. Vampires would be warier of taking in humans if the latter could gain their abilities through blood-sharing. But these weren't normal vampires. Xiaodan's blood was an extremely powerful counteractant, and Malik might be an arsehole and an unethical scientist, but his experimentations on himself were almost as potent. People would kill for such a prize. Remy knew his father would have. The vampires had been kind enough to provide him with a bathtub of his own, so Remy washed, scrubbed, and found a clean set of clothes to put on. Then he headed out in search of Malik. Vampires didn't require sleep, but this time of the day appeared to be a favourite for retiring before supper. Remy could only find 2 vampires on duty, plus Allegra, whom he had never seen at rest. The woman was hard at work in the courtyard, sharpening numerous weapons retrieved from the palace armory. "If you're looking for Lord Zidane or Lady Xiaodan," she said without bothering to turn her head, "they've retired to their private quarters. They will be glad to see you there." Remy said, I really don't want to trespass." "On the contrary. They've been hoping for a visit from you once you were awake, so you'd best not keep them waiting,"
But I'm not... Remy stopped. You know, don't you? Everyone with eyes in the castle can see how things stand between you and our lieges. It is especially easy to see with Lord Zidane. He has never been good at hiding his emotions. And without another word, Allegra picked up a heavy battle-axe to whet. Remy delayed. He attempted to explore the kitchen, but was immediately chased out by Banera, who scolded him about overexerting himself so soon. Honfa rejected his offer to take up guard duty, citing the same thing. The bearded vampire did rise in Remy's estimation, though, by opening a bottle of finely aged rum for him. We keep a few unspiced, just for the flavour, along with a cheerful reminder that while he'd need some time to heal, this might aid tremendously in his recuperation. Remy accepted the rum, but not the suggestion that he rest longer, and soon found himself walking around the castle's extensive gardens instead, occasionally taking a swig from the bottle. It was a relief to see trees thriving beautifully without being forced into animal-shaped hedges, and the constant hum of the waterfall behind Chang Shui was an oddly comforting sound. A small graveyard lay at the end of the garden. It felt strange to Remy to see one here, given the circumstances. Remy crouched down to read some of the markers. They provided no other details beyond the names of the fallen. Genovese, Teofani, Gandura, Mikkels, Anastasia. Remy tensed as a voice behind him said, "Don't touch her." Nadji didn't attack. Remy moved farther away, and the boy took his place, staring down at the tombstone. He didn't ask Remy to leave, but he didn't seem willing to explain himself further. Remy could make a guess. The look on Nadji's face as he stared down at the grave was an expression he knew all too well. "It's a pretty spot," he said. "Reminds me of where we buried my mother." "If you're here to interrogate me," Nadji said, "I've already told my brother everything. Those vampires were a pack I ran with for only a few nights, not long enough to know them well, and certainly not long enough to commit any sort of atrocities with them. I don't know which clan they belonged to. Likely they were Vasiliks, but I had no idea then. I spoke of Lady Daenerys out of bravado. As I told you then, we did nothing to her. They were freshly turned youths, bored with their human lives, convinced to join Vasilik's coven and cause us no end of headaches," Remy disagreed. "Given time, they would have done more. That vampire I ashed, he was likely Vasilik's subordinate, tasked to oversee the pack in his stead. Likely thought you were another runaway turned undead. We did have every intention of killing you, if you must know. Thought you said you weren't with them long enough to commit any atrocities. We didn't consider the death of a Reaper to be a crime, not then. And it's different now?" Nadji continued to kneel, ignoring him. "Has anyone told you that my mother was killed by the Night Court?" "They told me. Yes," the youth said shortly. "They also tell you I was still inside her belly when she was attacked?" He could sense Nadji's hesitation before the youth slowly shook his head. "Not something I like to talk about often, but I found it gets easier. It's the kind of burden you carry for the rest of your life, even if you never asked for it." "That's different. You didn't know your mother, not really, not like—" Nadji balled his hands into fists. "It isn't fair." Wordlessly, Remy passed him the bottle. The boy took 2 long swigs, coughed a little. "The Night Court killed your mother," the youth said. "But I killed Anastasia. She was my sweetheart, my human sweetheart. I wanted to turn her. She wanted to be turned, but then—" Remy understood. She didn't survive the frenzy. "We knew the risks, but we never thought it would happen to us. Nadji stared unblinking at the ground before him. And now, instead of everything that I promised her, I have nothing to give her but dirt and shade. She would have been better off finding a mortal husband. His voice broke slightly. I would have liked to see her grow old, even if it wasn't with me. And then you try to drown your sorrows by joining up with a pack of miscreants roaming Allurian forests. As I said, I did nothing to that lady you were hunting, Nadji said. I was angry. I'm not anymore. Just grieving. I can sympathize with that. I don't need your sympathy. And that's the problem. Understanding what you went through isn't a weakness. You need someone to listen. Someone you can't push away. Malek's worried about you, but he hasn't been human for centuries. I don't think he knows how to give you the space you need to mourn. And what do you know about grief? I know it's an unwanted rat up my arse, Remy said. I also know what it's like to be the youngest in the group, so desperate to prove yourself that you would wind up doing the opposite and getting into a whole world of trouble. Being human doesn't mean things are any easier for us. The only difference is that vampires get to hold on to those grudges for much longer. Another pause before the young vampire nodded. He knelt and traced the engraved letters on Anastasia's grave with his hand. She loved you, mate, Remy said. I know you already know that, but it's worth saying out loud. I know, Nadji said. And it's hard, knowing she's gone. Was that why you were so angry at me when I mocked the Lady Daenerys? Did you love her, too? Not in the manner you think, no. Zidane nearly killed you, and you didn't even love the woman you almost died for. Remy chuckled, suddenly feeling much better. Galling that it was Nadji out of everyone to make things simpler for him. When you say it that way, it puts some things I've been struggling with into perspective. If it's anything, Nadji said grudgingly, you likely saved both their lives. I wasn't expecting much from you at first. I thought Vasilic would flay you alive and wear you like a cape, but I'm impressed. I've never seen them so terrified as when they brought you back. Thanks for that. Remy handed him the bottle for keeps and stood. Where are you going? Remy took a deep breath and focused on the palace above them, majestic against the waterfall behind it. A rainbow arched its way over its many roofs, disappearing into some clouds. Probably to try and get laid. Nadji didn't protest, merely looked him over and sniffed, almost approvingly despite his next words. Zidane has good taste in women, he said, but not much else. His clothes look nice enough on you, though. Remy wrestled with his better instincts all the way up to Ziaudan and Malek's quarters. The pair must be just as tired as he was, undead or not, after their narrow escape from the caves, and likely needed private time to talk. Allegra could have been screwing with him, as she was wont to do. But if there was even a fraction of truth to what Vasilic had said... Still, he didn't have to confront them in their own quarters. He didn't want to stick his nose where he wasn't welcome. The devil part of his brain suggested that perhaps it wasn't his nose that had led him here. Remy told it silently to fuck off. The conflict in his head continued, even as he came to a halt before the door to the vampire's chambers. Lifting his hand to knock, only to change his mind halfway through, lower it again, then change his mind in the other direction and lift it back up. The door swung open. "Were you planning on standing here the whole day?" came Malek's low, husky tone. Remy stared. Malek must just have returned from his laboratory because he was still wearing the overly long frock he favoured when he was busy there. This time, It was unbuttoned down to his waist, exposing far more skin than the conversation Remy had planned to have with him required. Behind the vampire, he could see Xiaodan sprawled artlessly on their bed in a loosely wrapped turquoise robe, one pale shoulder peeking out from beneath the folds. Her preference for riding breeches and thin pants weren't in evidence here. He could see her long, limber legs stretched out, naked as almost the rest of her. He was nervous. They were both studying him with a particular craving that he was by now accustomed to seeing, at the unabashed desire on Xiaodan's face and the shuttered, wooden expression on Malek's that belied his heated, bright eyes. They'd tended to his needs right after saving his life, but Remy hadn't had the opportunity to compensate them. "I've bloody forgotten what I was supposed to say," he blurted out. A smile lingered at the edges of Zidane's mouth. "If you are here because you believe you owe us for saving your life, even though you disobeyed Xiaodan's orders, then—" "First of all," Remy interrupted, because it didn't take much for the man to piss him off even now, "I didn't fucking disobey anyone. We all thought Vasilic had captured you, and Honfa verified the blood on the cloak they'd brought back was Xiaodan's, and second of all—" He paused, decided he was yelling at Malek already, so why the hell not, and forged on. "Yes, I do owe you both for saving my life, but I'm not here to offer myself as repayment. I'm here because—" And then he had to stop again, but his pride refused to let him quit and flee while he still had the opportunity. "I'm here because I want to be," he finally said, defiant. "It's not because I owe you anything. It's because I know what I want now." Remy. Xiaodan had moved off the bed and toward him halfway through his rant. Her warm hands reached out to take one of his own. "What are you saying?" she asked softly. She knew. They both did. But it was as important to Remy to say it out loud as it was for them to hear it from him. So he said, "I want you. Both of you. I still don't know why you actually want me back, but I'm here. And I'm all I've got." Both vampires regarded him seriously, and Remy was beginning to think that he'd somehow botched the whole thing when Xiaodan smiled widely, her grip on his hand tightening. "You think far too little of yourself," she said. "But for now, this is good enough," and pulled him inside. "Ah," Remy panted into the pillows much, much later. "Oh, fuck. Oh, shit." Time was an enigma to him. He was sure the little sun there'd been in the sky had disappeared hours ago, that it was now the dead of night, but that was the extent of it. Xiaodan was curled up beside him, sated, contented, just as naked but not as sweaty as he was, and all but plastered to his chest. Malek was equally bare, though he'd abandoned the bed and had crossed the floor toward the windows, looking out at the darkness. "I thought you would have more endurance than this, Pendergast," he said. "It was 3 times, you bastard," Remy said languidly. "I've never done it this way before." "And you think we have?" Xiaodan asked from somewhere between his shoulder and left clavicle. "Maybe you've got a point, but Malek's got centuries on me." Remy felt pleasantly sore. Only minutes ago, he'd hovered over Xiaodan, feeling Malek's warmth behind him, groaning as Xiaodan wrapped her ankles around his back, encouraging him deeper, deeper, deeper into her while Malek did the same to him. 2 vampires. 2 goddamn vampires, and at the same bloody time. He deserved some kind of award, and also a drink. If this was what Vasilic had had before Malek had rejected him, then Remy wasn't surprised he'd been throwing tantrums ever since. They had asked much of him, and he had submitted, just as they had wanted. Malek returned to the bed, lazily crawling his way toward them, sleek with broad shoulders that took up the rest of the room from where he lay, and offered Remy a magnificent view of pectorals, abdominals, all his seductive vols. Xiaodan turned with a satisfied sigh, presenting her round, beautiful bottom to them both. "You'll need practice," Malek said, sitting back and letting his eyes travel down him, searing wherever they lay on Remy's form. "As with the sparring, you'll measure up in no time." "If you have a problem with my performance," Remy sputtered, itching to be insulted. "No, I am more than pleased, Armiger, as is Xiaodan." Malek laid a hand on the curve of Xiaodan's leg. "Don't tell me you didn't enjoy the show afterward, even after you pleaded for rest." His fiancée moaned, eyelashes fluttering as Malek traced circles on her skin, the movement slow and erotic. Remy, I know you did." Remy had. When he'd reached his limits and tumbled into the covers, exhausted, worse than from any physical training he'd ever gone through, he watched Malek take Xiaodan. Like the time they'd spent at the woods before heading towards Zelenka, Remy had watched them move effortlessly, fiercely, Xiaodan's soft, sweet cries filling the air. He knew they loved each other, and he didn't know what his place was with them, but if he had even a tenth of that affection, it would be more than he'd ever had in his life. It made him feel lonelier, but also a little less alone. Xiaodan snuggled closer and pressed kisses onto his neck. "None of that self-doubting, Remy. Not in our bed." "I'm just not sure why you chose me," Remy asked, staring at the wall across the room. "I was an absolute cock when I first met each of you." "I don't know," Xiaodan said, repeating the movements her betrothed was making on her on Remy's chest, and the light touch was doing unsettlingly ridiculous things to him. "I was attracted to you from the start. Perhaps it was the ease in which you talked to me, like I was someone worth knowing rather than a vampire to be feared, as many in Illyria still do, or a source of intrigue the way the Alluvian demimonde delighted at. You were selfless, even then. When you were so candid about the relationship with Lady Delacroix, I was jealous that she could take up so much of your attention, get you to bend to her whims even when it was clear you weren't as invested in her as she was in you." "And how do you think I felt when you introduced Malek as your fiancé that day at the gardens?" Remy grumbled. She laughed. "I never thought about it that way. I already knew Zidane had similar feelings about you. We made up our minds shortly after." Remy nearly sat up, but the soft, pleasant ache in his muscles made him lie back down. As early as then? He'd returned mad as hell a few nights before, saying he'd had to extricate Nadji from some trouble. I knew he couldn't get the Pendergast Reaper out of his head since. "I said nothing of that sort," Malek said drolly. "No, but you were thinking it. After the Astonbury Gala, it was you who insisted I handle Remy's situation while you investigated the Lord High Steward's death. You frightened Pharaon into freeing Remy when he was arrested. It was what started those rumors in Alou about him being our familiar, remember?" Remy's gaze flew to Malek, incredulous. "You agreed it was the right choice," Malek reminded her. "All I did was suggest that you seize the initiative to free him yourself." "All I was focused on then was shoving one of my daggers into your guts," Remy said, bewildered. Malek met his gaze directly without a trace of humor. "And all I noticed was that you were in top physical shape, able to not only fight off multiple vampires and survive, but to kill nearly all of them in the process. It crossed my mind that you would be a good test subject for certain experiments of mine." Remy paused to see whether he was serious or if it was an innuendo. Only his fiancée's grin exposed it as the latter. "Xiaodan, was Allegra by any chance one of his wards?" "He trained her. and she might have picked up on some of his quirks, yes. Why? Nothing. Tells me everything I need to know.
Was that all you really felt? Malek asked. The urge to stake me through the heart.
Yes, Remy lied. I didn't have much on my mind beyond trying to stave your face in. Both vampires moved in unison, beyond the need for words to come to the same conclusion. Remy was flat on his back again, Ziaudan straddling him with a wicked smile that lit up his nerves. Malek's hands had captured his wrists, pressing them down against the bedsheets. I truly believe that, of the three of us, Armiger Remington, Ziaudan teased, bringing her face close to his, her long hair falling to tickle at the swell of his shoulders, it is you who finds it hardest to express your feelings, always hiding behind a veil of self-deprecation. If we are to continue these relations, then I expect you to give as much as we do and be sincere. Your body is honest, even when you are not. Perhaps we shall start our training from there. Training? Remy asked, breathless in yearning and already hard again. His previous pleadings of exhaustion were forgotten. 3 is a paltry number, love. You'll improve over time. 3 times is paltry.
Proper training requires the constant, vigorous testing of our subject.
Malek's voice was a soft, luxurious velvet, and somewhere on Remy's neck he felt a tiny bite with the promise of more to come.
And we are nothing, Pendergast, but constant and vigorous.
Chapter 27. Again. The days that followed were heaven, or, in a way, hell. Again, Remy snarled, as he was wont to do most mornings as of late, after being thrown to the ground for the 18th time in the last 3/4 of an hour. Malek always said nothing in response, merely waited for him to stagger back up and try to rush him one more time. It was almost always futile on Remy's part. The noble would dodge most of his blows and successfully counter with more of his own that hit flesh. Remy lasted longer with every spar, but he was human. All Malek needed was to tire him out, then yank his feet from under him with some new and unfair vampire maneuver to end the fight, half of which he couldn't even see, and the other half he could, only because they were still sharing blood. Again. Remy remained mostly uninjured, give or take several bruises and minor cuts. The objective of their fighting was not for Remy to win, Malek had said. The objective was for Remy to survive, and so far he was doing a fabulous job. Another hard hit sent Remy stumbling, though this time he didn't fall. He wiped at his mouth, noted that there wasn't any blood on his sleeve this time, and grinned. Again, he said, and charged. Again, Remy groaned much later, his hands making fists against the ground, bringing up soil. Patience, Malek whispered, his hands firm on Remy's hips, keeping him from moving. The noble was proper and restrained for the most part, but Remy was quick to learn that a good hard tapping in the dirt, often at the more isolated parts of the castle grounds, brought out all the animal instincts in Malek that Remy would rather die than admit to liking. A small container of oil lay opened nearby. The vampire lord had made it a habit of carrying it wherever he went, on the off chance he could catch Remy unawares to put it to good use. He remained unapologetic, even when Remy accused him of premeditation.
It's all your fault, the noble murmured. You know what it does to me when you're wearing my clothes.
I know fuck all about that, Remy said, who had filched at least one of Malek's clean shirts per day for his personal use, and secretly enjoyed the consequences of his thieving. There was nothing else to grip for leverage but the loose dirt around them, but he hung on for life all the same. Malek was fond of keeping him on the edge, drawing the pleasure out until he couldn't take it any more, and then giving it to him rough when he least expected it. The whole of Chang Shui probably knew every time he was being buggered by their liege, from the sound of his hollering. At this point, Remy no longer cared if they did. "Again, you cockswapped bastard," he swore. "Because if you keep me hanging for an hour like the last time, I swear I'm going to shove my hand up your—" Malek rutted into him, and Remy's desperate howls carried across the garden. "Now you're ready for me," the man murmured, throatily, and from the way his other hand gripped his thighs, spread them even wider, Remy knew he was in for it now. "Again," he still managed to say. "Again, Again," Remy moaned, gripping at Xiaodan's hair as she knelt before him. She hummed, and he was ready to burst from that alone, the worry that he would spend in her mouth too soon the only thing reining him in. "One more time, Xiaodan," he grunted, his hips moving of their own accord. But Xiaodan was more than accommodating, taking him in easily despite his size. "Fuck, Xiaodan," he moaned again. "I love your mouth. Oh, fuck, again." "Again," Xiaodan squealed, her hands wrapped around his neck as he plunged furiously into her, slamming them both against the wall. Her legs locked around him, his strength the only thing holding her up. The vampire heiress was just as ornery as her fiancé, and that outdoor sex, too, turned her on. This had not been their intention on this outing. She had offered to show him a closer look at the waterfalls behind the fortress. It was an hour's ride the Hellhests had accomplished within minutes, and there was a lovely grotto-like structure carved out in the waterfall's cliff that was dry enough to give them protection. That no longer mattered. Their clothes were wet. Remy had all but ripped her shift free, and then his breeches, and was taking her hard while the water poured down around them, she riding him for all he was worth. I love her, Remy thought, surprised by the realization, insignificant amid everything else. Her and Malek. Don't stop, Xiaodan pleaded against his ear as he resumed his quick, punishing, hard thrusts. Again. Again, Malek said, and Remy winced at the telltale prick of the syringe against his skin, the vampire slowly drawing more blood. The noble had probably taken more out of him than any other undead creatures combined had ever managed, and Remy was willingly letting him do it. Do you really need this much from me? He growled, rubbing at his arm around the small wound Malek had pressed a piece of gauze against. These are safety precautions made for your protection, so it's best not to complain about it. Malek transferred the blood to a glass vial, setting it down on a small sliding display and shutting the compartment closed. I need to keep track of any new mutations the rot might create in your system. Assess how many doses you need to keep the infection at bay. My current estimate is that you should only require 1 dose every 7 days. That's the result with the other test subjects, in Hui Xin and Lao Fong, but I need more data from your blood to be sure that the same holds for you. And what happens if I don't take the doses? There's a likelihood the rot will return, with the devastating effects I'm sure you are familiar with. It will require more testing for me to be certain. I've since had to reassess my initial hypothesis on how the rot mutates and affects its victims. You may be right, Pendergast. The infected are not completely mindless. There are certain impulses within them that can be guided with the right triggers. That much is clear with the Colossi, and with Lady Daenerys' visit to her mother while under its influence. They can act on strong emotions that do not require thought. This may be how they can be controlled by other outside forces. Malek paused. The mutations are showing up even less with your results than with the villagers. It is possible that Xiaodan and I possess antibodies of our own that are helping you fight the disease. It could clear completely on its own, and if it does, you will no longer need the doses. It was nice to know that the fresh bites the two made on his neck every day weren't just for fun. Are you going to try out more experimental serums on those villagers?
Upon your suggestion, I've opted to use other means that I believe would be much more in keeping with your ethics. Certain livestock react in a similar manner to humans, but pig carcasses are more than enough for an initial testing to determine any severe side effects.
Malek had listened to him, actually acceded to his request. Remy was shocked. You can always use me for any new tests, he said, hiding his reaction. I always seem to recover, no matter what the... He wasn't prepared for the sudden anger in Malek's dark eyes, the way he leaned forward at him, the corners of his mouth turned down.
The ethical considerations for my experiments were done on your behalf. If I'm choosing not to test the villagers to ensure that they suffer no ill effects, what makes you believe I would put you at an even greater risk?
It was the most pronounced display of affection Malek had ever made, discounting all the swiving they'd done. The only thing preventing Remy from moving up the table toward him was because this laboratory was the only place where Malek strove not to be particularly lustful toward him and Xiaodan, lest his experiments be contaminated. You know, they had to cut me out of her long after she stopped breathing. Remy wasn't sure why he'd decided to keep talking instead of simply apologizing, retreating from the laboratory and leaving Malek to find a cure for the rot, then world hunger. They weren't even sure if I was still alive, if they'd found her in time. They cut open her stomach, pulled out what they thought was a lifeless baby. Then one of the Reapers got to work on me, and just when she was about ready to give up, I started bawling. Malek slowly turned back to him, still unreadable save for a hint of curiosity in his eyes. He didn't ask about the abrupt change in subject.
It must have been a harrowing experience, he said instead.
I wouldn't know, Remy said. I don't remember any of it, obviously. But it's the story I grew up with, how I'd been cut out of my mother's corpse after she'd been attacked by some great vampire of the First Court as payback for my father's victories. How he had rejected me at first, claimed that I was no son of his to have been born in this manner. He accused my mother of infidelity, and it didn't help that I grew up in her likeness and had very few of his features. He ignored me until I was 7, when he decided that if he had to acknowledge me as his sole legitimate heir, then I may as well be his weapon against those who disrespected him by murdering his wife. So, you see, I've been a test subject all my life. It's the one thing I know how to do, even if that doesn't always come with bottles and syringes.
And you have been carrying out your father's will ever since, Malek said with none of his usual censure. I can understand how. Even after his mistreatment of you, you feel like you owe him your allegiance. But certainly there are limits to such obedience.
He's the only family I've ever known, Remy said. The only one who shares my blood. He wasn't much of a father, but he sired me all the same. I owe him. For many other things. I imagine it's similar to your court customs. We're tied by blood, but in a different way. He saw the noble's shoulders stiffen and decided he'd gone a little too far. If you're done with me, I'll head out. I shouldn't be distracting you from your experiments. He was about to step through the doors when Malek spoke again.
You're right, the man said. I was sired by the Night Court King. Like you and your father, it was not an easy relationship. The Night King has been dead for a very long time. I have severed all my connections with what remains of his court. But it was many more centuries before I could completely break my allegiances with them. I know nothing about the current incarnation of the First Court and of its whereabouts, and even less of its current ruler. When I told you I had little information to give, I was not being dishonest, no matter what Vasilic told you. I know nothing about this new Night Empress or where their lairs are. But occasionally, and Malek hesitated. Occasionally, he said, I received warnings. Human bodies, for the most part, left for me to find. All of them carved with the Night Court sigil. A reminder that they have not forgotten my role in the Night King's demise. What? Remy asked, horrified. If this troubles you, know that I have not received any such threats for over 2 decades. The last victim was... Another pause. It does not matter. I had hoped the last of them had died out or given up. Their sudden silence coincided with Xiaodan coming into her sun-bringing abilities, and I've always wondered if there was a connection. I am sorry that I cannot tell you more. But if there is anything you wish to know about the former First Court King, if only to talk and share stories of how we have each survived the schemings of our sires despite the odds, then neither my laboratory nor the chambers I share with Xiaodan will ever be barred to you. Remy felt warm. Thank you. I appreciate that. No thank yous necessary. It is important to you, and that's all that matters. And Malek turned back toward one of the other vials waiting for him to test, like he hadn't just told Remy a most remarkable thing. Again, Xiaodan said, spreading her arms wide, the wind whistling through her raven-black hair. One day, I'd like to have the castle teeming with dozens of clansmates again. Hundreds. Changshui is equipped to comfortably hold more than 2,000 strong. They were atop the castle turrets, and seeing Xiaodan's lands in all their entirety was breathtaking. Remy could spot the Darlan from a distance, that gleaming lake of deep cerulean, and the streaks of sunlight that peeked out from the otherwise dark clouds overhead, blanketing the landscape in a soft yellow glow. But I can't focus on that yet, Xiaodan said. I need to deal with Vasilic, and I do want to help you with finding more of the Night Court. I know that Zidane has been reluctant because it brings back so many awful memories for him, but I know he wants to help. I'm sorry you haven't found the answers you were looking for, Remy. If only Mother wasn't so sick. There had been no change so far to Queen Yinggui's condition. Remy knew it saddened Xiaodan, though she tried her best not to let it show. We've made it possible here in Tingyi, she said. The villagers here, they understand that we are just as good and as bad as humans. If we can do it here, then we can do it in Illyria. He didn't doubt her enthusiasm or determination. She'd brought him to Huixin only the day before, accompanying Malek while he served as the village physician, checking up on the survivor who'd been infected by the rot. He had watched her play with the children, skipping garter and laughing with them when she'd gotten entangled in the rope. He'd seen how she had looked when she had looked at them. She would make a good mother, he thought. Remy gazed across the horizon. When I was 13, he said, there were intelligence reports circulating detailing a large-scale vampire raid that was about to hit Darrenkirk, just 10 miles north of Alouv. Xiaodan's eyes widened. Darrenkirk, I think I remember. A Fifth Court offshoot. But it wasn't land that Coven wanted. It was... We know what they wanted now. But we didn't back then. We never knew for certain which vampire court we were fighting, only that they were out for blood. Astonbury needed as many Reapers as he could get his hands on, and wound up roping the rest of us novices in to bolster his ranks. I was only 3 and 10 then, about 15 of us young recruits, all eager for our first mission, wanting to prove ourselves. My father was taking part in the defence, under His Majesty's orders,
King Bellusk, Queen Ophelia's father, rather than put himself under Astonbury's command. Every Reaper worth their salt was itching to join in, but informants said it was First Court vampires who would be attacking Darrenkirk, not the Fifth. Ziaudan had fallen silent, watching him. What we weren't told, and what Astonbury didn't know, was that the intel he'd received was faulty, and this had all been a trap specifically to target the Reapers and leave a Louvre defenseless. They fell on us before we'd even reached the town. Half the Reapers died that day. The vampires divided us easily enough to pick us off faster. Astonbury gave the order to retreat, to bring back as many hunters as we could to the capital and bolster our defences there, leaving any who couldn't follow. A quick, indrawn breath from Ziaudan. And you were one of those left behind. But surely your father would have searched for you. He was the first to withdraw, intending to make it to a Louvre before Astonbury did. Ziaudan's mouth thinned. Remy's eyes wandered to the stone buttresses that lined the castle walls below them. Breaker saved my life. Father had opted to use his battle-axe and lent me the weapon. I was still green about the gills, he said, and my training abysmal so far. Using Breaker was the only guarantee I'd get out still breathing, because it was the only thing I was halfway competent at. And he was right. I took refuge inside the first cave I stumbled into, hoping they wouldn't be able to come at me all at once. Remy reached back behind him and drew out his scythes, tilting it in his hands so what little sunlight there was could catch off the twin silvers. This is a heavy piece of shit, you know. I couldn't lift it the first time I tried. Father didn't even give me the chance to get used to the weight, just came out strong at me during the first sparring session I ever had. Said I wasn't going to make it as a Reaper if I couldn't lift the one thing that was going to save my life. Half of my scars are from him, including this one, he said, gesturing to a long mark down his arm. Every day without fail, I'd stand for an hour in the morning at Blackstone Manor and spin it above me as a warm-up, trying to get it fast enough to weave a defence around me. Oh, Ziaudan said in sudden understanding, a hand over her mouth. And that's what I did, inside that cave. It was wide enough for Breaker to fit through for me to spin it, wide enough that the knife chain and the scythes could handle everything that came through the passageway. But they didn't let up. I think they knew who I was, recognized the weapon, and they were even more eager to get at me. But I didn't let up either. I just kept Breaker spinning, hour after hour, terrified that if I stopped, they would kill me or turn me. The worst part was when they'd taken my fellow novitiates, turned them intentionally, and sent them after me while they were still in the throes of a frenzy. The children at the caves, Ziaudan said softly. Remy couldn't meet her eyes. Only after a Louvre was secured did Astonbury and my father set out to find any survivors. They found me there, still spinning, with all the dead vampires piled up around me, some of them recruits I'd trained with. I couldn't stop. Even after they said it was over, I just kept spinning and spinning and spinning. It was my father who finally broke through and wrestled me to the ground. And I hurt him. Fingers clenched against the stone. I lashed out with my scythe, still thinking he was one of them. He was hit badly, nearly bled out. His leg was heavily mangled when they brought him back, and it was a wonder they'd managed to save it. But he couldn't walk right after that. Needed a chair. It was hard on him. The great Duke of Valenbon, taken out by his own flesh and blood. The papers had a good news day with that one. I didn't know what I'd done. I passed out once they'd finally wrestled Breaker from me. Slept for 2 days. Remy ran his hands through the hidden groove where his daggers were secreted.
"This is what I owe him," he said. "I fight because I'm the reason he no longer can." The Reapers used to hunt in their own groups and answered to their own leaders. The raid exposed that weakness. There was no order. No one person in charge to direct the battle using all the resources we had. It was determined afterwards that one hunter would be in charge of the Reapers, form one official Drafengemot, overseen by a Lord High Steward. Astonbury got the position. He'd handled the raid badly, but they all agreed that he was still the most experienced. Father was another among those considered. He'd been instrumental in defending a Louvre, but many found the idea of someone who could so easily abandon his only heir, ascending to such a position, distasteful. And then there was the added burden of his infirmity, the humiliation of being laid low by his own young child. He still resents me for it. He has good reason to. Remy. Hands circled his waist. Ziaudan stepped closer, her head pressed against his chest. "Remy," she said again, her voice filled with the unshed tears he could no longer summon for himself. "You braved the caves a second time for Zidane and me. You've been through so much. Stay in Changshui with us. You've never been happy in a Louvre. Ask Elke to join us if she'd like. If there is anything here that gives you even a modicum of happiness, please stay. We will cherish you, each and every one of us." Remy held her close, but his eyes stole back at the sunset, in the direction of where a Louvre lay. "I want to," he admitted hoarsely. "Believe me, Ziaudan. I wish I had the choice." Alone in his quarters, he examined himself in the mirror. The rest of his other injuries had long been healed. All that was left were the previous scars he'd suffered from years of hunting, plus the daily marks Ziaudan and Malek put on his neck and chest. Remy touched one gingerly, but it gave him no pain. If he allowed them long enough, he knew those marks would become permanent. It had to end. He had responsibilities. Allies or not, they would likely terminate his position as a Reaper for warming the vampire's bed. Worse, they could try him at court, even execute him. They had been wanting an excuse for years. A finger pressed down on another love bite that bloomed against his dark skin. He recalled, with pleasure and with pain, how it had come to be there, and who had inflicted it on him. He could not linger here forever. One day these two would disappear, and there would be nothing left of them on him. It hurt to think that he could have a place here, that he might belong somewhere. And it hurt, so unbearably, to find a seed of hope that he could. "Again," Remy rasped, his hands filled with Ziaudan. "You're greedy, Pendergast," Malek rumbled from behind his fiancée, moving in deep, deliberate motions. His lips lingered by her neck, brushing against her fevered skin. "Good," he whispered. Ziaudan was atop Remy, eyes closed and mouth parted, as Third Court King and Hunter thrust in rhythm into her. Candlelight flickered somewhere above them, illuminating first her face thrown in relief, ecstasy and desire, and then Malek's, his mouth a sensual, hungry line, eyes full of need for her, full of need for him. Remy wasn't greedy. He just wanted to reach out and find them both, take in as much as he could of them now, to bring with him as he grieved in the colder, longer nights ahead. Because he couldn't stay. He couldn't. "Again," he said in response, bringing Ziaudan's head down for him to kiss, and then raising his own to meet Malek's, furious and sweet.
Chapter 28. Blood. It wasn't meant to last forever, this peaceful idyll. Remy had never been lucky enough for that. It started with an abrupt change in weather 2 weeks into his stay, a roll of thick, dark clouds that enveloped the sky, extinguishing the pockets of sunlight that he was used to seeing on Fourth Court lands. Now thunder loomed from a distance, growing louder with every passing hour. "We've got a trying few days before us," Honfer reported gloomily. "There's a heavy monsoon coming in from farther east. Judging from its size, I doubt we'll be getting much sun for the next 48 hours at the least." "Is this a normal occurrence around these parts?" Remy asked. "It is not," Malak said, voice terse. "This is court magic." Remy tensed. "They can control the bloody skies." "Ancients can. But Vasilic is not strong enough for this." "Put out as many torches as you can and shroud the castle in darkness," Ziaudan ordered. "Best not to make us the only light for them to see by." Remy took a deep breath. "And you think they're going to mount an attack?" The patches of sun were all that was stopping them from staging a frontal assault on us. "Double the guards on duty. I don't want anything near our walls without my knowing." The first day passed with little issue, though everyone was keyed up from waiting. Remy accustomed himself to quick catnaps to make up for the shorter bouts of sleep once night came, to store up his strength. He still had an ample supply of bloodwakers at his disposal, and they were all that was stopping him from returning to either Ziaudan or Malek. He'd grown accustomed to feeding off them, albeit normally as foreplay rather than to enhance his strength. This new threat was enough to snap him out of his indulgences. Their blood was potent and addictive, and it was time he cut back. So he downed his less tasty bloodwakers, kept breakers sharp and ready, and waited for the axe to fall. On the second morning, he ambled into Malek's laboratory for his daily checkup, but the noble wasn't at his usual position by the medical sequencer, nor by his fragile display of vials where he inspected blood and other more questionable liquids under glass. Instead, the man sat on a chair by the wall, head in his hands. This was alarming to Remy. Malek took pains to never show feelings, and certainly never to this degree of desolateness. "Something the matter?" he asked, resuming his usual perch by the sterile counter. "Couldn't cure leprosy today?" Muffled, stricken laughter erupted from somewhere between Malek's fingers. "Something the matter," the noble echoed, raising his head. His eyes were bloodshot, stress straining at the sides of his eyes. His hair looked tousled and unkempt for the first time since Remy had known him, not even the fashionably mussed variety the man often sported, but a genuine rat's nest that somehow still didn't detract from his good looks. And he looked murderous. Absolutely murderous. "I've finished analyzing the various blood strains taken from the corpses at the Ministry of the Archives," he said, "to confirm the same blood type present in them all." "Right. The one whose blood started all this." "It's your blood, Remington." Malek was staring at him with cold, furious anger. "It's your blood in all these samples." Remy did his own share of staring right back, still half certain that this was another one of the man's unconventional jests. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "I've never infected anyone, if you don't count my dry wit." And then the breath was knocked out of him in a heavy whoosh. He was shoved back several feet, Malek still on him, and Remy hit the wall hard, ears ringing from the force. The noble kept his arm pressed against Remy's throat, letting him do little more than breathe shallowly. This was nearly a repeat of their first encounter, but this time there was no glint of desire in Malek's eyes, only rage at a perceived betrayal.
Who put you up to this? Edgar Pendergast? Matthew Astonbury? Was this companionship a ruse to gain our confidence, to lay the rot's blame on Ziaudan and I? Malek's grip was starting to surpass being tolerably painful. Let go of me, Remy gasped out. I didn't do whatever the bloody fuck you think I did. Zidane! Ziaudan's voice rang out. What are you doing? Malek stepped back, and Remy sank down to the floor, thankful the man hadn't crushed his windpipe. Pendergast's blood is in all these infected humans, the Third Court King snarled out. He's the rot carrier. Ziaudan shook her head, as boulderized as Remy was. Surely it must be someone else who shares the same blood type he does. I can't imagine how. I've perfected the process to identify a specific person through the unique properties in their blood, using the sequencer Ophelia gifted us. I am not mistaken in this. It's Pendergast's. What's my blood doing in them? Remy wheezed out. That is exactly the question I intend to ask you, Malek snarled. When we fought Vasilic at the caves, he said that you were involved, that you and the Allurians had orchestrated the whole thing, that you carried the rot in your veins. I dismissed it as nothing more than an attempt to strain the ties between us, but now... Are you working with Vasilic Pendergast? Did you do all this just to bring yourself more firmly into our confidence, straight from his bed to ours? Zidane, Ziaudan gasped. How else would Vasilic have known what I would find? How else could your blood have gotten into the most virulent plague in these lands? You've acted as your father's weapon for years. Did he send you here to spy on us? Or did Astonbury use the rivalry with your father as a cover, order you to earn our trust? Is this all a plan to weaken Alluria long enough to seize power from Ophelia? You've fucked people for information before, so what makes this any different? And this time it was Remy's turn to fly at Malek. For all his anger, the noble didn't move to defend himself, and his punch landed solidly against the noble's jaw. Stop it! Ziaudan threw herself between them, wrenching Remy away before he could deliver a second blow. Zidane, do you really believe that Remy could have done this? I couldn't have, Remy shouted. My father's a bastard through and through, but not even he would betray Alluria. Other humans have risked more for lesser rewards. Well, Remy isn't just any other human. Ziaudan raised her hands, pleading. Are you telling me he's capable of manufacturing everything that's happened here? He was genuinely infected back at the Darlan. He could have died. I planned nothing, Remy exploded. I've bled halfway to Leuvenbach these last several years. It shouldn't be hard for someone to find samples of my blood. Malek set a different vial down on the table. It took a much more thorough analysis to realize you already had the necessary antibodies to fight off the rot. You had been exposed to it long before you ever left Louvre. You would have survived being bitten at the caves, and my serum would not have been necessary on you. I assumed that the swiftness of your recovery compared to those in Hui Xin and Lao Fong was due to your physical conditioning. But once I took a closer look... Zidane, Ziaudan began again. Give me one good explanation how this could have been done without him being a willing participant, Ziaudan. Ziaudan hesitated. I can't, she whispered. But there must be a reason. There has to be. Remy? I don't have it, Remy said, desperate. I don't know what's going on. The Reapers at the archives often drew our blood to test for vampire bites and other sicknesses, given our line of work. I can't tell you anything else, only that... A spurt of insight. They started drawing more blood from me over the years. Packets of it. Said it was some new health protocol. They told me Astonbury had wanted more of my blood in particular.
If it's been Astonbury who was experimenting on these mutations, then that's how he would have gotten mine. Even if that is true, and we are to believe you when you say you have never worked with Vasilic, you cannot say the same about never having worked for your father, however you dislike him. From the moment we left the Louvre, you have not been shy about demanding what my role within the Night Court was. Did he order you to seduce us for information? Remy couldn't move. He did, he whispered, because he couldn't lie to them. But I never came to your chambers because of it. I wouldn't. He watched Xiaodan's face fall, her confidence in him finally wavering. The fury on Malik's was still plain to see, but so was his pain. It was a mistake to bring you here, he rasped. It was a mistake to let you close to Xiaodan. My lady, Honfa burst through the door. There's a vampire at the... He stuttered to a halt, noticing the tension. He began again. Milady, there's an injured vampire at our gates. One of Vasilic's coven. No. She claims to be of the Fifth Court, a former member of the Fifth Court, not this new coven of Bo Lan Xiao hiding out at the Darlan, and she's asking for sanctuary. Said she was ambushed by a large pack, which she claims is heading our way. Calls herself Lady Whittaker. Elke, Remy shouted, alarmed. She was supposed to stay in a Louvre. Is this another trick, Pendergast? Malik demanded. I don't even know why she's here. She said your father was attacked, Omega, Honfa said meekly, and that she was faster than any carrier pigeon or messenger Alluria could think to send. Remy felt his knees wobble. My father was attacked. Is he... Allegra scouted the perimeters and reported nothing else amiss, so unless they're very well hidden, I doubt she's come here with any army of her own. No sudden moves, Malik said, tone harsh. Reach for that breaker of yours, and I won't hesitate to kill you where you stand. Do I make myself clear? Remy looked at him. It was as if the last couple of weeks hadn't happened at all. I understand, he said quietly, because there was nothing else left to say. Elke was bleeding in the courtyard, her fire lance beside her. She was cradled in Allegra's lap. Far from looking injured or in pain, she was looking up at the muscular woman with an expression bordering on infatuation. I'm not sure I've ever met your acquaintance before, she said. You arrived here only a few minutes ago, Allegra said. Did I? How impolite of me. Bloody hell, Elke, Remy said, kneeling beside her. If you wanted to visit, you should have sent word beforehand. And spoil the surprise? Relief lit up Elke's face momentarily, though it eventually gave way to worry. Remy, someone tried to kill your father at Loxley House last night. They think it might be the same people, who murdered Astonbury. Is he? He's alive and unharmed. That great butler of his managed to chase the would-be assassin off, but I'm told that your father's in shock. It can't be good for his health. I set out here as soon as I learned everything I could. It would take a good 3 days for a competent pigeon to reach Tingyi, and I figured I'd be faster. You're too good to me, Elke. There was a dull ache in Remy's chest. Edgar Pendergast wasn't much of a father, but he was the only family he had left. I need to return to Louvre. I didn't run all the way here just to drag you back. Something strange is going on with the Allurian court, and I believe your father is not the only target. If you return to Louvre, I'm convinced that there could be an attempt on your life too. Do you have proof of that? Slowly, Elke shook her head. No, I have nothing to go by save for my instincts, though they've saved me too many times in the past for me not to listen. But you all have an even bigger problem at the moment. I believe Lady Song has a few hundred or so vampires squatting on her lands. Oh, we very much do know about it, Xiaodan muttered, but then promptly followed with, Did you say a few hundred? Maybe closer to 2/3 of 1,000, give or take. I saw a whole mess of them. Believe me, it's not something you'd ever want to see when you're travelling alone. I've never seen a horde of vampires standing so silently before. I'm fairly quick on my feet, but... She gestured at her injuries. One of them tried to help me before the others were alerted to my presence. Said I should keep going north if I knew what was good for me, because they'd commandeered everywhere else for miles. Took his advice, because I didn't have much choice, but it did bring me here. A vampire, Remy said. Nondescript face, shaggy, wheat yellow hair and brown eyes. You are acquainted? You could say that. The messenger who'd brought him to the caves had survived and was as helpful as always. Malek gestured, and Honfa hurried forward with a map in his hands. Show me where you encountered them. Lower down this gorge behind your castle. I've never seen so many in a coven in one place before that weren't caught vampires. Most of them didn't even look like kindred. They were... odd. Elke scrutinized the chart carefully, then pointed her finger, running it across the bottom of the large cliff behind Changshui. This area, she said. I recognize the woods they were milling around at. We're defending the wrong side, Malek affirmed grimly. They intend to scale up the waterfall from the opposite end and attack us from behind. There's nothing up there but the lake, Xiaodan exclaimed. They would have to swim through it, then jump off the falls to reach us. Newly turned vampires won't have the endurance for such a... If Vasilic has nearly 1,000 forces at his command, then he wouldn't care about the losses, particularly if many of his followers are the rot-infected who would not protest travelling 20 miles underwater just to strike at our weakest point. He had reason to be so smug. He has far more vampires than he was willing to reveal. Not even a dozen of us against that army. Gideon, Allegra, we need to shore up the rear immediately. How could he have hidden nearly 1,000 vampires and infected? Xiaodan was visibly shaken. Vasilic? Elke sat up, true fear now on her face. He's still alive. You haven't killed him yet. Yes, Malek said curtly, and if you're lying to us, Whitaker... She isn't, Xiaodan said. She hated Vasilic even when the Fifth Court was thriving. She would never ally herself with him. Like bloody hell I would, Elke said with a shudder. I want 2 people keeping an eye on the forests in the north. Everyone else get out the pitchers and line them along the rear of the castle. We'll burn the falls if we have to. The more we can take out with them, the less we'll have to fight. Lady Whitaker, Malek said brusquely. If you intend to leave before they attack, I would suggest doing so now. I've asked Malira to prepare the Hellhests and a carriage to send you back to Alluve. It may take longer than your journey to the palace had, but it would give you ample time to recuperate. You will not want to be here when they come. My wounds are not so severe as that, my lord. Even so, you would find it strenuous to bring Pendergast with you on foot. The ride should take you 4 days, 6 if you stop at night. There is a farmstead 2 miles from Alluve that we use to stable the stallions. They should be in good hands there. The other vampires shifted uncomfortably. Remy's leaving? Honfa asked, turning to Xiaodan, but the woman only bit her lip, bowed her head. But why? Naji demanded. If we're about to be attacked, he could help our defences with... You've wanted him to leave since the day he arrived at Changshui, Malek said coolly. Why change your mind now? Naji looked chastened. I simply don't understand why you're making such a hasty decision. There is nothing to question. His sire is ill. What exactly are you saying? Remy snapped. Malek turned to him then. The cold rage hadn't left the noble, but what was new was the suspicion in his eyes, the look of mistrust that hit Remy like a stab to the gut.
I think it would be best if you return to your father and see to his whims as you've always done, Pendergast. You've outlived your welcome here.
You three were on much better terms when you left the capital, Elke said as the carriage sped on. Care to enlighten me? Remy stared out the window.
It's nothing, he said shortly.
Lady Song had to fight to convince Queen Ophelia to let you accompany them back to Tingyi, and now she lets you leave without another word. Did you at least find something new regarding the First Court?
Not quite.
Then what are you doing?
I'm heading back to Louvre because Father is unwell. Wasn't that why you came all the way here to warn me?
I came because I was worried that you might want to return without my convincing you otherwise. There are strange whisperings in Louvre. The Reapers tried to quash the preacher's calling for hell's damnation, but it only makes those unhinged sots the victims in the people's eyes. I didn't want to say so in the other's presence, but there's a growing resentment against the Queen's court for the alliance with the kindred. The priests were spinning the deaths at the archives as a new conspiracy, saying Lady Song and Lord Malek had created the undead plague, forcibly turning people to fight in their war. But even without all that, the Remy I know would have stayed to fight with the Fourth Court.
Remy kept silent. The rain came down harder.
Lady Song and Lord Malek need us. Your father is unharmed, and he's no sicker than he was when you left. It's not like you're a doctor specializing in whatever he has, that your constant presence is required at his bedside. Look.
Elke fished out a newly reworked knife chain.
I made it tougher and more durable, added 6 more feet to the links because you said you wanted more range. I replaced the thinner blades with the round spikes you wanted. I would have thought you'd prefer to test it out here first. I'd even brought my fire lance, with some of the new and improved adjustments to the lightning specifications you're so admiring of, to help.
Thank you, but that's no longer my choice to make, Remy said bitterly, accepting the gift. As you said, it's not like they asked me to stay. They think I'm responsible for the rot.
What? How?
It's a long story.
Seems like we've got a lot of time for that.
Remy turned his head and stared back in the direction of Changshui. At the speed they were going, it had already disappeared into the distance. They're going to die, he said. Perhaps not Malek, because the bastard always came out on top. But Xiaodan could not handle so many of those vampires without it putting a strain on her heart. And then there was Allegra and Gideon and Naji and everyone else. It wasn't like he could fight 1,000 vampires all by himself either. His presence wouldn't be enough to stem the flow of that particular tide. If Malek was right in his findings, and the arse always was, then his small consolation was that he would be safe from the rot. "What are you doing?" Elke gasped when Remy stuck his head out of the carriage, heedless of their speed.
"Hey!"
Remy yelled at the galloping hellhests.
"Peanut! Biscuit! Oh, no, wait! Caramel! Scone! Cookie! Peanut and cookie! Heel!"
The hellhests were ignoring him, so Remy gritted his teeth and shoved himself out of the window, clinging to the roof of the carriage for dear life as he angled forward and braced his body against the edges. He slid forward, nearly slipped from the wetness and missed the perch, righted himself up in time, and grabbed at the reins. One good tug sent the horses into a startled halt, though it also nearly sent him flying forward over their heads. The undead stallions nickered, then looked curiously back at him. "We're not going to Louvre," Remy told them, more certain now with every word he said. "We're going back to the Eastern Palace, and then we're going to help your family fight, and I don't give a shit what Malek thinks about it." The horses whinnied and were compliant as Remy turned them around. "Do you remember what those vampires you'd seen looked like?" he asked Elke. The vampire frowned. "Others seemed far too young to have been vampires for long. The rest moved sluggishly. Are they mutations? They still looked remarkably human-like. I don't expect any vampires under Vasilic to be particularly stimulating at conversation, but most of them were just standing around. They weren't even talking, just gazing blankly at nothing.
The Coven Youngbloods were the noisy ones. I didn't have time to think much about it because they spotted me soon after that. Elke's mouth fell open. Ah, were they infected? Then how are they being controlled? That's a question someone smarter than me is going to have to answer. But right now, Remy gave a quick flick at the reins, and the horses began to move again, this time back to Chang Shui. I'm going to help them. You're right, Elke. I shouldn't have left in the first place. The Hellhests were back to full speed. I still could have reined them in myself, you know, Elke said. That was far too risky of you to do. You're injured. I've got some scrapes and bruises, but nothing that would immobilize me. I was just hamming it up back at the palace. Otherwise, that gorgeous warrior with the frown and the pretty hair would never have given me the time of day. And, meaning no offence, as capable as you are, you were never this nimble before you left the Louvre. Being their familiar has given me some unexpected attributes. And when were you planning on telling me this? Elke's eyes narrowed dangerously. Is it Lady Song, or Lord Malek? Remy cleared his throat, pushed the horses to go faster so he could pretend to ignore Elke's gleeful shout. You topped them both! Remington Adrian Pendergast, you sly dog! Chapter 29. The Siege. The attack had begun soon after he and Elke had left. As Malek had predicted, Vasilic had not attacked Chang Shui head-on, where the numerous obstacles and hidden traps would have taken out a good number of his followers. He was hitting them from the rear, using his minions' lack of fear of running water to his advantage, and the raging storm still in progress was doing the defenders no favours, because it was diminishing the fires the Fourth Court had started around their moat. Gua Yang had told him that few vampires would think of leaping off the waterfall, despite their enhanced abilities, but neither of them realized then how easily the infected could be compelled to climb tens of thousands of feet up the opposite end of the cliff, swim through miles of water, and then make the dizzying jump from there to the fortress. The barricades should have been more than enough. There were sharpened stakes in rows along the outer walls facing the waterfalls, where any average vampire would have immediately found themselves impaled after leaping down from such heights. But with the infected, these were no real obstacles. With mounting horror, Remy watched several wriggling atop the poles. Some lay inert, others revived almost instantly, pulling themselves away with a bloody, moist, wrenching sound, and then continuing their descent down toward the battlements, wounds already regenerating, their previously human-shaped bodies morphing into more repugnant forms. The stakes were triggering their extended mutations. They were growing stronger with every resurrection. You're going to help me climb up that waterfall because I can't do that on my own, Remy said. The Hellhests seemed to be aware of the obstacles as well, detouring around the fortress and bypassing the front gates. We won't get past the main walls. Far too many traps. Not enough time to go through them slowly. Armiger Remington! Honfa was peering over the battlements at them, startled. Remy saw Naji behind him, looking surprised and pleased. I thought you were heading back west to Aluria. Change of plans. Any chance you could haul us up? Hold on. Let me find something. Honfa cut down a vampire who had tried to come up behind him unawares. A few minutes later, a rope ladder was dropped down. Think you can get up on your own with this? By the time Remy and Elke had both hauled themselves up over the walls, Honfa and Naji were already engaging another 4 vampires, 3 obviously infected from their blank stares and single-mindedness, and the last one of Vasilic's youngbloods. Elke pounced on the latter as soon as she landed, swinging with her fire lance. The vampire paused, mouth agape, as a deep red slash appeared on his throat. With a spinning kick, Elke sent him over the wall they'd just climbed up from. Another modification? Remy asked, observing the retractable blade that now jutted out from the end of the barrel, a complement to the regular sword already built into the other side. What can I say? Watching you with Breaker has always been inspiring. Knew you wouldn't stay away, Nadji said, slicing an infected cleanly through. Once Honfer had taken down the other two, the youth produced a small syringe, drew out liquid from a small vial inside a pouch at his waist. He took out another bottle and tossed it at Remy, followed by 2 more needles. Take these. It'll immobilize any of the rot-infected we've killed, prevents them from reviving. We're planning to head up the waterfall, Remy said. Is there a way up from here? You're going to have to run up the Eastern Palace's highest tower, then make the jump from there. That's how we do it. Should be easy enough for you if you've been sucking on my brother and his fiancée's blood the last few days. I haven't, matter of fact. You'll need to talk to them for replenishments then. They're fighting on top of the falls as we speak. What? Why? There'd be more of these bastards down here if it weren't for them up there. They ordered us to stay put and fight off anything that gets past them, but since they didn't expect you to come back like you did, I suppose they won't be mad if I send you up to them. They toss the infected our way, we run around and inoculate as many as we can with my brother's serum. A mutated figure landed hard on the ground 10 feet away from them, a lifeless blob of flesh and blisters. See? Nadji said. Will the rest of you be all right? Honfer gestured at a stack of barrels lined up along the battlements. We've got enough pitch here to fry up a kingdom if it gets down to it, but the rain's putting a literal damper on our plans. Still, Lady Xiaodan and Lord Zidan's keeping the influx of vampires here to a trickle, so we're managing well. You want to climb up? Elke echoed blankly, staring petrified at the gushing cascade of water above them. You do know there's a reason they built the castle against the waterfall side of the cliffs, right? We hate moving water. We sink like dead weight. Basilic's able to get them up there because the infected don't think enough to be afraid. That's where we ought to be. Elke sighed and squared her shoulders. The things I do for love. I'll take you on my back, Armiger, Nadji said, grinning. I can tie a sash around you like a newborn babe if you're afraid of falling. Remy did so reluctantly, forgoing the sash to keep a death grip on Nadji while he clambered easily up the rocks, trying not to look down at the emptiness below them. Elke often said that she was the nimblest vampire in the 5th Court, and it was no false claim. She jumped from rock to stone formation to overhang with the surety of a mountain goat and the gracefulness of a dancer, though she'd never made the ascent before, and soon they were all standing atop the falls. Atop the falls, in a spot roughly 20 yards wide, where the water only went up to Remy's thighs, and nothing else that could pass for land for miles around them. Xiaodan and Malik were there. So were the infected, who were slowly pulling themselves up from the deeper portions of the lake and into the shallows with them. Some had already mutated, massive enough that their clothes had been replaced by oversized tumors all over their bodies, larger than even their heads. Their eyeballs were straining, bulging from the inner pressure of muscles expanding beyond what their skins could withstand. Remy! Xiaodan cried out. She and her betrothed were throwing off almost as many of the mutations who had successfully climbed up to face them, but more were rising up from beneath the lake's surface. You're not going to be able to fight them off this way, Remy grated. Do you have a better idea, Pendergast? Malik ripped one infected's head from the rest of its body out of sheer strength, kicking the carcasses off the falls. I always have a fucking better idea. You killed Vasilic yet? The coward has yet to show his face. Then maybe this will help get his attention. I want you all off this rock. What exactly are you planning to do? Xiaodan didn't look winded yet, the short breaks in between infected staggering out of the water, giving her time to rest. Can you all make a leap from here back to Changshui? Of course, Xiaodan said. We know a method to land safely past the spikes. I can assist Lady Whittaker if need be. In that case, Elke, I have need of your fire lance. Words I never thought you would say, Elke said, grinning, lifting the weapon onto her shoulder. I can guess at what you intend to do, but you forget that we're standing in water. The shock will kill us just as much as it will kill them, probably even worse. That's why I don't want anyone else here when I do it. And then what? Have us return to retrieve your burnt corpse? Xiaodan bisected another vampire, then scowled at him. I've handled fire lances before. I can do it. My idea, my finger on the trigger. My weapon, Elke said. My lightning. Xiaodan isn't familiar with the new changes I made to this lovely little jewel. Lightning? Naji asked. That lance possesses lightning inside of it. Lightning, Malek said, eyes gleaming. A clean shot will be enough to incapacitate everything in these waters, prevent them from reviving quickly, long enough for us to properly dispose of them. That was the plan, Elke admitted. Not quite Reaper regulations, decidedly. Shall we? Let's do it, the noble decided, and the redhead charged up the fire lance, the barrel sparking merrily. Wait, Naji said uncertainly. What are they doing? The rot-infected, who had already emerged from the water, were staring at Remy. They drew closer. Don't come near me, you bastards. Much to his surprise, the mutations obeyed, slowly shuffling to a stop. How are you doing this? Xiaodan asked. I do not fucking know, Remy said. Don't move. None of you fucking move. And then he felt it. A sluggishness in his head, a rumbling of indistinct voices crowding into his mind, growing louder by the second. Don't move, he shouted, and the murmurings in his head ceased abruptly. None of the creatures moved. Experimentally, Remy took a step toward them and artlessly took off one of their heads. It sank into the lake, bobbed up briefly and sailed merrily down the falls, and still the rest of the infected didn't blink. They were made with infusions of your blood, Malek said. It may be all that's necessary to establish a connection. Why didn't it happen earlier, with others we've faced? Hell should I know, Remy growled. I'm not deliberately controlling them, if that's what you're implying. I just yelled at them to stop. Think I can make them dance? And then a large, beefy hand rose up from the water and latched onto a small rock bordering the shallows, gripping it with enough force that bits of the stone crumbled underneath its grip. With a sickening, lurching sound, like something wet and hairy was sliding grossly over the slimy moss, a colossus lifted itself up from the cliff's edge. Oh no, Xiaodan said. It stepped toward them, its great eyes devoid of intelligence. It had a face that was familiarly blank, and yet animated, twitching with a repugnant, grasping hunger. It looked like it was made of the rock itself, its skin grey and hard. It was at least 9 feet tall, its fists like boulders. What is that? Elke gasped. The final form of what Vasilic wants his infected vampires to be, Xiaodan said grimly. Invulnerable, capable of controlling a small army of its own, and completely loyal to him. Listen to me, ugly, Remy ordered. Stab yourself. The Colossus ignored him. Either it's not my blood powering that hideous body, or its head's too dense to take in any more commands. Are we ready, Lady Whitaker? Malek grunted. Give me another minute. The lightning rods take a while to reach the required strength necessary. I'm not sure we have a minute to spare. Xiaodan was before the hulking brute in an instant, battering at its chest and torso. Remy could see the Colossus take in the blows with little effort, unrelenting even as its stomach twisted and deformed from the force of her assault. It reached out to grab her, but Xiaodan ducked out of the way and kept up the attack at a new angle, focusing on its back and forcing it to turn away from them to engage with her. Lady Whitaker, Malek said tersely. We're ready, Elke shouted. It was the Summer Lord's turn to move in close and hammer at the Colossus. His punches weren't as strong as Xiaodan's, but it did the trick. The Colossus shuffled back around, and Xiaodan made a flying leap, using the creature's head as a stepping stone to return to her fiancé's side. "Now!" Remy shouted. Malek grabbed him and jumped with the others, just as Elke levelled her fire lance on the waters beside the Colossus, shooting just as she leapt. Remy could feel the sizzle of lightning slammed through every infected atop the falls. Some floated to the surface, lifeless. Others fell, plummeting down into the rapids. But the Colossus was made of sturdier stock. Its gigantic body jolted from the powerful thunderbolt, shuddering uncontrollably as the deadly light crackled through it, ricocheted into the shallows, gained second life when it sizzled in the surrounding waters, and then rebounded back into its hideous form. It made one last leap for them. Would have snatched Elke had Remy not thrown Breaker at the monster at the last moment. The base of it hit the creature fully in the face, pushing it a few steps back, far enough for its fingers to claw at air instead of the redhead. Remy was too busy watching the Colossus, even as the grotesque mutation receded from his view while they plummeted down the falls, to realize the danger they were still in until his left side began to throb. He heard Malek throw out a curse and veer sharply to the right. And then something painful slammed into Remy, and then he was somersaulting without Malek, free-falling down towards the palace below. This was bad. Remy was good at what he did, but no amount of training in the world could prepare a very human body with very fragile bones to hit the ground at this velocity. There was nothing to hold on to, and the next closest thing to grasp was still a few hundred or so feet below. His hand dug into his coat pocket and felt the familiar cool touch of silver. "Thank you, Elke," Remy whispered, fishing out his new knife chain. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." It was nerve-wracking to time his attempt, with the ground rushing eagerly up to him, but he pulled it off. He threw the links like a grappling hook once he'd drawn close enough to the highest of Chang Shui's towers, the chain wrapping securely around a protruding beam. After that, all Remy had to do was hold on tightly while he let momentum do the rest of the work, swinging him forward so he could tumble safely onto the parapets, Xiaodan on hand to catch him before anything else could break his fall. Another quick tug shook the links free, clattering beside him. Remy staggered up and turned to see Vasilic and Malek now fighting, leaping from lattice to rooftop to turret. There was a heavy gash across Malek's shoulder. The noble had taken the blow meant for him. There was a fresh desperation to Vasilic's movements, as if he was only realizing he was losing despite starting out with the bigger army. The vampire coven leader wielded a broadsword, and Malek was countering his attacks with his own curved saber. They both blurred back into view at the palace courtyard, breathing heavily. "It shouldn't have gone this far," Vasilic snarled. "We could have ruled the world together, Zidane, if you hadn't let that simpering fourth-court woman with her infatuation with humans sway you. The world is changing, and the old ways have been rendered obsolete with the old ancients, Vasilic." Malek dodged, and his sword sang a counterpoint, catching the other man on the leg. "We must adapt, or you will follow them into irrelevance soon enough." "Never!" Vasilic shouted. "We were like gods, Zidane. Even as the first's whore, you lived like a king. We could have had the humans bowing before us, fearing us, worshipping us, while we eradicated what remained of the other courts. And here you are, bowing before them like a dog, taking a hunter into your bed. It is good that King Ishkabal did not live to see you fallen so low." "Ishkabal died on his hands and knees, begging for a mercy he did not deserve, Vasilic. I do not want to live as a king. I am content to be a man." Vasilic wiped at his mouth. "Then it is all the more fitting to see you reprise your sire's last moments," he said. "See how cruel you are, Zidane, to the people you claim to want." "Tell me who brought the storms, Vasilic.
However you may boast, it is not you who leads this attack." The vampire only grinned and blurred to a new position. "Wouldn't you like to know the powerful ancients who have allied with me?" Remy heard Elke gasp and saw another heavier, larger figure land on the courtyard, hitting with enough force that the stones actually shattered from its weight. He stared at the colossus, which rose to its full height. In its great, meaty hands, it clasped Remy's breaker. "Well," Xiaodan said, imitating Remy's exact tone of voice whenever he said the same thing. "Fuck." "How did it recover?" Elke asked, stunned, and then retreated hastily when the colossus lumbered forward, swinging his new weapon indiscriminately. "Stay away from him, Elke. That one won't feel any pain." Remy leaped out of the way himself as Breaker swiped dangerously close. He had no other weapon on hand save for his knife chain, so he began spinning that, trying to keep the hulking brute at bay. Whatever it lacked in intellect, it was nonetheless quick to adapt, reaching out to grab the lynx. Its massive strength sent Remy skidding forward, struggling to retain the chain even as the monster swung his own scythes back at him. "No!" Xiaodan drew close enough to score a deep gash across the beast's back, and the monster redirected its attentions to her, sensing the bigger threat. "You're fighting me, Jian Nu Ren." Whatever she said, the colossus took offense. It let go of the knife chain, and it was Remy who staggered backward this time. "You fought these damn things before," he gasped out. "It's evolved for endurance. You can't keep this up for long." "It has to have a weakness," Xiaodan insisted. "Everything does, even something this monstrous." "Honfa!" "Milady!" the bearded vampire bellowed from across the courtyard. "How long will it take for the tar to be ready?" 10, perhaps 15 minutes, milady. It will need the temperatures that Lord Zidane calculated for it to be of any use. Bring it now, and position it over the enclave as we discussed." There weren't as many young bloods scampering up the walls through the front, and their numbers were much more manageable, given that most of the rot-infected had been indefinitely indisposed, judging from the bodies that were still going over the waterfall. Remy kept an eye on Xiaodan even as he used his knife chain to slice through a few more of the Coven kindred who'd refused to admit defeat, spinning it effortlessly above his head to wreak havoc. Occasionally, they would grab at it, trying to make him weaponless just as the Colossus had, but he had a couple more daggers waiting inside his sleeves to throw, and they relinquished their grip permanently soon enough. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes. Xiaodan was still as agile as ever, attacking the Colossus seemingly in all directions at once, probing for a weak point. The battle between Malek and Vasilik was still raging, neither prepared to admit defeat. Malek's injury was more severe than he had let on, his movements slower than Remy was used to seeing from him. The third court noble was also distracted, gaze constantly flicking towards Xiaodan's fight. He avoided a debilitating blow from Vasilik that scored a light slash across his torso, one that would have been deeper if he hadn't shifted in time. "You're not as spry as you once were, old man," Vasilik taunted. "Don't worry. Once my warrior finishes off your girl, I'll make sure you join her right away." Malek didn't even condescend to reply, and a quick jab from him sent a deeper, uglier slash across Vasilik's chest. The man snarled and redoubled his attack. 10 minutes. The weariness beginning to shadow Xiaodan's face told Remy all he needed to know. She'd been fighting atop the waterfall for much longer than this. "Where are you going?" Elke asked, staking a vampire quickly so she could glare at Remy. "I want my weapon back." He hurled his chain at the Colossus again. The creature was slower to react this time around, and the lynx wrapped securely around Breaker, catching just underneath the joints where his twin scythes were attached to the bludgeon. He tugged hard, but the monster was unyielding. It jerked back, yanking him forward a few feet. Remy gritted his teeth and dug in, refusing to let go.
"Remy?" Xiaodan asked. She was already breathing hard, her face pained.
"Catch your breath and let me handle this." His feet began to skid along the ground, forcing him inexorably toward the Colossus, who was dragging him in link by link. "Let me try. Give Breaker back to me, you—" What was that tingy word for fucker again? "Chaunima!" The Colossus's arms shot forward, and Remy scampered out of the way. He nearly had a fist to the face, but dodged just in time, and the glancing blow he took on his side as a result all but sent him to his knees. Remy rolled, narrowly avoiding the Hulk's foot stomping him dead into the stonework. The Colossus brought Breaker down again, and Remy sidestepped, grabbed at his weapon, and suddenly found himself face to face with the giant, who was even uglier and more malodorous up close. The Colossus yanked Breaker out of his grip and prepared to deliver a final fatal blow, but Remy hadn't gotten this near to the demon's spawn to come out the loser. Instead, his fingers jerked over to his sleeve and came back out with his last knife. The Colossus didn't howl when the dagger plunged into its left eye. It didn't cry out in pain or even let go of Breaker. It did step back, as if puzzled by the sudden change in its vision, leaving Remy scrambling for safety. "Milady!" The cry that came from above sounded a lot like Honfa. "I'm ready!" "Thank you, Honfa." Some of the colour had returned to Xiaodan's face. She rose to her feet, strength renewed. "Over here, you bastard!" The Colossus's head whipped back toward her. Xiaodan had picked up Remy's knife chain, which he and the creature had both lost in the scuffle. She copied his movements, spinning it in a circle over her head. Her wrist flicked forward, and the knife scored long, dark slashes against the Colossus's chest. If Remy had made that attempt, it would have done no more than a glancing blow. Ignoring the dagger still sticking out of its eye, the Colossus stalked her. Xiaodan lashed out again, even as she continued to retreat, raining fresh wounds on its sides and face. She was luring it away from them into the inner courtyard. Deprived of his usual weapons, Remy snatched up a sword from one of the fallen vampires and followed. As the Colossus shuffled past an overhang, a black viscous substance poured down on it from above, drenching it completely. "Milady!" Honfa shouted. He was holding a barrel over his head, its contents now emptied onto the brute. Beside him was the grim-faced Allegra, who raised a crossbow, in which an arrow already lit on fire had been knocked, and aimed it at the Colossus. With a twang, she set it loose. The monster caught fire. It paused, its gigantic body aflame, and painstakingly continued its pursuit of Xiaodan, albeit decidedly slower this time. "How is it still standing?" Honfa roared, amazed. "Because it's going to take more than hell to end its cursed half-life," Xiaodan replied. Still swinging the chain, she nodded at the special compartment Lu Fei had shown Remy days before, the one similar in build to the archives vault underneath a Louvre. "Open it." "Milady, you can't. If you're trapped in there with it, you could—" "Open the container, Honfa. That's an order." Something sharp, circular and spinning moved through the air, cutting deeply into the Colossus's shins. The creature sank down on one knee, momentarily incapacitated. Queen Yingwei marched forward. No longer the small and frail figure Remy had last seen in her quarters, she was now dressed in armor, breastplate gleaming. A beautifully crafted helmet with hammered steel wings were forged onto either side of the headpiece. She caught the weapon again as it came spinning back toward her. It appeared to Remy like a circular saw with handles attached for gripping. "Mother!" Xiaodan cried out. "Where are my other soldiers?" the Queen demanded. "Who is it this time? Montague? Gorgona? Have our men and women grown so lax as to allow our castle walls to be breached? Must I do everything myself?"
Mother, please be careful. I have fought far greater beasts than this, my child. Surely one of Etrien's experiments, by the looks of it, though none he has wrought has ever gotten the better of me. What have I told you about brutes of such sizes, Xiaodan? The Queen aimed for the Colossus's legs again, and the hulk sagged down a second time. It doesn't matter how big they are if they bow down before you in the end. A coven vampire made for her, but the Queen dispatched it easily, even as she turned to face 3 more. The Colossus climbed back to its feet with greater effort, its steps slower, limping. "Get him inside the vault," Xiaodan said. "You're too exhausted for this," Remy barked. "I won't need to use as much effort in an enclosed space. Shut the door as soon as I give the word." Xiaodan backed into the container, the monster trudging in after her. Remy rushed toward the vault. Through the opening, he spied her crouching down in the farthest corner of the enclosed room, waiting, the whole of her tense and ready. The Colossus filled up the cramped compartment and reached for her with one ham fist. "Now!" Xiaodan shouted. Honfa was already slamming the door shut with clear finality, and then fled from the vault with his eyes closed. The other Fourth Court vampires were covering their faces too, or running away as fast as they could. Helplessly, Remy watched as Xiaodan held out her hands, a bright light glowing around her. "Eat shit, you fodder-swamped coxcomb," she said, before the sun's fury blasted from her fingers. The explosion sent Remy to the ground, the walls of the vault expanding from the concussive force as the brightest light he'd ever seen filled the room. As the dust settled and the gloom returned, acrid black smoke began to drift from inside the small opening. Remy scrambled to the door, then yelped with pain at finding its handles too hot to touch. He shook off his coat, wrapped it around his hands, and forced the vault open, fearing the worst. Xiaodan stood in the middle of the blackened room, smiling. Remy saw the charred carcass on the floor, much smaller in size than the creature that had entered only seconds before. "Oh," Elke said as she reached his side, blinking rapidly after not having completely shielded her eyes in time. "Well, there was something I never expected to see again." "Again?" Remy echoed. "How do you think she killed Etrien's Sauveterre and most of the Fifth Court? If I hadn't fled, I would have been ashes myself." Honfa sidled close to Remy. "Chao Ni Ma," he said helpfully. "Not Chao Nima. That's an alpaca." Xiaodan's frustration with certain aspects of the Illurian language is clearer to me now, Remy said. There was a low moan. Queen Yingwei sank to her knees, staring blankly at the vault and the dead Colossus within. "Mother!" Xiaodan sounded exhausted. She looked ready to collapse but forced herself to walk toward the Queen. "Are you—" "Stay away from me," the older woman hissed, shrinking from her touch. "Stay far away from me." "Mother, I said stay away." The cutting saw was back in the older woman's hand, aimed at Xiaodan's throat. "You are no daughter of mine. Monster! Sun-wielder! You will be the death of us all. You have caused the ruin of the Fourth Court. They will kill us like they killed Lilith." Xiaodan began to tremble. Remy took the initiative, pulling her into his arms and away from Yingwei. "I think someone else should attend to your mother," he said gently. "I'll take care of her, milady," Honfa promised. Xiaodan could only nod and allow Remy to carry her away, Elke following closely behind. The battle between Malek and Vasilik had come to a halt. The Fifth Court leader was on his knees, hand pulling at his hair as if in agony. Malek stood a few feet away, wary and on guard, but not pushing his advantage. "You killed my prized warrior,"
Vasilic shrieked at Ziaudan. Impossible! As my love always says, Ziaudan said, grinning weakly but defiantly. Improbable, but never impossible. He dropped to the ground without my brother ever touching him, Naji whispered. The youth had been watching the fight, hands trembling like he itched to join in. When you killed that Hulk, it caused him pain. It's over, Vasilic, Malek said wearily. Your army has been defeated. Your Colossus no use to you other than compost. This is your last chance to leave with your head still attached to your shoulders before I change my mind. Surrender, and I will be lenient. After everything he's done, you're going to let him go, Remy exploded. Vasilic laughed weakly. Your little bloodling lover has the right idea, Malek. Are you going to let me escape, knowing I might return another day with an even bigger army of colossi? These are my terms, Vasilic, Malek said coldly. Make your choice. You seek to build a reputation of strength and power, Zidane, but in truth you are just as soft-hearted as your cursed little fiancé here. You said I wasn't the only one involved in this enterprise, and you are right. The storm around us is not my doing. It's not over. There will be more armies. The rot shall continue to spread and overwhelm human lands. What are you talking about? Remy snapped, stepping forward. Who are you working with? Vasilic smiled, and blood dripped down from inside his mouth. This is all your fault, bloodling. You shouldn't have been here. You should have been on your way back to Alluria by now. My kindred would have overwhelmed Chang Shui, brought about the deaths of Queen Yingwei and her daughter, but you shall lose this war yet. Already another army marches for Alouv. You'll be surprised to find who leads it, Zidane. That holds little interest to me. It should. I promised your bloodling here that I would turn my back on the First Court, tell him everything he needed to know about the Empress, if he only joined forces with me. And still he chose you. His nails raked at the ground, his face twisted in despair. Always they choose you, Zidane. Why? You throw them away, and still they come crawling back. Suddenly he was moving, and this time his target wasn't Malek. This one won't be able to crawl back to you, he snarled. Remy saw him approach, but could do little with Ziaudan half-conscious in his arms, so on instinct he did the only thing he could, turn to use his body to shield hers from the incoming sword. There was a heavy, sickeningly wet sound. Vasilic gurgled, black blood pouring from his mouth. A blade had sprouted from the center of his chest, and the hands that had once attempted to kill Remy could do nothing more than to grasp at his shoulder as he sank down, no longer able to bear his own weight. The vampire's eyes were still trained on Remy, lips moving soundlessly. From behind him, Malek wrenched his saber free. Malek, Vasilic guttered, clasping at Remy's wrist with his other hand, though his grip was limp. Malek. Elke gently took Ziaudan away. Remy gripped the other man's hand, guiding him down as the vampire's fingers, still on his shoulder, slackened. Zidane, Vasilic whispered, taking in another final breath, so low that Remy thought he had only imagined the words. Zidane killed your mother. And then he sighed, and his body shriveled up, turning into dust that quickly dissipated before it touched the ground. Chapter 30. Forgiveness. It was far more difficult to clean up the corpses than it had been to kill them. Remy grunted as he lifted a body onto the wagon Honfa had brought, loaded up half a dozen more,
then paused to glare at the stack they'd accumulated. "How many does that make so far?" 653, Allegra said. While Remy had to pause every now and then to rest his aching muscles, the woman showed no such weakness, tossing 12 corpses into the wagon for every 3 that he managed. It was tempting to leave all the bodies in the lake, but Allegra pointed out that they would likely contaminate the waters, attract other unwanted creatures, and eventually pop back up onto the surface anyway, bloated and engorged. Most of the rotted corpses had deteriorated enough that identifying their remains was nearly impossible. Vasilic had targeted entire villages. There would be very few left alive to mourn them. After that came the children, the hardest by far. Remy had insisted on accompanying Allegra and the others to the Dar Lan. Honfer was as familiar with the caves as Malek had been, and among the 5 of them, they'd found more of the unfortunate infected and put them out of their misery. Remy focused on bringing them out, instead of the cave walls threatening to close in on him once more. It was easier this time. There was still enough of Malek's serum to ensure that none of the corpses would rise again. Lady Song would handle the burnings once she felt better, Lu Fei had said. Just not today. One more mystery remained unsolved. After Vasilic's death, the skies had cleared, the sunlight returning in waves past the clouds. At least one other vampire had gotten away from the siege at Changshui, a powerful one. Remy hated loose ends. "Xiaodan said you were injured here," Melira said as she carried out several of the small broken bodies with as much gentleness as she could, as they all were trying to do. Remy looked down at the young raven-haired girl he was holding, her eyes staring out at nothing. "Had my guard down," he said gruffly, laying the child on the wagon. "Was trapped in a cave myself when I was younger." "A wonder you'd even found a way to both her ladyship and Lord Zidane, knowing how deep these caverns can go. More surprised to see how many rotters are in here. You'd think that the humans would have missed them." "They were taken over the course of many years. Runaways, mostly." He should have known. How many reports had he sifted through of these children? How many times had he persisted even in the face of his old man's dismissiveness? Should he have done more? Others were taken from outside Illyria, in kingdoms like Burgros and Falachi farther away. "Where I suppose the loss of villagers isn't considered as important," Melina sighed. "You didn't need to accompany us for this, Armiga. You require sleep. Lady Xiaodan's still unconscious according to Lu Fei, and Lord Zidane's not in the best shape either, though no one really knows how to stop him when he insists on shutting himself in the laboratory like this." "I'll drag him out. Beat some sense into him." The girl smiled. "You like him, don't you, Lord Zidane? And Lady Xiaodan too. Never seen them so happy the last couple of days, attack notwithstanding." Remy wasn't too sure about that. "Zidane killed your mother," Vasilic had said. Would he have used his dying breath to lie, to sow more discord between them? Yes. The dead vampire had promised him all he knew of the Night Empress, and yet the chances were higher that he'd been working with her all along. And his threat that an army led by the Night Court would soon descend on Illyria, maybe he'd been lying about that as well. After all, Vasilic had told Malek that Remy had willfully infected the villagers, and Remy knew fuck all about that. No, it was best not to dwell too much on the man's last words, when he'd been false about so many other things. The words dug into his back, all the same. A burr he couldn't shake free. Malek hadn't heard the words. The noble had stumbled back and stared down at the ashes of his former lover in wordless shock, as if he hadn't been the one to land the killing blow. He had closed himself off at the palace laboratory ever since, leaving only to attend to Xiaodan, who was still asleep. It wasn't the right time to demand answers, and Remy, all too aware of the man's grief, had chosen to give him the space he needed. He at least owed him that. He'd been rightfully pissed that Zidane had thought him capable of creating the rot, when half the time he couldn't even figure out the Vampire Lord's simplified explanations of his own experiments, and Remy would be a damn hypocrite if he jumped to conclusions about the man in the same way. He was too soft, like his father had said. Must have gotten it from his mother. And then he wondered if his mother had only been soft because she'd loved his father, like kindness had ever been a sin. Once Remy returned to the capital, inquiries were in order. There was always the hope that Astonbury's successor wouldn't hate him as the former Lord High Steward had, but Remy had never been known for his optimism. His hunt for the first court had barely progressed. Malek said he knew nothing that had taken place there since he'd left, and Remy believed him. But if there were kindred armies out there with plans to attack Illyria, then he needed to report to Her Majesty immediately. They kept the corpses near the waterfalls inside a small, narrow cave. Honfa sealed it temporarily with a pile of rocks. You never know, eh? To safeguard them until Xiaodan woke. There was no need for a burial, but Melira felt like they owed the infected some measure of dignity, and recited a poem for them in melodic Ting Yen. May they return to us as seeds in the wind, she translated for him when he asked, so that we may enjoy their beauty after they grow where they land, and may we rest in their shade. May their souls know peace. It's beautiful, he said. It gives me comfort, and I hope it does the same to their spirits. Would you like to contribute something from Illyria to the eulogy? Well, it's not Illyrian, Remy said, and his mother's song sprang to his lips. He felt self-conscious now that he had a larger audience than was the norm, but Honfa leaned back against a tree, closing his eyes, and Melira nodded along to the melody with a smile on her face. Something in the foliage around the nearby woods shifted with a sudden flash of colour halfway through the song. He broke off. What's the matter? Melira asked curiously, but Remy gestured at her and the others to be silent. Again, another flash of brown and dark red. Remy ran toward it, pausing once he'd reached the forest edge, because he knew better than to plunge through without support. For a moment, he found himself staring at a strange sight, a figure in a thick hood, wrapped in a cloak of dark scarlet. Its features were unseen, but he thought it was gazing back at him. It was the same one he'd spotted at the Darlan. Remy blinked, and it was gone. He watched and waited, not trusting himself to breathe until he was certain, but whoever it was did not reappear. Honfa, Melira, and Lu Fei scoured the forests thereafter, but in the end they said they had found nothing. Xiaodan slept for 2 days straight, and Malek was in his laboratory for nearly as long, emerging only periodically and very briefly to ask for any updates regarding Xiaodan's health when he wasn't visiting her himself. After the whole grisly business dealing with the dead bodies was over and done with, Remy scrubbed himself clean and raw, then spent what time he could dozing off at an armchair by Xiaodan's bed to make up for her betrothed's lapse. He spun breaker, trained and sparred with the other kindred in the mornings. He ate copious amounts of food because it was hard to say no to Elke, who had taken over the kitchens at her insistence. As a vampire who had lived among humans for many years now, she had pointed out, and Remy's closest friend to boot, it was natural to want to see to his health while he concentrated on Xiaodan's. You never cook this much for me in Kinna-Ear, Remy complained. That's because you rarely told me in advance how long you were staying at Allouve, so I could never prepare well enough beforehand. You seem much more settled here. Besides, she added with a mischievous glint in her eye that told him she was up to some new trouble, I'm doing this as a favour for someone else. When she wasn't trying to woo Allegra into the temporary quarters she'd been provided with by Honfa, the stone-faced vampire warrior appeared strangely resistant to her flirtations, which the former Fifth Court vampire took as a challenge. Elke told Remy of what he'd missed at Louvre while he was away. "I wanted to warn you about the assault on your father, of course," she said. "But there is more. The Marquess of Riones has been investigating Astonbury's death. He knows of our friendship, and asked me to convey the few details he could reveal about the murder. It all circles back to the suspect the butler had mentioned seeing, entering his study." "Yes, the one that Ferron initially claimed was me. But the butler wasn't really the butler, was he?" "Well, Ferron hasn't learned that at all. He's still calling you the culprit. He's realized that Her Majesty has no plans to appoint him for Lord High Stewardship, and he's been ticked ever since. He's echoing the rising vampire hysteria the preachers are spreading and blaming you, Lady Song, and Lord Malek for it. The Marquess of Riones has been doing his best to deny his accusations, but logic has little sway in the Louvre right now. Do you think he's working with whoever it is using your blood for the rot?" "I suspect every one of Astonbury's lackeys at this point. This isn't a coincidence. Someone's taking great pains to frame me, not just for his murder, but for the rot, and they've been using the doctors to bleed me dry for months. I can try to find out more when I return." "When you return?" "I came here because I couldn't trust anyone else to tell you. The Queen doesn't want to let it get out that your father was targeted, in fear that it might inspire similar attacks against other Reapers. Ferron isn't the only minister from the opposition capitalizing on the preacher's sermons. They're claiming it's a plan from the Third and Fourth Courts to politically bend Illyria to their will. Lord Malek and Lady Song are no longer welcome in the capital, and I don't think you will be either." Queen Yingwei had reverted back to listlessness, rousing only once to ask Naji politely where her husband was. Remy received the news with sadness, knowing Xiaodan would be heartbroken. Malek continued to annoy him with his absence. Couldn't the noble spare an hour to be by her side, should she wake earlier than expected? The vampire also refused to let anyone else see to the wounds he'd sustained during the fight with Vasilic. Remy wasn't even sure the man had slept since. Remy had tried to make that point once when he'd caught Malek visiting Xiaodan, only to be informed politely, coldly, that he was not the one in the room with medical experience, and that Malek could handle himself just fine. Later that day, Remy decided his patience had human limits. "What are you doing in here?" Malek barked without looking up when Remy marched into the laboratory unannounced. As always, some medical apparatus was on the table, and the vampire was looking through it at some new speck of blood or whatever bullshit he was occupying himself with instead of his fiancée. "Nothing." Remy perched at his usual spot at the table, leaning forward on his elbows with his hands tucked comfortably under his chin, and watched the man work. 10 minutes ticked by. 15 minutes. 20. Malek lifted his head, removed the eyepiece he wore for inspecting the stained blips on his glass slides. Then he took off his gloves and threw them angrily down on the table with a faint smack. "What do you want, Pendergast?" "Like I said, nothing," Remy said. "I've been sitting here doing absolutely nothing at all. Just like when you say your wounds are nothing, that nothing is messing with your head so badly that you need to hide out here at all hours despite needing some bloody rest yourself. That there's nothing to worry about. Nothing. Doing absolutely fucking goddamn nothing. There is little you can do for me. I'm a vampire, my wounds will heal." "They'll heal slowly, is what's going to happen. As you're fond of pointing out, there are a good amount of things I don't understand. I need them explained to me with simple drawings and hand puppets. I could be the tip of a blade and not be its sharpest point. But once I do catch on, I don't forget. And what I remember is that you and Xiaodan have been together for so long, having been each other's meals, that it's her blood that heals you the fastest. She's currently in no shape to make good on that, and you haven't consumed anything else. I've seen Naji lug in a jar full of blood for you to take, then lug it back out still untouched and clotted. Feeding heals you. You're not feeding.
What hypothesis would you bloody make from that observation? Has it occurred to you that I'm simply not hungry? Because you had to kill someone you once cared about. Malik glared at him. Remember the first time you beat my ass after I wiped out your young bloods in the forest? They weren't my young bloods. At least one of those young bloods was yours. The rest stuck themselves to your younger brother like leeches. I was pissed off long before you ever showed up. And it was also because I had to kill someone I cared about. Not in the same way. I'd met her only a handful of times before, but she was always kind to me, when everyone else wasn't, so... hell, maybe that wasn't a good analogy. It's a sound analogy, Malik said. You grow attached to anyone who's been kind to you for longer than 5 minutes. I understand. It was Remy's turn to scowl, but that slid off his face when he noticed the faint smile on the nobles. It occurred to him just then that perhaps Zidan Malik had finally made a passable joke, even if it was at his expense. I took blood samples of some of the infected children and what little remains of the Colossus. The dominant blood group therein isn't yours. Likely it's Vasilik's. It explains why they didn't respond to your attempts to control them. This is how the mutations can be commanded. Malik pressed a thumb and middle finger against the bridge of his nose, rubbing carefully. Ziaudan would have told you by now, he said. But there is a bond between sire and subordinate that is difficult to break. Such is the case between Vasilik and I. It is instinct to recoil at the thought of killing him. While it causes no physical pain, there is a certain amount of mental duress involved afterward. I have already done it before. I did not wish to do so again. He was talking about the Night King. Remy could tell by the way the noble's hand trembled, so slightly that he'd almost missed it, as he slotted a glass display back into place. He opened his mouth to tell the man he didn't need to say anything to him to justify his actions, but Malik shook his head and continued. I have not sired many kindred. Many consider our long lives a boon, a gift that must be shared as indiscriminately as possible. I do not share in that sentiment. Eternity should be given only to those who can hold themselves responsible for it. Those I've begotten were often close to death, with little choice left but to turn them. Naji was the last. I was reviled for killing King Ishkabal, though his death brought freedom to other courts. There is a shame in the act that many cannot see past. Malik's fingers traced paths on the table, making circles on its surface. It is why I cautioned you against going to war against what remains of their court, wherever that may be. They are ruthless. They will bait you for years, as they have done with me, send you corpses, pieces, to taunt you into making another mistake for them to exploit. The Night King could compel minds, his vassals to a lesser extent. As I said before, under their control I have done things that I have since regretted. He was opening up to Remy, but he was struggling, still unwilling to reveal parts of his history that had broken him. I'm not asking you to relive your worst memories, Remy said quietly. It wasn't worth the man's pain. You don't need to tell me those stories for me to believe you. I am in no shape to be going after the First Court, even if I want to. And however it sounded at first, I have no intentions of dying at the Night Empress's hands. I do still intend to find a way, but if you tell me going against her now is a futile effort, I trust your judgment. Malik smiled grimly. I wonder if you should. I erred in my estimation of Vasilik, but I did not relish bringing about his death. I am worried about Ziaudan, but I do not want my current state of mind to be the first thing that preoccupies her when she wakes. Remy sat back and stared at him,
"You know," he said, "I always thought that Xiaodan had strong-armed you into rescuing her hellhests and her hound dogs from death. Now I'm thinking it was you who'd suggested it to begin with. If this is your attempt to put me in better spirits, then it isn't working. If I wanted to put you in better spirits, I would have asked Malira for your favorite bottle of wine with blood from yours truly, mixed in for spice." Remy cleared his throat. "And if you don't happen to like wine at the moment, just know that I am otherwise still here, doing nothing, with a body full of fresh blood that I believe you've acquired a preference for." He'd been nervous about this, offering himself as a balm to ease the noble's obvious distress at having killed his former lover, while also worrying about his current one, struck him as arrogant. But the man had to drink something to get his health up, and he'd never turned Remy down before. If Vasilic hadn't been lying about the dangers regarding a Louvre, or if there were other armies lying in wait, then Remy needed both Malek and Xiaodan at peak strength, because he wouldn't be able to do it on his own. And it was a perfectly logical reason for a quick, satisfactory shag. "Are you offering yourself to me, Pendergast?" A flicker of lust was back in Malek's gaze, liquid in its heat. It was a relief to see the noble exhibiting something beyond the desire to bury himself in his work. It was also worrying, given that most of the trysts between them ended in deliciously violent ways, and there was quite a bit of fragile equipment inside the laboratory that Remy would no doubt be blamed for later. Am I? I was waiting for Xiaodan to wake before making any overtures toward you. Whenever she goes into this deep hibernation, she later wakes up with a ravenous, unquenchable hunger that has little to do with drinking blood, a hunger that doesn't only require feeding. From the hours you've spent by her bedside, there was a very good chance you would have discovered that on your own. Remy tried not to gulp. "Is that why you haven't been by her bedside longer than required?" "Yes. The last time it happened, we took from morning until nightfall the next day to pacify her urges." Malek's smile this time was like one who just paid for the choicest meat at the butcher's at an immeasurably low price. "If you thought she was insatiable before, Pendergast." He let that linger, enjoying watching Remy squirm before taking pity on him, his gaze falling back to his glass vials. "My time here was not wasted. I've had time to think about my previous accusations, and realize that I have been unfair to you. I am not always familiar with Allurian politics, and I suspect someone has been using you and your blood as a pawn in their schemes. The attempt on your father's life tells me that you are just as much a victim in this as anyone. Astonbury could likely be the culprit. The Reapers could have used the blood they drew from you in their experiments. I want to apologize, to find a way to make up for my error. I do not trust others easily. It is a fault of mine, rather than yours." Remy was stunned. "You're apologizing? To me? Have I too fallen asleep beside Xiaodan's bedside? Is it hard to imagine that I would express sincere regret after coming to the wrong conclusions?" "No, it's that I'm so used to you being so confoundingly right that I started second-guessing myself, even knowing I was innocent." Remy hadn't been expecting his own confession to serve as an aphrodisiac, but the vampire's eyes widened, then narrowed with more newfound lust. Wait," he stuttered, as the man slowly rose from his seat. What I meant was that you're so goddamn hard to read. You always look at me like you don't know if you want to fight me or, Malek prompted. His hand came up, and his thumb grazed Remy's chin, pressing against his lower mouth. "Or what, Pendergast?" Remy licked his lips, aware that Malek's eyes were following the movement. "Don't know if you want to fight me," he said, nearly a whisper. "Or fuck me." "It's both, Pendergast." The noble's free hand was fisted on the table, elbow lowered and body tense, like he was about to leap for him, and Remy was already bracing himself for the impact they would make before he'd thought it through. It's always been both. It was his chance to ask about Vasilik's dying words, now that Malek was in a livelier mood. Likely Remy'd get yelled at again, for taking a liar's words at their value. If Malek had his way, he was going to get yelled at anyway for breaking the breakables. Remy wet his lips again. There's something Lord Zidane! The knock sounded at the door, Lu Fei's voice both joyous and apprehensive. She's finally up, my lord. We've taken the usual precautions, but I think it would be very helpful if you come up to see her immediately. She's asking for you, and you, Armiger Remington. Looks like your wish is about to be granted, Malek said, the hunger in his eyes dimming not one whit. Perhaps we'll both be enough to tame her this time. Xiaodan was alone, already sitting up in bed when they entered. She'd unbuttoned the front of her dressing gown, though she hadn't taken it off completely. Her cheeks were flushed red, her eyes glowing bright. It's about time, she said with a low purr. One of her hands had disappeared underneath her covers, and she was writhing slightly. She paused briefly when she saw Malek. You haven't been eating, she accused, though she resumed her slow, lazy undulating, and Remy felt himself harden, knowing full well what she was doing. You're going to be very exhausted by the time we're done, my love. I have help this time around, Malek said, with a slow, sensual smile of his own, as he tugged his collar loose, hands running down his buttons to undo them. He's plumped with blood from the meals Lady Whittaker has been making, and should be more than adequate for us both. Enough not to tie him unreasonably. How did you know about the... Hell, Elke and her cooking, her sly admission that she was doing it as a favour. You planned this. Are you fine with that, Remy? Xiaodan whispered, visibly struggling to keep herself in check. We won't do anything that you're uncomfortable with. Zidane gets a little carried away, and is accustomed to me falling in with his plans, so he might not always make concessions with you in mind. For once, you and your affianced are injured, and I'm the one healthy, Remy said, no longer bothering to hide the happiness and desire he was sure was radiating off him. This wasn't just a tryst, or a bartering, or an affair. With them, with this, he would always be given a choice. I suppose it's my duty to provide you with some... He tapped at the side of his throat for emphasis. Wine, this time, so you don't only have to rely on each other while you're both weak. Duty, Malek said, accepting the challenge. You consider this a duty? How else should I bloody well consider it? I'm the reason you had to kill Vasilik. Xiaodan risked her life to exterminate the Colossus. I owe you. Do with me as you like. I'll lie back and think of Alluria. Heard that helps get through most objectionable of encounters. There was silence from both of his lovers, before Xiaodan let out a giggle. She moved toward him, with a litheness not in keeping with one who'd only just risen from a 2-day coma, shrugging out of the rest of her dress en route. She grabbed at Remy's collar, and tugged him onto the bed, Malek joining them seconds later. You're jesting with us, she groaned into his ear, as her hands reached down for him. But what you'll find out soon enough, my Remy, is that in matters of play, we never do. Xiaodan's hands on his hips. Soft, caressing. Malek's laid over hers on him, firm, insistent, both keeping him in place between them, where he belonged. Look at him. Oh, Zidane, look at how exquisitely he takes us both. Caught in the throes of them, Remy could not have said in that moment what the hell Alluria even was. Chapter 31. Grimesworthy. For the last time, Elke, it's not a horse, Remy grunted, staring balefully up at the Hellhest, who, despite the hunter's usually abominable behaviour towards it and its brother, always responded with a happy flip of its tail in his direction, followed by a cheerful neighing. It wasn't that Remy disliked Peanut or Chocolate, or whatever name this hell stallion in front of him answered to. It was just that his body was very sore at the moment, and he hadn't even climbed atop the steed for the painful ride ahead. "And to think I was actually worried about you," Elke said, her grin unabashedly lewd. "I would like for you to stop talking, Elke." "Give me the details." She stared appreciatively at Remy's neck. The wound he'd sustained at Zelenka had healed well enough that there was no scarring at all, but what Elke was looking at were the faint red love bites dotting his collarbone. Both vampires had forgotten his previous plea to bite lower, where the marks wouldn't show. He'd forgotten, for that matter. How far down do those go? "Elke, do you really want to return? Seems like you're enjoying yourself so nicely here, and with the head of not just the fourth court, but also the third. If only I had such conquests." So her attempted seduction of Allegra hadn't worked. If anyone would have been successful, it would have been Elke, but Allegra was, unsurprisingly, Allegra. "Why are you so worried about me heading back to Alluve? The people's dislike of me isn't anything new." "Why are you so eager to return?" Elke frowned. "I know you're concerned about your father, Remy, but—" She grimaced. "I know I have nothing substantial to go on, but it's not normal for me to not know what's going on in Alluve, and I'm worried. The answers we need regarding the rot are calling me back to Alluria, so that's where I need to be. Someone's trying to frame me, and it's someone within the Allurian court still loyal to Astonbury's schemes. I'm betting on Aglace. Ferron's too incompetent to manage this without getting caught. And if there's another army about to mobilize and attack Alluve, we need to warn the Queen." Remy paused. "You're certain Father's doing well?" He still had so many questions. Why his father had been attacked, how much Astonbury had been involved with creating the rot, how many Reapers were compromised in this. He wondered if Riones had any suspicions. And then Vasilik's admission that Malek had killed his mother. He'd been too exhausted to ask about it the night before, and it was too late now, when they were on the cusp of leaving. Perhaps in Alluve, once he was brought back up to speed on everything else. "As I said, his manservant was able to raise the alarm before any harm was done. At least they can't accuse you of that, though Ferron's still all het up on thinking it's you. It's not your description this time, just someone in a hood and cloak, but both crimes must be connected somehow." "No carriage this time?" Ziaran said with a grin, popping up from behind them. "We should be entering Alluve a little before dusk today. I feel more than well enough to travel without." "There are 2 horses and 4 of us," Remy pointed out warily. "I'm not used to riding with anyone, and the last time I was on one of these beasts I nearly threw up." "You wanted speed, didn't you? I don't think you want to wait another 3 days with the carriage, and I'm not sure you'll appreciate Zidane carrying you all the way to Alluria." Remy shook his head defiantly at the thought. "You're right." "Fortunately, there are more than 2 Hellhests in our stable." Much to his horror, Zidane had arrived with 2 other great beasts in tow, just as black and as bestial-looking as the first. "How many undead horses have you 2 actually rescued?" "A whole barn of them, if you must know." "Bloody hell." "Did you really take Remy's maidenhead, my lord?" Elke asked impishly. "He's been sore all morning." "Elke!" "I'm not comfortable with discussing such intimate matters with acquaintances," Lord Malek said, to Remy's relief, but then murdered his hopes with,
But as you are good friends with him and considerate of his health, it was Xiaodan who did the honors, some weeks ago." "I hate you all," Remy muttered, giving up and climbing on his Hellhest. The ride back to Alluve was a mere 10 hours. Remy's bones rattled in his frame for most of the way back, his grip on Peanut's mane so strong that Elke had to pry his arms off the horse's neck every time they stopped for a rest to keep his sanity. To his credit, Remy had stopped screaming after only the first hour. By the time they brought their mounts to the helpful farmstead near the city limits and approached Alluve's gates, night had fallen, the city burning as brightly as it always had. Elke took her leave before they departed from the stables. Remy had expected as much. To keep her identity hidden, she could not be seen with the rest of them. And a good thing it was, because there were reapers waiting just outside the Alluvian gates, grim-faced as usual, but with weapons at hand. Very few of the hunters had ever been his friends, but even so, this seemed excessive. At their head was the Marquis of Riones, still as apologetic as the last time Remy had seen him. With him, Dorst Aglace, smug as always. "Pendergast," the Lickfinger said. "We expected your arrival days ago." "And you arranged a welcome party on my behalf. I'm flattered." "Quite the opposite. We're here to take you in for questioning." Remy heard Xiaodan let out a muffled gasp and could sense the tension radiating off Malek, who was ready to do violence. He held up his hand to stop them. "If they need to take me in," he said, "then they'll have to take me in." There were sounds of surprise, from the hunters this time, when Xiaodan took off her hood, ignoring Remy. "I am Lady Song," she said, "and I demand to speak to the Queen before you arrest anyone." "I'm sorry, milady," Riones said unhappily. "But there's discontent in Alluve right now, and I can't allow you or Lord Malek to enter the city, much less see Her Majesty. It's for your own protection as well as the citizens, as your presence may likely incite a riot." Remy accepted the inevitable. "I'll find you both again after this is done." "They have no reason to arrest you," Xiaodan protested. "I think they do." Riones was his only ally amid the Reaper crowd, so Remy addressed him instead of Aglace. "Was it because Ferron had been accusing me again of murdering Astonbury while I was away?" Riones coughed. "That investigation is still ongoing, but Dr. Panlai has continued Dr. Agenau's experiments regarding the rot, sans any more corpses. Previous samples taken from the infected contained traces of blood that she has since verified as belonging to you." "So they discovered that too," Remy heard Malek mutter. "I didn't kill or infect anyone, and I decidedly would not be fool enough to put any of my own blood where it could be traced back to me, even if I'd had such inclinations," Remy said. "We have more problems to worry about, Antony. There may be an army approaching Alluve soon, and we need Astonbury's successor to confirm—" "An army of what, Pendergast?" Judea Hathorn, one of Astonbury's cronies, jeered at him. "Of infected vampires that carry your blood within them, under your control." "Hathorn," Riones barked. "But it's true, isn't it? That's what they've been whispering about in the villages to the east. The Cambion burned down Brushfen and tried to do the same at Zelenka." "That's not true," Xiaodan spat out. "We were all there. We were too late for Brushfen, but we fought off the attack at Zelenka and killed the vampire responsible. Are you calling me a liar, Hunter?" "What I'm calling you, you wretched, undead bitch, is a sun-cursed whore." Remy supposed that Malek had moved, even if he hadn't seen him do so. The noble had plucked Hathorn out from among the hunters, and was immediately by Remy's side with his sabre already poised between the hostile Reaper's eyes, his other hand a claw against the man's throat. There were the sounds of several fire-lances charging up in unison. "Zidane," Xiaodan said. "Let him go." At the same time, Riones said, "At ease, all of you. They're not here to fight, and neither are we."
Without changing expression, Malek divested Hathorn of his own lance, then tossed him at the ground between them and the other hunters. The man came up spitting dirt, enraged. "Are you going to let them do this, Aglace?" he snarled. The man hesitated, eyes flicking nervously back at the vampire couple. Aglace had not bootlicked his way up the ranks without understanding how badly it would go for him to offend two powerful vampire clans, even if they were unwelcome in Illyria at the moment. Riones took the initiative. "This was your own fault, Hathorn. I would have boxed you along the ears myself if Lord Malek here hadn't responded first." He turned to the other Reapers. "Are there more insights any of you would like to share with the Lord and his lady? Anyone else volunteering for a drubbing?" No one responded, a few glancing uneasily at Malek. The Marquess rubbed at the back of his neck. The ability to trace blood to any specific person was a recent medical breakthrough, or so Dr. Panlai tells me. Logically, neither you nor anyone else would have realized that such a thing would have been possible to begin with, enough to have covered it up beforehand. He sighed. "I am sorry, Remy, but he is correct. The orders come from Her Majesty herself. It was the Queen who asked me to take charge of these proceedings, and I promised her I would find a way to convince you without needing to bring in the other Reapers. Unfortunately, Lord Aglace here thought differently. No bindings or ropes if you come with us without any more protest." "Will you tell the Queen about the army, Anthony?" "I swear I will, Remy. Once we have this sorted out, she'll want to hear more." Remy nodded. He should have known. Elke had warned him, but he'd always been stubborn to a fault. "Lead the way," he said, "and I'll come quietly." He'd been released from the jails at Xiaodan's insistence a mere few weeks ago, had fought vampires all over Illyria and beyond since then, had travelled to a vampire stronghold and back, only to be stuck in the same cell all over again, the bars Xiaodan had destroyed already replaced. At least there were more considerations for him this time around. A tray of actually edible food brought out at mealtimes, frequently changed chamber pots to piss in, a pail of clean water for other basic toiletries. The three of the light still beamed happily across the room at him, but Remy disliked the waiting, not sure what fresh intrigues were brewing on the other side of his cell door. Xiaodan, Malek, and Elke didn't or couldn't visit. Things appeared far more serious than Riones had suggested. There was a lock on the cell door this time. At least they'd been making improvements while he was away. Finally, the door opened, and the Marquess himself stepped in. With him was his father's valet, Grimesworthy, not the saviour he'd been anticipating. "What the hell is he doing here?" Remy growled. "You're being released on your father's recognizance," Riones said, "and gladly. I'd prefer you at Locksley House rather than here. You may not be on good terms with your father, but at least you'll have better food and a bed to sleep in. Surely you know I'm being framed for this." "Likely so, but a lot of the other brainless fools at the council have other thoughts on the matter, and I cannot let my own biases rule in this. My duty is to ensure you're well protected until they see reason. It's all been bad business since you left, Remy. Could be some of Astonbury's associates still wanting their revenge, could be someone else. Your father's gone out and hired private soldiers of his own, in case there's another attempt on his life, so your safety is guaranteed with him. But you're not to leave Alluve till we figure out what's what. It's either Locksley House or Kinnaea Lodge for you. Lady Song's with Queen Ophelia right now, and she's no doubt pleading on your behalf, since the Queen has already agreed to those concessions. They've been mum about the meeting, of course. Don't want the Queen compromised." "Thank you," Remy said, meaning it. "I know I'm not a favourite in the Drafengemot, Anthony, and I appreciate you doing your best looking out for me." "No thanks necessary. It's the principle of the thing. Partly my fault, anyway." "What do you mean?" "I was in charge of the Astonbury case. I was the one to insist that every speck of blood found in his study be tested. That's how we found samples that matched yours. Not that I actually think you did it, Pendergast, but you were only doing your job. You'll find the proof that exonerates me as well. Any inkling of how your blood's even there to begin with? Riones, how much blood do the doctors at the Reaper training hall draw from you in your physical assessments? Not much? Perhaps a vial's worth? Why? They were taking enough blood from me to fill at least 50. Vampires have pulled less out of me. They told me it was a new standard measure, but... Riones nodded, troubled. And you think Astonbury's minions might have planted your blood at both the crime scene and in those mutations? Not so much planted as continued to use my blood to create the rot, if Astonbury's the one responsible for all this. I agree. This sounds extremely suspicious. Let me run up to the hall and get the truth from them after I send you off. The smile the other Reaper shot his way remained tense, worried. Just a warning before you go. Things have changed in the short bit you've been away, so don't take a lot of what they say to heart, yeah? Once this gets resolved, I'm sure they'll put it out of their heads. Remy didn't quite understand what Riones meant by that until they'd emerged from the building to find a crowd waiting for him outside. There he is! He heard someone shout, and then he was confronted by a sea of faces yelling absurdities at him, followed by a foul stench when the mob began pelting refuse and rotten vegetables their way. Vile abomination! Another preacher was on hand, eyes burning with triumph as he pointed at him. The reckoning is coming! Only when you are hanged by the noose and purified by fire will this foul curse lift from us all. Riones strode angrily toward the priest, threatening him with arrest as more constables crowded around Remy, keeping him away from the crowd long enough to guide him into a waiting carriage. Dazed by the unexpected deluge, Remy didn't process what had happened until he was within the safety of the hansom. Outside his window, a boy selling tabloids had taken advantage of the crowd to call attention to the Wayward Post headlines he was gleefully waving about. Vallenbon's son, rotten to the core, it read. Pendergast blood source of infection. And then Riones slapped at the sides of the carriage, yelling out more orders, and it took off immediately, carrying Remy away from the enraged mob. What does Father want with me now? Remy asked after a few minutes. Not like him to bail me out of trouble. His companion didn't respond. Don't know where Elke is by any chance? Father's been keeping an eye on her, hasn't he? Still more silence. Remy stared out the window. He'd seen a few more newspapers along the way, several more headline variations regarding his blood and its connection to the infected. Someone had even gone all the way to Zelenka to report on the battle that had taken place there. The headline caught his eye as they rolled past a corner. Survivor's account, it proclaimed. Zelenka massacre. Vallenbon's son, aided by vampires. Fair, honest reporting would have cleared his name, but in a Louvre that was too much to ask for. Loxley House was surrounded by soldiers, and the intimidation worked. There were no mobs in sight when the carriage wheeled past the gates and into the large compound. Stone-faced soldiers lined every path, saluting Remy on his way to the front door. His father waited for him in the drawing room rather than at his chambers. There was a pleased smile on Edgar Pendergast's face. Given everything that had happened, Remy found it disconcerting. Finally back in one piece, aren't you? He chuckled, as Grimesworthy closed the door behind them. He looked much better than at their last meeting, with a touch more colour to his face, and in a far better mood. I thought word of the attack would finally reach you. Was it that young red-headed girl who told you? Why is my blood inside these infected, Father? Remy asked bluntly. What? No concern about the attempt on your father's life? The elder Pendergast was still smiling. It was not a good sign. It was fortunate that Grimesworthy was there to head the killer off, and a very good idea I have of who it is, too. I shall make my formal report to the Queen. Why the hell is my blood inside those mutations, Father? Remy was at the end of his patience. The arrest, the jails, the people who now so openly detested him, but the worst of them all, sat right in front of him. He told Rionis his suspicions of Astonbury to point the Reaper down a different path, because he knew. He knew. You may not be able to move about as you once did, but don't throw that bullshit on me. You know far more about things that happen in Illyria than even the Queen herself. I know you have something to do with this.
And what gave me away, son?
His father didn't even bother defending himself or even feigning innocence. Instead, he watched Remy like an instructor, gauging a student's aptitude for an upcoming exam. I had my suspicions as soon as I learned what those samples contained. My first thought was that someone in the archives had stolen what blood they'd kept of mine there. It wasn't until later that I remembered you. Your illnesses required blood transfusions of a similar type. I've given enough to you over the years that you could have used it for other means instead. There was a long silence. His father's expression was unreadable. No longer wanting to back down, to accede to his father's whims, Remy stared stonily back. And then the Duke of Valenbon burst into laughter, a stronger, heartier burst than the wheezes and gasps he could manage in the past.
Innovation is a two-edged sword, isn't it? The things you can do with science, and the things you never expected science could do to disrupt your plans. Grimesworthy.
The man had already brought out his father's wheelchair, transferred the old man to it. "Where are we going?" Remy demanded, as the manservant began to wheel the elder Pendergast down the hallway.
All in good time, my boy.
They were entering the man's library, one of the few places Remy was barred from entering. Grimesworthy produced a small silver key from his pocket and, with great effort, pushed against one of the bookshelves against the wall. It slid back to reveal a small keyhole, a barely perceptible one at first glance. The valet fumbled with the key, pushed it in and twisted. There was a click. A portion of wall slid back.
Bloody hell. Why do you think I was fine with you taking up residence at your Kinnaear Lodge, and you were only too eager to jump at the chance?
A long ramp led downward in lieu of stairs. Grimesworthy guided the old man down the incline, and Remy followed, at a loss to say anything else. A door sat at the bottom. Behind it, a laboratory. Inside, Dr. Yost coughed loudly and grinned at Remy, rubbing at his overly large spectacles with a handkerchief.
"Oh, is it about time we let the young man know about our experiments, Your Grace?" "Can't be helped now. The pressure is on him, and it's to his benefit and ours that he understands what we're doing. I'd have been more remiss about letting him in on it, but he figured out some of it on his own."
There was a faint note of pride in his father's voice, rare enough in itself, rarer still to be directed his way.
"Come, Remington, let us see what fresh discoveries lie in wait."
The room had been set up to resemble the laboratory in the archives, though there was far larger machinery occupying space here. A small room behind served as a morgue. 2 walls were lined with long shelves displaying hundreds of containers of varying sizes, all filled with blood, and clamped into place to prevent dislodgement.
"Nearly every vampire I've ever slain," the Duke chortled, anticipating his question. "Managed to bleed most of the lot before I reduced them to ashes. It's been very useful. My laboratory is better funded than even Astonbury's. The fool had to balance his budget with other requirements demanded by the Crown. I have no such restrictions, and more money to spend."
"What is all this, Father?"
"Science, Remington. A golden age of science that we shall usher into Illyria." "You're just in time, Your Grace," Dr. Yost said. "I've just gotten my hands on another very lovely test subject for me to work on."
He led them toward one of the gurneys, where a heavy piece of cloth had been draped over an unmoving figure lying on top of it. He took off the sheet with a flourish, and Remy saw a dead man, fairly young, naked. There was a peculiar tattoo on his left chest, a familiar one. "This is one of the vampires at the Darlan," he said. "One of the ones who tried to attack Chang Shui."
"A sound specimen, too," Yost enthused. "And still a young blood. Perhaps only 2 years turned, only taken in yesterday. Perfect for what I had planned."
Remy turned to his father, racked with rage. Malek had killed Vasilik only a few days ago, yet one of Vasilik's boys was here 1,000 miles away. "Which vampire are you in league with? Who was the spy you sent to watch over me?"
"Why so surprised?"
The Duke was unnervingly calm.
"It is normal for a father to look out for his son, especially when the latter frequently involves himself in dangerous situations that, I may add, he himself endeavored to take regardless of any opposition I would have made."
"There is nothing normal about any of this," Remy shouted. "Who was your spy, father?"
"You don't have to be so loud," another voice spoke up from a dark corner of the room. "You humans must look out for your blood pressure. It is a small wonder why many of you die so easily." A vampire stepped out from the shadows, grinning. Remy whipped out his breaker. "You should have taken me up on my advice," the youth chuckled, the vampire messenger who'd brought him to the caves. "You're far more devoted to your vampire friends than I thought. Did you sleep with them? I know that Zidane Malik has quite the reputation, but then again so do you." Remy advanced, but the vampire shifted out of view, reappearing on the other side of the room. "Still the same temper," he said chidingly. "I did try to help, you know." "We wiped out Vasilik's coven," Remy said. "Did you see me fall at the Tingyi Palace? Even without the infected, Vasilik had a substantial number of followers that he'd turned. Fortunately, I was not one of them, merely a hanger-on he'd accepted into his coven." The vampire shrugged. "Did you really think you'd gotten us all?" "You're a traitor." "Is it really a betrayal if I'm siding with your father, Lord Remington? I acted in his best interests at the Darlan, and in yours, however you might feel about it. You may not have survived the caves if you'd stumbled onto the other traps Vasilik had laid out there, and I did my best to point your beautiful red-headed friend in the direction of Chang Shui so she could spirit you out of trouble faster." The man bowed low to the Duke of Valenborn. "The body, as promised. Have I performed to your satisfaction, Your Grace?" "Barely," Remy's father said. "You should have found a way to get him back to Alluria quicker." "It's difficult enough for you, his flesh and blood, to force him into doing your will. I am but a simple young blood, off to make his own way in this new world." "What has my father promised you?" Remy demanded. "Nothing beyond coins, young Armiger. The rest is of my own choosing. I am tired of the court machinations that plague my kindred, and your father wishes to see them all destroyed. It would please me greatly to see them wiped out, for us to start anew. Very satisfying to see Vasilik defeated. May the rest share his fate. Your father did give me a lovely gift for my assistance." From within the depths of his cloak, the vampire messenger produced a Zweihander. "I think it suits me very much." Astonbury's weapon. The heavy sword that had gone missing from the archive's armory. The weapon the man had been slain with. "If you will pardon me," the vampire said, bowing, and was gone. "Arrogant little brat," the old man huffed. "You were working with Vasilik," Remy said weakly. It explained why the vampire had offered to join forces. He'd hinted that they had a mutual benefactor, that they shared the Night Empress as a common enemy. He'd been angry to find Remy still in Chang Shui when his coven attacked. Remy's father had wanted him gone from the palace by then. a necessary evil. I had the ability to give him the army he craved, and he kept Her Majesty and her Reapers busy long enough for Dr. Yost to perfect his formula. You were never in any real danger from the rot, Remington. Your blood called to them. They would never have harmed you.
Not all of those monsters thought that, Remy said grimly.
Ah, the Colossus Basilic wielded. And those young children. I draw the line at using those so young for experimentation, but it appeared he had no such qualms. He used his own blood, and went against my instructions. I knew he would eventually turn on me. I had every faith that Zidan Malik would exterminate him.
You gave him his army. You allied yourself with the offshoots of the Fifth Court.
I merely gave Vasilic a limited supply of Yost's serum, and acceded to adding his blood to it in place of yours as a sign of my good faith. Good for a Colossus and a few dozen mutations, all of which he wasted. He always did resent that I was the real power in our alliance, not him. His was a flimsy control at best. For one who's lived for ages, Vasilic was weak, pathetic.
His father turned back to the gurney.
Show my son what you've done, Doctor.
Nothing you haven't seen before. An improvement, really. Yost carefully extracted blood from the dead vampire with a syringe and deposited a few drops of it into a large beaker that sat at his work table.
This wonderful little elixir, the doctor explained, is what I'd call the Fountain of Youth. A wonderful serum. Carefully sequenced so its healing properties benefit only the person whose blood it has been synthesized with. Your father's blood is slightly too weak to be used for such experiments, but you, Lord Pendergast, made the perfect donor for my initial studies. Why do you think that my bloodwakers have been so effective on you, even more so than what the Reapers use? The more ancient the blood, the better, of course, but those have been quite hard to come by. The younger ones work well enough for now.
Why use my blood? Remy asked. Why cause such an infection?
You don't understand, my boy,
his father said calmly, like he wasn't responsible for hundreds of deaths and a kingdom-wide panic.
Neither the doctor nor I caused this infection to spread all over Illyria. That fool Astonbury did. He knew I was up to something, the old cockwife. Not even the poor sods he called geniuses at the archives could replicate Yost's brilliance.
Worked for the archives once, I did, Yost said. Wanted to do more than the little fripperies Her Majesty wanted. It was I who invented the Saint-Gelouis, you see. I created a magnificent splicing apparatus that would break blood down into its most basic structures for faster results. My life's work was within those walls. But Her Majesty only wanted safety for her Reapers. She had not liked the necessary additives I added into the wakers, what with Parnan going insane from over-imbibing. But safety doesn't cut it in medicine, my lord. If Her Majesty wasn't to risk her Reapers' lives with my medicines, I said, best to just take some random fellow off the streets and fiddle with them for a bit. She wouldn't have any of that either, Queen Ophelia. Turned me out with nothing but my clothes on my back, not even severance pay. Astonbury took credit for my bloodwakers. Serves him right, dying like that. No. She was right, Remy said. You can't just kidnap innocent people and subject them to your mad experiments.
They were scum, his father said dismissively. Thieves, smugglers, criminals. I was doing the kingdom a favour.
You unleashed a horde of infected corpses onto Illyria.
As I said, my dear boy, Astonbury did. He stole one of my corpses while I was transferring it to an isolated site outside the city. The body reanimated, killed his guards, and escaped. Naturally, I covered it up. Matthew knew he would be blamed, should the truth come out. I have more than ample proof, and was willing to bring him down with me, and so did the same thing.
Two old men who hated each other, forced into a shared secret for fear of either being exposed. Remy would have laughed at the irony in some other lifetime. Did you kill him?
Do I look like I'm physically capable of such an act? Of course not, Remington.
The Duke leaned back against his wheelchair, a pleasant smile on his face.
I merely sat back and watched.
Yost extracted another syringeful of the serum and approached Remy's father. Grimesworthy, who had been so quiet that Remy had nearly forgotten he was there, returned to his master from the corner he'd been lurking in and was already rolling up the old man's sleeve.
Matthew Delacroix was always a coward,
the elder Pendergast said.
His ineptitude stopped him from killing the infections he released, and he was desperate. He asked me to come to his study in secret and threatened to confess all to the Queen. I had to take steps to ensure his silence.
Your vampire servant killed him off then? His father only smiled. And you left my blood at the crime scene to implicate me?
I did nothing of the sort. It was an accident. I didn't know then that the science could be advanced to identify blood with such accuracy. Neither did Astonbury's sycophants. They tried to murder me, to pretend that Astonbury's murderer was also my killer. Their would-be assassin is dead, properly disposed of, though I claimed he escaped.
You can't do this, Father, Remy whispered. You can't just commit murder and think you can get away with it.
Oh? And who'll tell on me, boy? You? Might I remind you that you are a suspect, that the ire of the city is against you. Only I can provide the protection you need. Take that away, and you will be stripped of your status and jailed like a commoner. I wouldn't be surprised if they consigned you to the gallows.
Innocents have died because of you.
Are you still bemoaning Tennyfair's pretty daughter? I thought you'd have gotten over it by now, given your closeness with Lady Song.
Remy's father allowed himself a slow, predatory smile as Yost swabbed at his wrinkled skin with a piece of clean cotton.
Did Vasilic ever tell you that it was Zidan Malik who killed your mother?
That's a lie, Remy whispered hoarsely.
Are you so besotted with the man that you would turn against Ligaya now?
The needle, long and thin, plunged into his arm, but his father didn't even blink, still watching Remy.
He admitted as much early in his alliance with Illyria, and independent research I have made since has supported his claim. I wondered if you would find out in the course of your travels with him, if you might behead Zidan yourself. You forget that you owe me, boy. It was you who put me into this chair. It was you who ended my career, my influence. My reputation suffered because you couldn't handle Breaker. The one thing I've asked of you is to find your mother's killers and end their miserable undead lives. Your blood is the least you could have given me. Will you stand there and tell me that you will hand your poor father over to the authorities, Remington? You would betray your only kin, the one you crippled and humiliated before all of Illyria.
You need to confess, Father.
You have guts, Remington, to say such a thing to my face. I will say that much. But does it ease your conscience to know that my arrest will trigger a fresh wave of infections within the city? That I have a private army at Loxley Grounds to protect myself from more than just the living?
Remy stared helplessly back at him. You wouldn't, he whispered. You wouldn't fucking dare.
Oh, but I would, my boy. I will take this accursed, ungrateful city down with me if I must, to protect Illyria. Say one word of this to your vampire lovers, and there may be no Alluve to ally with. Never doubt me on that.
There was a long silence before Yost took the needle away.
I thought so,
his father said, satisfied.
You wouldn't want any current anti-vampire sentiments to spill over into fresh violence now, would you? Think of all the lives that would affect. Your lovely red-headed friend, the Lady Whitaker, would not look so pretty tied to a stake, burning into the wind.
He knew about Elke. Remy's fear rose. If you harm her,
I swear I will do nothing. The Reapers and an Allurian mob would not be so kind, however. But even then, it should not matter, Remy. See what power we could have. With our own army of the undead. We can protect the city. We can protect the kingdom. They shall never mock the Valenbon name again.
No one should have this kind of power.
But why not? Are you afraid of other colossi running amok? Already Yost is improving on his anti-venin. We shall fully control the rot before long, boy. Basilic's Colossus was simply a weaker, watered-down version of the original.
The original?
But who else? I have very little blood to spare, but what there is of it has been put into a masterpiece. A loyal servant of my own. Come forward, Grimesworthy.
The manservant lumbered forward. Remy froze.
A shining specimen. Absolute obedience, absolute deference. Could Vasilic boast this of his infected? An offspring of the rot who follows me without question, a pure weapon disguised as the perfect valet. A mutation so thoroughly controlled that it could pass for human. Look closely, son. Would they even believe you?
Grimesworthy turned to Remy, and he saw the blank face, the wooden expression that Vasilic's Colossus had worn too, and now he realized why it had looked so familiar.
It is time for the Pendergast to rise again and take back what we have lost.
The Duke of Valenbon clasped his hands on either side of his chair and slowly pulled himself up. Remy watched, open-mouthed, as his father, an invalid for most of Remy's life, stood on uncertain feet. The old man took a step forward, and then another, his gait surer with every movement. "See, Remington," the Duke said. "Behold the miracle your blood has given me." Chapter 32. Fall Apart. You are an absolute wretch, my Remy. It took a while for Remy to see through the haze clouding his eyes and deduce that there was someone else in the room, and that they were speaking to him. He groaned, tried to walk, and discovered he was unable to on account of having planted himself face first into the chaise he was sprawled on. That explained the darkness. He'd forgotten that he had arms, so he groaned again and rolled over instead, landing with an ungraceful thump on the floor. He was in a room that looked slightly familiar. The fog was making everything indistinct, like he'd been underwater and couldn't see which way was up. "Ah," he told the ceiling, then realized he didn't know how many tiles were up there, and was faintly pleased that he wasn't in Giselle's bedchamber. A new face swam into view above his, straight black hair in harsh fringes around a soft face, lovely bow-red lips, penetrating grey eyes. Of course Remy knew who it was. "Miss Griselle," he said. "How am I down here and you all the way up there?"
"Remy,"
Miss Griselle said, not sounding at all like his old nanny. "You're very drunk."
"I'm not drunk," Remy said, quite drunkenly.
"I haven't decided to be sober yet.
It is too late at night for anyone to be this sober."
"It's 6 a.m, you lout. I didn't come all the way here and risk getting seen by your lovely Allurian mobs just to find you sloshed and giving up." Remy stood. Or rather, someone hauled him back to his feet without needing any assistance on his end. Light, but Miss Griselle was strong for someone he just remembered had been dead for over a decade. He stood for a moment, swaying slightly, and then was lifted up again and thrown over a shoulder, the rest of the room tilting on its axis as he was marched out of it and into another. He heard the sounds of splashing water, and his whole world was promptly upended as he was somersaulted. His face hit cold liquid. He gagged briefly as a good lungful of it shot up his nose, and then he was dragged back up so he could noisily gulp down more air. Xiaodan stared at him only inches away, with annoyed though nonetheless worried eyes. "Was that enough?" she asked. "Or shall we get another good dunking in? I'm unfamiliar with human resuscitation, but I was told in the past that this is the best way to sober drunkards up." "Are you trying to get me into bed again because no one else will?" Remy slurred, and promptly had his head shoved back under. "All right," he gargled as he came up a second time. "I'm fucking thinking again. Stop trying to drown me, like, damn it." And then promptly threw up. To her credit, Xiaodan didn't turn a hair, simply helped hold him as he emptied whatever it was he'd drunk the night before into the empty wash basin. Remy dunked his whole head back into the tub after that, willingly this time, and felt a little more human when he raised it up again for the third time. "Why are you here?" he asked weakly. "They're threatening to hang every vampire they find in a Louvre." "I have my ways of avoiding detection. As far as the humans are concerned, Zidane and I have successfully been chased away. I thought you were at Locksley House. Why would you come all the way here alone?" "Put on a suitable enough disguise. Done it a few times before. Had to get away from my father's supervision for a bit. Rather brave the tar and feather crowd than another hour with him." He was trying to go back and deduce the progression of thoughts that had brought him from his father's detestable manner to here, though his tongue was threatening to detach from his mouth at a moment's notice. "I got out and saw everything they've been saying. Everything. Getting wasted felt like the better idea at the time. Got any drinking water by any chance?" Xiaodan manhandled him out of the washroom and settled him in an armchair that didn't smell too strongly of whiskey, because everything else seemed to. Judging from the overturned bottles on the floor, he supposed that it was the only thing that wasn't drenched in it. "I'm dragging you back into your chambers, and will attempt to find you a decent beverage," Xiaodan said sternly, having reached the same conclusion. "I will not clean this mess up like I did the last time. This is your problem to handle, once you are no longer— I believe the Allurian term for it is soused." She was true to her word. She found water for him to drink, then had him up in his room in almost no time at all, a steaming mug of what smelled like strong coffee by his elbow. She tugged back the curtains to let the dim light in, and even that made him wince. "Now that that's done," she said, sitting cross-legged on his bed beside him, "tell me again why you decided to go and drink yourself into insensibility." Remy stared at the smoke rising out from his cup. He couldn't tell her. She would encourage him to tell the Queen, or perhaps tell Her Majesty herself, and then everything would go to shit. She might only tell Malek. Remy wanted to trust the noble, but his father's words kept echoing in his mind over and over again. Edgar Pendergast never bluffed. Not like this. He had much more intel than he had let on, if he had already known about Elke. He might even have spies in Queen Ophelia's court. If the Duke of Valenbon could unleash hell at anyone learning of his involvement with the rot, hobbling off on his own bad leg to throw open the gates of damnation himself, Remy couldn't chance that yet. No, not a bad leg. Not any more. He'd used the knowledge he'd gleaned from the rot to heal himself. Fuck. He knew now why his father had been so nonchalant when Remy had informed him of his decision to travel with the two court vampires. It was enough for him to want to drink himself insensible all over again. "Do you know if Elke's all right?" Xiaodan eyed him curiously. "To my knowledge, yes. It doesn't appear that she was discovered re-entering the city. She's worried about you. The Marquess of Riones was kind enough to tell us what's been happening, but he also told me you were safe and sound at your father's." Remy said the only thing he could tell her.
Father told me it was Zidane who killed my mother. The look of shock on Ziaudan's face was genuine. Remy felt a rush of relief. What? Zidane would never have done that. Vasilic told me the same thing when he died. Challenged me to ask Malek. I didn't believe him then. The coffee was bringing him back to life, but it was also making him angry. Even if he had reason to, however absurd it would be, how could he have done that and never tell me? That we would fuck and still never say anything. How certain are you of this? With a Valenbon, Paolo had asked Malek. You have done that family a great injustice. Ask him then, he said. He can lie to me, but I doubt that he would ever do so to you. I need another drink. Fingers closed around his. No, Ziaudan said firmly. I'm staying with you for as long as you need me to. You're in no condition to be on your own. I don't know why your father believes Zidane killed his wife, but there isn't a... She broke off abruptly, eyes going wide. Oh, she said. Oh. Dread stirred within him. So he did kill her. No, Ziaudan said faintly. We didn't know who killed her. Ziaudan, if you know anything about my mother's death... The war with the Fifth. In one of the skirmishes with them, long before Etrian nearly killed me. The pain in her voice was fresh. Her hand once more pressed against the valley between her breasts, like the wound was new. We found one of their nests near Tingyi, by the mountains. She must have been the one with them. Remy stared. What? We thought she was a prisoner. There were dungeons within their lair, full of people they'd intended to keep as food during long sieges. But she was not in those underground caverns. We only realized she was human in the aftermath, after finding her body with the other Fifth kindred. Ziaudan paused, frowning. I don't know if it was Zidane who killed her. There were other Third Court vampires with us. But it was he who found her. She looked suddenly stricken. I could have killed her. I hadn't even thought about who she was. There were so many of them. She was in the wrong place at the wrong time. His father had implied that the murder had been deliberate. Remy was willing to consider that he might be wrong about that simply because he believed Ziaudan more than he ever would his father. But why had his mother been in a Fifth Court lair to begin with? Had she been kidnapped, carried off for food or for experiments, and found herself caught in a line of fire? Was she a familiar? Perhaps. There were bite marks on her, but that could have just as easily meant she was being used as a blood source. Remy's eyes closed. And what makes you think she was my mother? I didn't recognize her at first from her portrait because she looked so different. But in hindsight, she was wearing a robe and cloak much like the one the Fifth Court vampires wore. But her hair was cut shorter, and her face smudged with dirt. She was heavily pregnant. We thought the babe, you, had died with her. You said she had the mark of the First Court on her. I didn't observe any of that on her body. Zidane never told me. Remy set his now empty mug on the table beside him and stared out the window. He would have seen it, he said emotionlessly. The Night King's lords, back when they were still alive, they used to taunt him that way. They would kill humans and weaker vampires, carve their court seal into their flesh, dump them where Zidane could find the bodies. A reminder that they did not forget his betrayal, that they would do worse to him. If he'd seen that mark on your mother, it would have shaken him.
He wouldn't have told me because he wouldn't have wanted me to worry. Xiaodan closed her eyes. I didn't understand why he was so unsettled back then. I'd thought he'd been horrified that she'd been killed by one of us in the raid. But now...
What did he do after that?
Nothing. Etrian had already escaped, but some of his high nobles were slower than he. We caught up to them outside, at the Baron Hills, and slaughtered them all.
Father said that they found my mother cozying up to vampires at one of their strongholds, Remy said. She'd been missing for weeks, and they thought she'd been abducted. But she was too heavy with child to have travelled alone. He tried to laugh, but it came out choked. So my encounter with him a few weeks ago wasn't the first time we met. Once Sauveterre's minions were killed, Malek wanted to return and see if anything could be done for your mother, but the Reapers had already arrived. We had no treaty with Illyria then, and they would have challenged us to a fight. We left. We never knew what happened to her. Xiaodan looked down. I'm so sorry, Remy. He may not have killed her, but he knew who she was. The look in Malek's eyes when Remy had knelt before his mother's grave, the quick, indrawn breath the noble had made when Remy had talked about her death, about the first court insignia that marked her shoulder, and he kept it from me. Everything I would have wanted to know about my mother that even my father never knew, something that would have helped give me some measure of closure. He withheld that chance from me. If he's kept anything from you, it was out of guilt, Xiaodan pleaded. He thought it was his past returning to hunt him down. It's why he's been reluctant to tell you about the night court. You have to go talk to him. I don't know. Remy leaned forward, grasping at his hair with his hands. You're telling me the truth, right? He asked with the desperation of one who was close to breaking. I swear I am. I always will. Everyone else thinks I'm lying. I thought I could handle merely being tolerated in a Louvre, but now it's different. People shout at me, to my face, what they used to whisper behind my back. They're accusing me of engineering this rot, of murdering Astonbury, of conspiring to overthrow the Queen and install myself as the new king, of planning to have my father murdered so I could come into his wealth and titles. He'd seen the headlines plastered all over the city, from respectable news sheets to the most ludicrous tabloids. Remington Pendergast, Marquis of Aphelion, possible murderer. He'd heard everyone talk about nothing but him, while he had spent an eternity walking back to Kinneia Lodge, trying not to see, trying not to feel. The gravity of his situation had hit him halfway there. He saw nothing but revulsion, anger, fear. He had changed course abruptly and made his way to Astonbury Manor. I went to visit Giselle, he said. He knew that Xiaodan wouldn't like it. She'd already frozen when he'd mentioned the other woman. Oh? She asked, trying to sound like she was taking it in stride, but he knew her far better than that by now. He hadn't been planning to ask Giselle to resume their relationship. All he had wanted was some reassurance, some promise that she didn't believe what they were saying after all their time together. Her butler had met him at the door, disappeared to consult his mistress, then returned with his profuse apologies. Her Grace is busy, he'd said, and would not be taking any visitors at the moment. It's not that I wanted her to take me back, he said, but her tacit association with me was what helped me keep my status. She was the reason the Tun still welcomed me, even if it was just as a source of gossip for them. And I thought that, even with the unconventionality of our arrangement, that she would at least offer me some kindness, some word of support, that she would wish me well, but she wouldn't even see me. He sensed her softening, always so easy to forgive, felt her arms encircle him. Come back with us. If you feel that there is no longer a place for you here,
then make my home yours. I know you have some resentment towards Zidane, but given everything we've been through, isn't a conversation with him worth having first? There is nothing for me here, but I can't leave yet. He had to find a way to kill Grimesworthy at least, even if he couldn't turn his father in. To look back at that blank wooden expression and realize that he was not a taciturn valet who had chosen loyalty to his father, but a mindless undead who had been masquerading as Edgar Pendergast's devoted servant. He could trust Xiaodan, but he couldn't tell her, not yet. Not until they were out of a Louvre. His father never bluffed. Xiaodan would try to find a way to help him. Her successful attempts at getting him out of the jails the first time was proof of that, and her actions might tip off someone in his father's pay. He couldn't risk it. He'd risked far too much already. If you're worried about the army that Vasilik mentioned, Xiaodan persisted, I've told Ophelia, and she has heeded my words. I can't leave father here. More than what Remy owed the Duke, more than the guilt, he couldn't let the Duke of Valenbon carry out his plans. He couldn't bring himself to turn his own father in, but surely there was a way to foil his schemes without seeing the old man imprisoned. I don't want him here alone. I don't want to be alone. You're not alone, Xiaodan said quietly. Remy kissed her. He couldn't help himself. It wasn't just that he needed comfort as his life fell to pieces around him. He needed her. The only person besides Elke who never lied to him, never abandoned him, even when he was at his shittiest. And if he lost her too, he was certain he would break. Clothes rustled as she slipped out of hers, bed covers shifted. The fierce need to dominate, to be dominated, desires that highlighted the numerous times they'd been together, those were no longer the priority. She didn't feed off him, nor he her. He didn't need the prolonged pleasure that addictive high blood-sharing always brought them. Now he only wanted her, and she him. It filled him with wonder that she could accept him still, drunken and lost as he was. I love you, Xiaodan whispered as she settled on top of him, her hips moving gently, languidly against his. I love you so much. You love Malek, Remy said, even in this intimate moment, unable to believe she could be telling the truth. I love Zidane and I love you. After Etrian ripped my heart out, I learned how great my capacity was to give love, to accept it. I've never regretted Zidane. I've never regretted you. Xiaodan bent down and left soft kisses along his jaw. And I know you love me too, she whispered. And I know you love Zidane. And you don't need to ever say it. Just show me. Every day. For the rest of our lives, please show me. Remy raised himself on his elbows, brought her mouth down to meet his, and rolled her over until it was she clinging to the headboard, gasping out her want for him, meeting his every greedy thrust with one of her own. Shunned by society, betrayed by his own father, reviled once more as a cambion, and yet it was the best morning of his life. He supposed it was late afternoon by the time he roused. His head still throbbed from over-imbibing the night before, but Remy felt refreshingly at peace. He stretched and yawned, then discovered he was alone in bed. There was a letter, carefully folded in half, lying by his night table. Remy rubbed his eyes and reached across the tousled sheets to take it. It was written in a lovely, if slightly archaic-looking cursive. Off for a few errands, but will be back soon. You look so adorable sleeping, I was almost tempted to wake you up.
The note was unsigned, but Remy smiled and flopped back onto the pillow. He wasn't entirely sure what errand Xiaodan could be running, especially in a human city that was wary of all things undead at the moment, but he was sure she had her reasons. He was considering falling asleep again, just so she could have another go at waking him, when he became aware of shouts outside, louder with every second. Instinct kicked in, and he leaped from the bed, throwing on whatever clothing lay in reach, which were the rumpled shirt and breeches he discarded earlier. Another look out his window confirmed his worst fears. There was a mob outside, and unless they were angry at one of his neighbors, of which he had none, the possibility was good that they were here for him. Remy took a few minutes to grab Breaker and head out of the house through the back door, away from the irate crowd. He opened it, to find himself staring down the sharp tip of a fire lance. "Knew you'd scuttle out back like the coward you are," said a familiar, satisfied voice. The Reaper on the other end of the weapon, Hathorn, he remembered, the degenerate who'd insulted Xiaodan at the gates to a Louvre, was smiling smugly, with two more lackeys from the ministry behind him. "You'd best come quietly this time," Hathorn said. "No more mouth on you." "I have permission to stay here from Her Majesty herself," Remy said. "You have nothing to arrest me for. You lot already did that to me yesterday, and it seems a waste of Reaper resources if you're to keep trying every day after this." "Oh, but this is for a different matter entirely," the Reaper said with a smirk. "And the way I see it, you're just about to violate her instructions by sneaking out of the city, so my arrest now has merit." "I'll come quietly," Remy said wearily. "Riones won't be glad to see me again, after just sorting out all this bollocks on my behalf." "You need not worry, for he won't ever have to again." Hathorn grabbed Remy forcefully by the arms, forcing them behind him. Remy winced, but put up no resistance. "Almost a shame," the Reaper gloated, as his subordinates secured Remy's wrists with rope. "You would have made an excellent hunter, if not for your father and for your own penchant to cavort with those bloodsuckers. They say you've been sleeping with them, supplying them with information about Allurian defenses. I suppose you fuckers can at least get one thing right," Remy said through gritted teeth as they took Breaker away. Hathorn made a sound of revulsion, spat. "Then you're the traitor everyone says you are." "I meant them fucking me, you absolute git. How the hell would I know what the kingdom's defences are? You lot won't even let me into the Defrengemot. But you've also been sleeping with Giselle Delacroix, and she's passed information to you before, hasn't she? Never liked that bitch. Always looked down on me just because my father was a butcher." A strange smile appeared on Hathorn's lips. "She won't be looking down on anyone else now." Remy had expected another night spent at the jail, but the man dragged him back to the front of Kinneia Lodge and grinned at the angry crowd still gathered there. There were far more than Remy had first thought, and they were armed. There were rudimentary weapons, and some less rudimentary. There were torches. "Turns out news has spread about a strange army amassing to the south," Hathorn said. "The Queen had sent a few men out, and they were killing their horses returning to the palace, describing the undead hordes. Victims of the rot, reanimated, they said, spread out for miles around and aiming straight for a Louvre. Some of these good citizens got it into their heads that killing the vampire responsible for the infections would kill the rest of them as well, and unfortunately for you, you're the vampire they've decided to blame." "You know that's not how it works," Remy growled. "You know I'm not a bloody vampire. Be that as it may, there's no going back now. The people of Louvre are in a frenzy of their own, and it's far more dangerous than a berserking bloodsuckers. They've been dragging out everyone even remotely connected to you Pendergasts, or those suspected of aiding vampires, or even of being one. There shall be bonfires raging across the city before the day's out. The other Reapers have ridden out with Her Majesty, who's been evacuated from the capital for her protection. No one can save you now." Hathorn leaned closer. This is payback for Astonbury, he snarled in Remy's ear. You and your old man were responsible for his murder, I know it. Edgar Pendergast should have been the one to die. We could have spared you if you hadn't stuck up for the father you maimed with your own incompetence. But I won't be needing to show evidence now, where you're going. He turned back to the crowd. Look who I found hiding like a coward behind his lodgings, he shouted, to the sound of cheers. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and then shoved Remy forward into the mob. Someone punched Remy across the face, and he sank down to one knee. Another kicked him from behind and sent him sprawling into the dirt. He grunted when a boot was planted into his lower back, and then couldn't help but snarl when something thick and sharp slammed into his leg, sending red-hot pain up his body. Don't kill the vampire just yet, he heard someone shout. Wait till the gallows! Give him a show! The boisterous laughter around him sounded like agreement. Remy was hauled back to his feet, then dragged, the blows still raining down on him from all sides. Through the haze of blood, he realized dimly that they were leading him into the town square. Take a look at that Dampier, one of the men forcing him forward crowed. Soon you'll be joining their ranks, decorating them like fancy curtains. A row of scaffolds had been set up at the plaza. Figures dangled from the end of the ropes, proof that the townspeople's purging had started long before they'd come for Remy. Horrified, his gaze moved from one corpse to the next, not recognizing any of them until he'd settled on two at the very end. No, he shouted, starting forward, but a mass of bodies pressed down on him, keeping him immobile as he kept screaming, No! No, please, no! Her hair had fallen down from its usual intricate knots, covering her face. But Remy recognized Giselle Delacroix's dainty feet, dangling motionlessly, and the scarlet dressing gown she was fond of wearing when she rose from bed. Beside her was Elke, her long hair flowing and her face pale as she hung, lifeless. He was still screaming when they pushed him toward the wooden steps, up a makeshift crate, where another noose waited. Remy struggled, even managing to push some of the weight off him, fighting madly despite his bound hands, kicking frantically, only for more pain to bloom at his shoulder as someone stabbed at him again. Stop struggling! You'll be with them soon enough! Another shouted as they looped the noose around his neck, then punched him hard one last time. We'll stake and burn you all afterward to be sure. His vision blurred. Remy looked out into the sea of faces before him and saw nothing but fury and hatred. Long live Alluria! A man shouted, and the crowd roared. The crate was kicked out from underneath his feet, sending him hurtling down, and Remy prepared to die. Chapter 33. Escape. Shit happened all at once. Elke's eyes shot open. She grabbed at the rope above her and swung with her legs, the momentum quickly sending her forward, close enough to swipe at the noose that bound Remy, slicing through. Remy fell, and then kept on falling, tumbling onto the wooden floor with a grunt. Above them, the scaffolding splintered abruptly, the wooden beam cleaving in two, and the whole structure began to collapse. Elke slashed at her own noose and freed herself, then crouched down to grab Remy and run just as the gallows tipped over and went crashing into the crowd, inciting a stampede. Panic had taken the place of glee, and soon people were scattering. Remy had stopped feeling pain the instant he'd dropped. Elke had thrown him over her shoulder and was racing through the streets unhampered. Remy could only focus on the way her hair was whipping behind her, like it was caught in a great gust of wind, occasionally slapping at his face. Elke's alive, he thought dumbly. He was alive. Is he all right?
He heard someone ask when the redhead finally slowed, and it was Zidane's voice, quiet and concerned. "I don't know yet." "Neither of you are safe here." They were moving again. Remy closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was an unfamiliar ceiling. It was made of stone, devoid of any finishings, and looked like it hadn't been dusted for 100 years, given the thick cobwebs gathering across the bulwark. Remy stared up at it, uncomprehending, for a very long time. Eventually he turned his head and realized he was on a small wooden bed. On his right was Xiaodan, her arms lying on the covers and her head on top of them, sound asleep. One of her fingers lay over his own, and her touch was warm, comforting. He sensed another presence to his left, and Remy turned to see Malik sitting at a nearby chair, leaning back against the wall with his folded arms over his chest and his eyes closed. The man rarely ever slept, even after sex, so this was an unusual sight. Remy stared at him, too. "Feeling better, Pendergast?" Brown eyes slid open, the noble looking back at him. "You had everyone worried." "Sorry. Shoulder hurts." "Getting knifed tends to do that. And one more across your lower joint, 2 above your knee. Minor enough not to cause any permanent injuries, but I don't want you moving around yet." "Sorry." It was coming back to him in ugly splashes of memory. The mob at his doorstep, Hathorn handing him over to them, the gallows. Oh, Light. Elke. And Giselle. Remy bolted up from the bed and lurched over to one side, waking Xiaodan up. Malik was on his feet, reaching out to him, but Remy shoved him aside so he could fall to his knees before an empty wash bucket. "Sorry," Remy said again, and then proceeded to relieve his stomach of everything. He'd eaten little before all this, so his efforts amounted mostly to dry heaving, hacking great big gasps of air into the pail. He could feel both Malik and Xiaodan behind him, both holding him steady, and he had no energy to push them away. Once he was done, Remy sagged, forehead resting against the cool metal, though it did nothing to alleviate the new fever sweeping through him. "Giselle," he said, and it came out a sob. "They killed Giselle. I killed—" He wept like she'd been a cherished lover, threw up again, and wept some more until there was nothing else to give. He heard the murmurs between Xiaodan and Malik, but couldn't decipher any of their words. When he was done, he felt someone lift him up and carry him back to the bed. "Don't touch me," he gasped, pushing in vain against Malik's chest. "Don't touch me. Everyone I touch, everyone I cared for, they die. Don't—" He fell asleep mid-sentence and woke up to a new morning. Malik and Xiaodan were still there, the latter still holding onto his hand. They watched him sit up. "I feel like shit," Remy said by way of greeting, with none of his previous hysteria. "Elke should be along with breakfast," Xiaodan said. Elke. They'd hung her with the... No. She had rescued him. They all had. His eyes felt sore and crusted over. And she's well. More than fine. "Where are we?" "Miss Mary's farmstead. Both Allegra and Nagia here. We need all the help we can. What are you doing?" Remy swung his legs over the bed and attempted to stand. "We're still in Illyria," he said, the words tumbling out of his mouth before he could stop himself. "We're still too close to Alluve. They'll find us here. They'll burn down the farm, kill everyone else. I can't take that chance. We have to leave now before they harm her like they've harmed—" He didn't realize he was hollering until the sound of his own panicked voice reached his ears. Xiaodan and Malik solved the matter for him, the former by wrapping her arms around his waist to keep him from getting up again, and the latter by laying a hand on his shoulder, the grip firm enough to let him know he wouldn't be. "You don't understand." The breaths were leaving him rapidly, too quickly for his heart to keep up. "They killed Giselle. They were going to kill Elke. My father is safe only because he has an army of private soldiers loyal to his money." He paused, struck by another terrifying thought. "Where is father?" It had been a large mob, but he hadn't seen Edgar Pendergast among the bodies they had hung. A fresh wave of dizziness hit. Remy wanted to be sick again, but there was nothing left in him to hurl, and despair was sticking to his gut. "Your father's safe," Xiaodan said urgently, taking both his hands and clasping them against her own. "Not even they would dare. It's not easy to forget that he saved them many times before." "But it's easy to forget everything I've done for them, right?" Remy asked bitterly. "Remy, this is my fault. If I hadn't left you alone, I should have listened to the rumblings. I shouldn't have left you when they were this volatile." "We were escorting Queen Ophelia to another Allurian stronghold in Bellamy," Malek said, his hand still burning a hole into Remy's shoulder, "while some of the Reapers were dispatched to guard the perimeters around a Louvre, to give the signal should they sight an army approaching. We were foolish to have left you alone in the city." "I made that choice," Remy said, weary. "Not your fault. I should have known better. There were zealots on every street corner talking about the doom coming to Alluria, newspapers encouraging people to defend themselves by any means necessary. There were glimpses of that before I left the Louvre the first time, and I should have realized it would only have grown worse. But I never thought they would. If I'd acted earlier, maybe she would have been—" Xiaodan hugged him and Remy let her. The hand on his shoulder squeezed. "You are not to return to a Louvre without us," Malek said brusquely. "I'm tempted to leave the Allurians to their own devices. With Ophelia out of the capital, I doubt any of the other stewards she left in charge would accept our assistance, even if we volunteered." "You'd leave a Louvre undefended?" Remy asked. Malek turned his shoulder so Remy could face him, and only then did he see that the noble was furious. "They tried to kill you," Malek said harshly, every word a thunderstorm, "and you still think to help them. I promised Ophelia that I would protect her, but not even she would expect me to stay and do the same to her citizens when they've tried to hang my consort." "But your ongoing alliance—" "Do I look like I care about a damned alliance at the moment?" Malek bent closer, breath rasping against Remy's. "You nearly died, Pendergast. You nearly fucking died. And your first thought when you regained consciousness was not about how close you'd come to certain death, but about an old lover who'd used you for most of your relationship and worry for the people who murdered her. I am sorry that she is dead, and that we were unable to save her. But had I been in your place, I would not have given another thought to the mob responsible for causing her death." Remy gaped at him. "You're jealous," he said, poleaxed. "I was simply worried for you, as you seem incapable of doing for yourself." "Oh, he's quite jealous," Xiaodan said, not without some amusement. "You should have seen him fret over you while you were asleep." "Xiaodan," Malek warned. His fiancée ignored him. "I agree with him. You are not to step foot within the capital. There is only so much I could threaten them with." "Threaten?" Remy asked blankly. "The mob who tried to take your life." Her humor faded, and Xiaodan's expression grew dark. "Malek destroyed their scaffolding, and Elke carried you off, but I stayed behind. I told them all, in no uncertain terms, that if they so much as looked at you the wrong way again, or at anyone else they believed to be aiding vampires, then I would turn their city into nothing but ruins and the ghost of a memory. But it doesn't matter. Malek and I discussed it. Things are far too contentious at the moment for a lasting friendship with Illyria. Queen Ophelia and I remain on good terms, and I have promised to defend any of their borders alongside Ting Yi's. But there will no longer be an official concord. If the humans are so determined to defend their kingdom without our help, then I wish them good fortune. We will wait for as long as we have to for another opportunity. But this was important to you. Xiaodan had talked wistfully of coexistence. He had watched the delight on her face when the local children had played with her, heard the pride in her voice when she talked of her work helping the human villages near Changshui. Yes, it was. Xiaodan reached out and lovingly brushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead. But I have found that there is someone else, much more important to me than the treaty. I will find another way to seek peace between my kindred and yours. But you, Remy, I almost lost you. I cannot forgive them for it. Aha! It seems the hero has finally awakened. Elke had pushed the door open, a tray holding a bowl of soup and some cornbread in her hands. Remy glared at her. I thought you were dead. I already am, love. What they say about a mob being only as bright as its most foolish member holds true. Staking is the weapon of choice for suspected vampires, not a hanging. I knew there was a chance they would come for you next. That's all they were braying about after stringing me up, so I shammed until you were within reach. Elke's face fell. I didn't mean to be so blasé, Remy. I'm so sorry. None of this is your doing. Giselle's death would weigh on him for the rest of his life. Like Lady Daenerys. Like all of those who'd been infected with the rot because of his blood. Because of his father. You saved me. But what are you going to do now? You can't return to a Louvre. What's one city when there are many more to choose from? To be honest, even if they had never discovered my secret, I would have left eventually, especially after how they treated you. I tolerated them because staying in a Louvre was part of your duties. I didn't want you alone there. She looked at him, green eyes worried. You'll leave the capital for good too, won't you? There's still that rumoured army. I know I have no reason to stay and fight for them, but Remy lifted his hands helplessly. It could be an army sent by the Night Court, Elke. And if there are any infected within those ranks, if they can be controlled by the Night Empress... The warmth by his shoulder fell away. Malek rose to his feet. I will need to inspect the serums I brought from Changshui, to see them safely stored, he said coldly. Xiaodan, find me once you finish discussing these matters. Was it something I said? Remy asked feebly after the noble departed. As I said, Xiaodan said. Jealousy. I haven't mentioned anyone. The Illyrians tried to fight him while you and Elke were escaping the city. They knew he was of the Third Court, and still they came after you and him, and Elke, with knives and swords and fire and anything else they could use for weapons. He was so enraged when he saw what they'd done to you, how close they'd come to succeeding. I kept the cooler head of the two of us, and you have no idea how surprising it is to be in that position when it is so often the reverse. Speak for yourself, Elke said. Channeling the sun out of every inch of your body while you swore that you would burn them all to a crisp if they took another step is not what I might call keeping the cooler head. It worked, didn't it? And I didn't have to kill a single soul. You don't understand, Remy. Zidane never gets angry like this. With other kindred, he would have simply shrugged and slain them without a thought. But he never laid a hand on any of the Illyrians. Said you were such a damn arse that, even if he had good reason to, you would never have forgiven him. Remy had nearly stopped breathing. He thought at first that Elke hadn't gotten to you in time, that your neck had snapped in the fall. Xiaodan barreled on. He didn't know for sure until you were safely out of a Louvre. And when you did wake, all you could think about was defending the city. He's not jealous of anyone else. He's angry that you value so many others over yourself. And yes, he does think that you care for him only because he comes with me in this relationship." Remy stared down at his bowl of soup. "I don't know what he's thinking half the time," he said gruffly. "I want you to know, because he's even more stubborn than you are about not needing reassurance." Ziaudan smiled as Elke sat on the bed beside him. "Give him a little more patience. He'll come around eventually." "I've almost single-handedly broken the treaty you two have worked so hard to maintain," Remy said. "How can you all still be so kind?" "Remy," Elke said gently, laying her hand against his shoulder, a comforting gesture, though not as heated as Malek's had been. "Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you are worth saving? That you are worth the time to be kind to? Do you really want to stay to defend a city that has treated you so terribly?" Remy picked up his bowl, consuming the soup greedily in almost one go. "It's never been about them," he said. "It's never been about whether they treated me well. It's about whether I think they deserve to die. I don't care if they never think I'm respectable enough. I don't deserve being kind to if I walk away now. It's not about them. It's about me." And then, for emphasis, he belched loudly. Ziaudan and Elke looked at each other. Then Ziaudan leaned over and placed her head on his shoulder. "This," she said with a sigh, "is why we love you. We should all best begin the preparations. Allegra tells me that the storm headed this way is bigger than expected, and we'll need to be ready before it hits." Miss Mari, the human owner of the farmstead, served Remy a fresh batch of biscuits in chicken gravy to quell his still growling stomach. She was grateful to Malek and Ziaudan for saving her home when it was nearly beset by vampires years ago. She told him while he greedily worked his way through the stack. She'd shown no alarm at court vampires using her residence for both a makeshift stable and a temporary base. Their arrangement, it seemed, had lasted for some years now. "I cannot thank you enough, Lady Mari." "Oh, think nothing of it. And a simple Mari will do. Armiger, Remy. I have never once been a noble, and I would prefer it that way." "Call me Remy, then. The way things are going, I'm afraid I will no longer merit a title myself." The woman set a glass of fresh milk down beside him. "Lord Malek and Lady Song are the kindest people I've ever met. Lady Song would often stay and help me in the kitchens. Lord Malek would clean out my barn, feed some of my pigs, even see to the repairs on the roof whenever it leaked. I tried to persuade him that it wasn't necessary, but he always insisted." "Ziaudan Malek feeds your pigs?" The thought of Malek slogging it out, knee-deep in a dirty sty, dumping slop onto the hog's troughs, brightened Remy's mood considerably. "He's rather good at it." Mari set a cup of tea by his elbow next, the steam rising from it fragrant and soothing. "He might be an aristocrat," she said, "and maybe it's just little old me speculating, but I think very early in that long life of his, Lord Malek learned all too well what it was to be just like the rest of us." Remy ate until he'd had his fill, thanked Mari profusely for the meal, and wandered out in search of Malek, only to find his younger brother waiting. "About time you came out," Naji grunted. He'd been standing by the entrance to the stables with his arms folded across his chest. The farmstead was carefully camouflaged behind several thick groves of trees. There was nothing to guard over there, which meant the youth was just as protective of his brother as Malek was of him. "Is he still acting the grouch?" Remy asked. The boy shrugged. "Whatever goes on between you two goes on between you two, and it's nothing I need knowing about. I employ that tactic with Ziaudan, and it has worked well for me so far." "You didn't have to come all this way from Changshui to babysit him." "Tough talk for someone who was nearly hanged." Naji glared at him. "Aren't you supposed to be resting? Just because you've gotten 1/10 of their strength from blood-sharing doesn't mean the other 9/10 can keep up." "Thank you, Naji," Remy said sincerely. "For everything." The boy grinned. Speak to him already. Patch things up. You won't believe how long he can sulk when he's of a mind to. Longer than even I can. Mari had said that Malek occasionally helped her with the pigs. Much to his disappointment, Remy found the noble leaning against a gate leading into an empty stall instead, tossing small cubes to his undead horses across from him, the stallions nickering gleefully as they chomped down on their treats. "Thought you didn't want the meeting, Sugar," Remy observed. "It is of no nutritional value to Hellhests," Malek said, "nor is it a substitute for blood. But occasionally I will indulge them." Remy fell back into silence and waited. He seemed to be more successful at getting Malek to speak when he himself was shutting up. "I didn't realize she was your mother until much later." Malek never looked his way, his eyes only focused on his steeds. "Only when you brought us to her grave and mentioned how she'd died. When you talked of the court crest that was carved onto her shoulder." "Why didn't you tell me as soon as you knew?" "I didn't know what to tell you. Had I killed her? Had someone else? I have done so many terrible things, but her death was a mystery I never found the answer to. The first court insignia on her, it was all I could focus on. I thought she was another warning for me to find. I may not have killed her, but I might have caused her death." "I don't think you did." "I didn't know until you were well on your way to leaving with us. You would have thought the worst if I told you then. And afterward, you would have thought worse of us still. I had no real answers to give you, so I thought saying nothing would be the most pragmatic option. I wish now that I'd done the opposite. Will you forgive me for my lapse in judgment?" "I do," Remy said, startled by the quickness of his response. "So easily?" "I'm not happy that you didn't tell me all this sooner. But I believe you when you say you never intended my mother harm, and that you did what you could in the moment." Remy scowled at the ground. "I trust you," he said through gritted teeth, like it was killing him to say that out loud. "I trust that you don't tell me things because you're worried about hurting me, even though I think it's a fucking bloody misguided thing to do and you really should stop it. What I'm tired of is being jerked around like a puppet by my father, and my mother's dead. I'm not, and it's about time I started building my life around that." Wise man, that Paolo. "I've been thinking about things since returning to Louvre. I want to be more than just my mother's avenger. I don't want to have to feel guilty over something that happened before I was born. I don't want anyone to have that kind of power over my life anymore. And maybe I'm allowed to feel deserving of kindness, as Ziaudan and Elke like to point out frequently, even if I don't always feel I do." Remy allowed himself a quick smile. "You wanted me to come along that badly?" "Ziaudan believed that you would be in danger if you were left to fend for yourself in Louvre, and I believed her. As it turned out, she was right. It did not help that she was already enamored of you by then. And so were you bastard." Remy's smile grew. "Any reason why my mother would have the first court's mark on her?" "There are many. A court could claim a human as one of their familiars, or keep them as livestock, but most wouldn't bother, given the transience of such an arrangement. As I said, there was a chance that the survivors of the old Night Court wanted to get to me. I have been susceptible to the Night King's compulsions in the past. If any of the First Court ancients survived, they could have put your mother under a thrall, and then killed her as a warning to me." "But why would they choose her? Have you crossed paths before?" "No. I'd never laid eyes on her until then. The First Court would have used any human they came upon, knowing that I had been working toward a mutual peace with them. Perhaps it was also meant as a warning to your father." "Was that why you began conducting experiments on yourself?" Remy asked in a rare flash of insight into Malek's mind. to stop yourself from falling under their compulsion again. Decided that if anyone had to fuck around with your head, then it might as well be you. A ghost of a smile settled onto Malek's mouth. I have fought other high-ranking members of the First Court since the King's death, and have held my own against their attempts. But I have never met the Night Empress, nor do I know what her previous affiliation to the King was. I don't know if I would be able to fight her off. But if you are so determined to confront her, then we must at least discuss a sounder strategy than you single-handedly fighting your way through her court like you imagined so grandiosely. Malek loved him. The arsehole really fucking did love him, just as much as Xiaodan did, as much as Remy loved them. He was wholly tempted to go back and grab Xiaodan, slam them both into the unused stall the noble was resting against, but his wounded shoulder and legs and exhaustion screamed otherwise. Additionally, he didn't want to traumatize the horses. But, "You better," he said. "Everything I touch seems to wind up dying on me, and I'd like to improve those odds somewhat." The smile on Malek's face was clearer to see. "Fortunately for you, I am already dead." Remy considered asking Malek for some blood, then going off to find Xiaodan to ask for hers, preferably all three of them together, so they could do the happy work of healing Remy completely, and getting his bollocks off at the same time, when Malek froze, slowly peeling himself away from the gate. The horses sensed his unease, their playful whinnies turning into worried braying. Absently, Malek reached out and stroked Cookie's mane, calming it down. "Something's happened. We need to return to the others." Xiaodan was already standing outside the farmstead, staring grimly into the horizon. Remy followed her gaze and saw a dark storm approaching, the flashes of lightning visible and the roll of thunder clear even at this distance. "That isn't natural," she said as Remy and Malek joined her. "It's not." Malek was breathing heavily. His fingers were twitching as if flexing to break something. "I recognize this." So did Remy. The area surrounding Aluv was always a miasma of fog and depression, but thunderstorms of this scale were not common, nor did they appear like this without warning. These were the same kind of clouds Vasilic had brought with him to Changshui. "You may have just gotten your wish, Remy," Xiaodan said softly. "There's an army coming, and if it's anything like what Vasilic brought, then the Allurians are going to have a problem on their hands." Chapter 34. The Storm. "Figured you might need this," Elke said, handing Remy his breaker. Xiaodan paid Hathorn a visit to demand it back. She also let him know, in no uncertain terms, that she was not pleased with his choice to turn you over to the mob instead of bringing you safely to the Marquis of Riones. "She didn't do any permanent damage, did she?" Remy tested his weapon, pleased to see it was in the same condition he'd left it. "Knocked him around a bit, the way she tells it. Didn't kill him, more's the pity. Are you certain you're well enough to fight? Your wounds could take another day or so to heal." "I can manage." The Reapers had returned to Aluv and were hard at work bolstering up fortifications there. Elke had seen a few more scouts from the city ride on to investigate the storm, suspicious about its nature as they had been, only to ride frantically back to the capital at breakneck speed, with only half the number they started out with. The activity in Aluv had increased after that, groups of Reapers and workers alike, busily digging up ditches and erecting silver barricades around the capital. Neither Xiaodan, Malek nor Elke had proposed leaving the Allurians to fend on their own again, to Remy's relief. "Best you take another drink of this." Elke set down a decanter of wine and an empty glass at the table. The alcohol had been mixed with both Xiaodan and Malek's blood. Remy had already consumed several glasses in the hours since, and his shoulder was almost fully healed, the wound reduced to only a sliver. Remy sighed. "You're usually more enthusiastic about good liquor." "It's not that. I'm accustomed to drinking it in a different manner." Elke smiled. You really do care for them, don't you? For as long as they'll allow me, yes. Remy drained the glass. Any other news? Ziaudan thinks that the fortifications in Alouv will hold, barely. They've endured sieges in the city before, so the Reapers should be experienced enough to know what to do. Mari's farmstead is far enough from the main road, and in the other direction, that Ziaudan doesn't think any vampires will be headed our way, but that's only if Alouv doesn't fall. She's tasked me with getting Mari out safely, should the worst happen. And here's the part you might not want to hear. She wants us to wait until the army is at Alouv's gates. Easier to gauge their plan of attack once they're fighting in full force, she said. Incidentally, Allegra's here, if you didn't already know. You don't sound as happy as I expected you to be. She's been ignoring me, Elke shrugged, trying to hide her disappointment. There's nothing else I can do. I know when I'm not wanted, and I've acted enough of a buffoon throwing myself at her for this long. Ah. If you need any— Not now, Remington. Fair. So, we're not going to fight. Engaging them out in the open field would be a disadvantage, given there's only 5 of you and a hell's load of them. Ziaudan strikes me as an able tactician. She proposes staging our assault when they're 100% committed to attacking Alouv's walls. Hit them from behind. Slowly, Remy nodded. I can go with that. You're not to jump into the fray until her say-so, though. She prefers that you stay behind, but knows you well enough not to suggest it. She also realizes that having you around might be to our advantage. If there's any more of those infected with your blood swimming through their veins, then there's a chance you could stop them in their tracks. I can try, Remy said, not looking forward to it. She and Lord Malek are waiting for you outside. I'm to stay in and keep guard over Miss Mari, just in case. Elke shuddered. I much prefer this arrangement. Battles still turn my stomach. I'd rather not have to watch them from a distance before I have to fight them up close. Stay safe, Remy. I've nearly lost you far too many times in this week alone. Always, love. Remy pressed down on a switch, and Breaker's scythes flared up with a satisfying swish. Always. They travelled through the forest's edge bordering the south of Alouv, keeping out of sight. The storm was nearly upon the city. The thunder was loud, lightning bright against the dim. You're not to fight them until Ziaudan gives the word, Malek said. You are not to leave my sight even then. You're not my fucking father, Malek, Remy growled. And not even he cares all this much. Malek smiled, wide enough to reveal the points of his fangs. You're still human, Pendergast. You're the most vulnerable of us, and also the most hot-headed in a fight. I already thought you dead once. Let us not make it a habit. I know you're saying that because you're worried about me, and I appreciate it, Remy said. But the way you express this shit still pisses me off. Will both of you scallops please condescend not to talk for the next hour or so that it will take the army to arrive? Ziaudan snapped. Scalawags, not scallops. We still need to work on your vocabulary of insults. I don't care. Don't make me spank both of you. Malek frowned at Remy, who glared back. Both lapsed into a silent compromise. It was a tense wait. As darker clouds rolled across the skies above Alouv, the Reapers and soldiers continued to build their defences. Remy could see cannons being loaded, catapults being wheeled before the gates, torches that indicated they planned on using pitch and other incendiaries. Trenches around the city had been dug in nearly record time, and he had no doubt that there would be sharpened stakes waiting at the bottom. Too much light, Remy muttered. They need to cut down on some of their fires. They'll be too much of a target. The darkness could induce them to panic. Your citizens always seem to be very much afraid of the night, Ziaudan whispered. They're doing well for such a short time to plan. But they should have slicked the walls with oil they could burn later to slow them down. I could scale that in a heartbeat, even with the trenches they've prepared beneath. It didn't take them long to see the approaching army, just as the rains grew harder. The incoming horde was preternaturally silent. It was an unnerving sight to see the gaunt, shuffling figures steal over the plain, drawing closer and closer to the waiting city. Many of the vampires wore tattered clothes, dirt and, worse still, staining their bodies. Remy could smell their foul odour, even from where he lay hidden. "Rot," Malek said, confirming his fears. "The first caught in their compulsion," Ziaudan murmured. "Easier to control them if they had their minds robbed of them to begin with." Slowly, the mass of moving infected came to a stop before the trenches and took no steps further. Nor did they retreat. They simply stood, bodies stirring slightly against the strong winds, but otherwise they made no other sound or movement. There were far too many of them, 10 times what Vasilic had brought to Chang Shui, and that was a conservative estimate. "Almost like they're waiting for something," Remy heard Ziaudan muse. "But what? I don't understand." And then the vampires came. They were much more disciplined than Vasilic's coven, swooping into view with steady formations, lining themselves up neatly behind their infected companions. They all wore long, flowing dark hoods, the crimson colour nearly black against the night. Like the mutations, they made no other sound. Like them, they simply waited. From within the city came streaks of fire shooting up into the sky, burning tar and pitch from catapults. They bore down with unerring accuracy at the unmoving front line, crashing into the infected. They toppled into the trenches, their bodies burning. More flames came over the high city walls, taking out scores of the rot. And yet, the army didn't move. Not the infected, not those who were still on their feet and burning, and not the vampire coven at the rear. Next came the burning arrows, arching down, falling faster than the rain. More of the mutations fell, and their vampire brethren sidestepped the incoming hail. Remy saw a few reaching out and snatching at the arrows with their bare hands, snuffing out the flames with a flick of their fingers before tossing them back to the ground. But they did nothing to retaliate, content simply to stand where they were. And then the screams began. From inside a Louvre. "What?" Ziaudan cried out. "Have they gotten in? How?" Her question was answered when the ground around the capital began to move. Shadows broke through the soil, pulling themselves upright, and that was the unspoken signal the rest of the coven was waiting for. The vampire army surged forward, the infected sluggish, the court kindred moving with dangerous grace. Both scaled the city walls. More arrows streamed down. Remy saw some of the coven fall, but that was not enough to stem the tide of undead. Remy was running, but he was the slowest of the lot. Malek was already gone from view. Seconds later, the noble was a dark figure on the castle walls, launching at one of the vampires who had very nearly made it to the top. His opponent had no time to react, no time to even realize Malek was there until the noble had already struck. The body hit the ground first, followed by the head and other disjointed parts. Ziaudan had joined him, whipping from one opponent to the next, leaving a trail of bodies behind her, still far too quick for Remy to see more of her than a blurring of air and the arc of falling corpses by their unseen foe. "Thanks for letting me know we were bloody ready," Remy groused, mostly to himself, once he'd reached the intersection of battlefield where soldiers, coven, and infected were colliding. "Stay close, Amiga!" Allegra was vicious. She carried the battle-axe she scoured back at Ting Yi and was laying waste to all before her. Naji, who fought more defensively, was racking up kills with his own sword, longer than Malek's preference. Unlike his companions, Remy had stuck to the original plan and attacked from the rear. He focused on the dark hoods, the ones he knew marked them as coven and uncorrupted by the rot, and felled 3 with Breaker before they realized another enemy had joined the fracas. The silver of his knife chain, now longer in range and forged with Elke's deadlier maces, made a singing sound as they whipped through the air, systematically cutting the undead in 2 or more bloody sections. But the hooded vampires, were far more skilled than both the mutations and the youths who had run with Vasilic. More than once, Remy found himself on the defensive, taking his share of cuts from barely dodged strikes as the vampires came at him in 4s and 5s. For every one he took down, another immediately filled their place. After several minutes, he was finally able to put enough distance between him and his opponents to swing his knife chain around like a shield again, which proved much more effective. His double scythes kept them at bay, picking off the ones he wanted to engage first while the maces did their work, giving ground whenever he had to, then gaining it back in the next attack, and generally destroying everything the chain came into contact with. Malek was single-handedly preventing a good portion of the vampires, both Coven and Mutation, from leaping over the wall, and some of the Reapers and soldiers inside a Louvre were finally fighting back with greater success since the initial fire attack. They were pouring boiling oil and pitch over the walls, burning anyone unlucky enough to be underneath. Malek moved out of the way, reappearing near Remy to take out the vampires who'd started to converge around him. "You weren't supposed to be fighting out here alone," the noble grated. "It's not like you or Xiaodan gave me a choice." Xiaodan had also returned, and now all three were fighting, backs to one another, guarding against ambush even as more of the Coven leaped at them. Remy beheaded one with his scythe, stuck his knife chain into another, and pulled out guts when it tried to gun for Xiaodan. "The hell's happening?" "I believe there's someone in this army with control over not just the infected, but also the undead." Xiaodan killed 2 vampires who'd been aiming for Remy's unprotected side. "From the Reaper talk I overheard, it sounds like corpses that were buried inside the city came back to life. Among them the Reapers killed at the archives. Kraggart, Paelia, and Kibold. Shit. Even the ones not infected by the rot. Too early to know if they were buried, with it undetected. Not all of the dead, but enough to cause concern. There's someone else here with a far more unnatural power over the mutations than can be done with your blood." Malek's voice was tight with anger and something else. The noble sounded almost afraid. "I know of only one person who was able to enthrall the dead this way. The first king. So this really is the first court." It was Remy's turn to be gripped by fear. Anticipation coiled alongside it. He'd fought so long for this. "Where?" "Whoever is responsible, you need to stay away from them, Remy. This isn't Vasilic." "Then who will face them? You?" "Yes," Malek said. "The fuck you are. Not without me and not without Xiaodan." The city gates swung open without warning, and a cavalry of soldiers, many of them armed Reapers, came thundering out. "About bloody time," Remy muttered, and killed another vampire, inching himself closer to the walls. "Where are you going?" "Seems like whatever undead sprung up inside the city, the hunters have sorted out. They wouldn't be sending troops if they still had a mess on their hands inside. And they've sent some of their best. I see Riones leading the charge, so they'll make short work of these bastards. But there's still thousands of these damn infected, and we can't kill them all without losing more of our own. So it's time to put one of your theories into practice, Malek." "You are not going to." "I can, and I will. Elke said that I was one of your contingency plans, and this is about as contingent as it can get. Let me. Just watch my back while I try." The vampire nodded reluctantly. "If anything goes wrong, we're bringing you out of here." "Pendergast!" Riones greeted, looking relieved to see Remy as he fought his way over to them. His fire-lance was a bright beacon. The other vampires hesitated at drawing nearer, and he took advantage of that, setting several dead on fire with his first shot. "I was told Lady Whittaker managed to spirit you out, but I was worried." "Still alive and breathing, but thank you for your concern." "I was escorting Her Majesty with the Lady's Song when word reached us. I didn't have her speed, so I only made it back in time to stop them from completely torching your residence." Remy's spirits lifted. "Kinnaia Lodge didn't burn." "Part of it did, but most of your possessions have been recovered. The Lady Whittaker, she's a vampire, and one of the best people I've ever known. You think you can help Lord Malik watch my back while I do something that will make the Allurians really hate me? Rionis didn't understand, but nodded anyway, being the good sort of chap Remy had once hoped more of the Reapers would have been. Won't let them get within a hair's breadth of you, Pendergast. We brought some of the serum the Lord left behind, manufactured enough to spread the good cheer around. Loaded all our arrows up with it, so it's unlikely these bastards will be getting up afterward. Good evening, Lord Malik. Apologies for the abruptness at our last meeting.
No offence taken.
Remy didn't know what to do, exactly. The last time he controlled the rot, he'd had no idea he was doing it. He focused on the nearest infected, within stabbing distance, one whose clothes were already burning.
"Look at me!" he shouted, feeling rather ridiculous.
Not only did the creature not heed his order, but it continued to shuffle straight toward the trench lying before it. More fell willingly into the pit. There were so many impaled within that some of the stakes had actually broken off from the weight, but they must have been slicked up with Zidane's serum too, because they weren't moving or mutating further. Those lucky enough to avoid the sharp holes shuffled along the bottom, attempting to climb out the other end. Many more faltered and sank down whenever the archers landed a hit.
"Look at me!" Remy said louder now. "Hey, shithead! Look at me!"
"What is he doing?" Rionis asked, bewildered even as he continued to cut through his attackers.
"What he can," Malik responded, slaying another vampire with a flick of his blade, the body sagging and spurting black blood on the way down. "Look at me!" Remy shouted. "Look at—"
And then he'd fallen in without realizing it, that familiar thick fog in his head, the sluggish presence of outside minds. No, they weren't minds. Minds required thought, and there was none of those in the bodies that surrounded him, devoid of anything but a desire to obey. The burning vampire shifted its head and turned to look at him. All around them, the other infected did the same, pausing in mid-step to swivel their charred, ruined faces at him.
"Fuck,"
Remy said. All well and good that they were looking out their eye sockets at him now, but getting them to attack their leader was another thing entirely. He hadn't been successful at getting them to do more than stop and gawk the last time, but if Malik had said it was possible, he trusted Malik. The brainless things he'd let into his head couldn't drown out his thoughts by virtue of having none of their own, but the weight of them pressed down heavily into his mind, almost like the bastards were sitting on his chest, making it hard to breathe, and in fact, his lungs felt like they were on fire in a very physical way. Remy worked to keep from hurling them out, screaming silently for them to do what he was bloody well damn ordering them to do.
"Is he keeping them from attacking us?" he heard Rionis ask, shocked, and Malik's response, "Don't worry about that. Focus on the Coven. They're in First Court colours. Take them down first, they're much more dangerous."
Lord Anthony Castleblanc was used to taking orders. He deprived two hooded vampires of their innards, still sticking close to Remy, while Malik worked his way back into the thick of the battlefield, slaying through another swathe. As more vampires poured in, Remy saw another hooded figure standing just beyond where the swarm was at its densest, a figure in hooded scarlet, standing alone. Malik was fighting his way through the horde to reach it. Something shifted in the shadows that made up that strange robed face. It turned his way, and Remy felt the pressure in his head increase, his ears ringing. He'd seen this person before, in the woods by the caves near the Darlan. He felt the infected stir, their bodies beginning to move again in response to the silent call from their cloaked master, away from his control.
"No!"
He was back on the ground above, with Breaker beside him, fingers digging into the dirt because it was the only way he could stop himself from clawing at his own face at the agony that keeping the infected immobile was now causing him. But Remy had endured pain before, and to light's Helen back if he would let it win again.
"No!"
he shouted, voice rising over the din of steel and rendering flesh as he pushed with all his might, at the infected vampires, at the Coven, at the strange hooded figure. And the rot obeyed. Without another sound, they turned on the nearest kindred, fangs and hands sinking into them before the latter could realize their betrayal. Remy saw some of the First Court vampires shifting strategy, fighting off the infected, giving Malek the distraction he needed. The noble only had eyes for what Remy deduced was the army's leader, and he was killing every vampire in his path to reach the scarlet-robed figure. A swipe, a parry, and the pair were soon engaged in battle. Remy swore. Staggering to his feet, he began to fight his way toward them. They were evenly matched. Remy only saw a series of blurs that shifted back into Malek every time his saber struck and found resistance, the figure needing no more than its hand to block even his finely sharpened blade. The infected Remy now commanded were following him, forming ranks like he was leading them into battle. They were taking down every vampire who drew too close and leaving most of the Reapers unmolested, much to their confusion. Some had even started mimicking his movements, swiping at the air just as he did, lifting unseen weapons whenever he hefted Breaker. It was the most jarring, horrifying, ridiculous thing Remy had ever seen. "Stop attacking the bloody space around you and start with this git, you useless sods," he growled, not quite believing that they would take him up on his word, and then was somehow stunned when they did, the whole lot of them bearing down on Malek's opponent. The figure disappeared and reappeared behind Malek. The noble turned and looked straight into the hood. A stunned look crossed his face as he stared at whoever it was within. He staggered backward, gasping, hands coming up to the sides of his head. From behind that dark, shadowed robe came a soft whisper. "Kneel, Zidan Malek." Malek knelt, fighting every step of the way down. His right knee sank to the ground, and with great effort his left followed suit. "Can't," Malek panted, battling with himself to stand, even as the hooded figure approached. "You can't." The First Court's speciality was enthrallment, Malek had told him. His one fear, the reason he had avoided confronting the First Court directly, was that they could compel him like the Night King had. Remy's knife chain whipped through, the triple maces aimed at the hooded figure's heart. It wrapped around Malek's fist instead. The noble yanked hard. Remy would have stumbled straight into the waiting saber had he not spun in time, releasing the catch to sever the links. Malek let the chains drop to the ground. His face was carefully blank when he turned to face Remy again, and he raised his blade, assuming a guarded stance. "Fuck no, Malek," Remy said, leveling his scythes at him. "Get a bloody hold of yourself." Malek did not get a hold of himself. Instead, he made a running leap for Remy. He dodged out of the way, only for Malek to materialize at his rear. Remy avoided the slash of the man's blade, jumped back when another sliced at his shirt, barely missing skin. The lessons he'd learned from sparring with the Summer Lord were saving his life, though the hypnotized man was doing his best to undermine his own instructions. The infected approached Malek too, but none of them were a match for his skill. He slashed his way through the bodies to reach Remy. Even with the mutations on his side, Remy knew how this was going to end. Eventually, he would tire, and then Malek really would kill him. "Zidan!" A swipe of Ziaudan's hand sent the saber out of Malek's. Even then her fiancé didn't pause, lashing out at her, bare-fisted this time. Ziaudan dodged his blows easily but did not counter. "Get out of here!" she shouted to Remy. Remy disobeyed. It seemed to him that the hooded figure in red was responsible for all this, and taking it out would help the other vampires snap out of it. Easier said than done. He was going to try anyway. He grabbed the knife chain Malek had relinquished, spun it above his head, and launched it at the figure, spikes pointing straight at it. It reached out and snatched the links easily out of the air, but Remy had a follow-through, his scythes already swinging. Unlike its fight with Malek, The figure did nothing to avoid him. The blade sank into its chest with a horrifying sound, but the figure did not fall. It didn't even move. It remained standing, looking at him with the hood still obscuring its face, and Remy somehow had a feeling it was smiling at him. Behind him, he heard a stuttered gasp from Malek as he retreated, lucidly aware again, though severely weakened from fighting his enthrallment. "Zidane!" came the relieved cry from Xiaodan, who sounded just as exhausted. Remy wrenched his scythe free and felt the vampire's blood splash back on him, on his arms, on his face, on his clothes. So much blood. This should have been enough to kill it. Instead, it laid a hand, a very gentle, soft hand, on the side of his face, the blood dripping from its fingers and smearing his cheeks with even more scarlet. The hood lifted. He saw a woman's face, beautiful and smooth-skinned. He saw gently sloping eyebrows, dark eyes the colour of moonless skies, high, noble cheekbones, a generous mouth, tumbles of black hair framing her pale features. It was a lovely face, a familiar face. He had seen it too many times, looking down and smiling at him from the mantelpiece at Kinaia Lodge, for him not to recognize her. "My darling boy," his mother said softly, "why do you fight with my murderers against me?" And then she opened her mouth, fangs gleaming and pearl white. Chapter 35. Singing. There was a song in his head. Somebody was singing to him. It was a song he'd heard often enough in childhood, and yet it sounded different somehow. His nanny, Miss Grizel, had sung it often, taught him to sing it in turn when he was still so young. She'd said that Remy's own mother sang it for him while he'd been in her womb, a lullaby she'd brought with her to Illyria from the small island of Tithe, where she'd been born. Miss Grizel had sung it, and then he had sung it, until his father had heard the melody and sent his nanny away as punishment for teaching him. Remy had kept the song locked away in his heart since then, bringing it out only during moonlit hunts, where his father would never hear. But Miss Grizel wasn't the one singing. Another woman was. Her voice soft and sweet, and Remy could think of nothing but to listen. He was moving, but he wasn't thinking about that either. He was sinking his scythe into something else, possibly someone else, but he wasn't thinking. He was spinning breaker again, that constant comforting motion he'd always done since he'd been abandoned at a cave at the mercy of vampires, and he found easy solace in its motions, even when he wasn't thinking about anything at all. He was hitting things. This was good. He was supposed to be hitting things. He was in a fight, and others were trying to hit him in kind. His scythe met some resistance when it sank down on something fleshy, but Remy ignored that. All he wanted was to keep listening to the song, the one thing that had promised him some measure of solace his whole life, though it had not always been good at living up to that promise. She was singing, and it was beautiful. Something else was happening. Another woman was shouting. Remy didn't like the noise. All he wanted, all he needed, was to listen to the song forever. This unexpected voice sullied it somehow, and he didn't like that. He shut his ears out and closed his eyes, straining to hear more of the lullaby, trying to block out everything else. "Remy!" the voice cried, louder now and more insistent. "Remy, please stop!" It was a familiar voice, too. He should know it from somewhere. The song wore a lovely voice, but this new one, this was a beloved voice. There was a difference. There would always be a difference. A great part of him struggled, wanting to forget everything but the melody. Another part of him listened to the shouting. "Remy!" Xiaodan. It was Xiaodan, was pleading. He was holding a dagger, and it was aimed between her eyes, a hair's breadth from plunging into her forehead. Xiaodan wasn't defending herself. She was simply there, risking injury to wait for him to come to his senses. The sight of her grey eyes still trusting despite everything else, trusting him to stop, not to attack her, and the song in his head grew sour and ugly. Cacophonous now when it had once been sweet, at the shock of what he had almost done. "Come back to me, Remy," Xiaodan said. "Please, come back to us." Remy came back to her. He stared at her suddenly bloody hands. His breaker was gone, but Xiaodan had a grip on his wrists, so strong that she could have easily broken them if she wanted to. He lifted his eyes to her terrified gaze, dazed. "Xiaodan?" he asked, like he had just been woken from a deep sleep. "You're back," Xiaodan said, relief mixed in with a horror still clear in her voice, as was the pain. Memories came swimming back into his head. The fight, Malek and the hooded figure, himself looking into the latter's face and seeing... He turned. Naji was lying on the ground, his eyes open and sightless, looking up at the storm clouds. Malek was cradling him in his arms, his face a ruin of misery. Remy's breaker lay beside the young vampire, its scythes drenched in blood. "I didn't..." Remy stumbled back a step, flashes of remembrance lancing into him like lightning. His breaker, his attack on Malek, his intent to kill. Riones intercepting but getting knocked away, Malek defending himself but refusing to return the blows, still recovering from his enthrallment. Naji leaping in front of his wounded brother before Remy could administer the kill. The impact, the sound it had made. "I didn't..." "It wasn't you," Xiaodan said urgently. "Remember that, Remy. This was not your doing." No. It was his mother's, his mother. The hooded figure remained where Remy last remembered it, motionless against the turbulent winds ripping through the plains, the rain. Its face was once more hidden, yet he knew it was watching. The infected that he'd gained hold over was strewn across the ground. When Xiaodan had broken through to him, had they suffered from the backlash? Had Xiaodan killed them, or had he turned on them himself? It was difficult to remember more, beyond the horror of what he'd already done. His mother. This person wore his mother's face, knew his mother's song. "Riones," Xiaodan said, "watch over him." She let go of his hands, replaced by the Marquis's on his arm. His grip wasn't as strong as Xiaodan's, but it was enough to keep him steady. "Easy now, Pendergast," the Reaper said. "You've done enough for one day." Fourth Court Heiress and First Court Empress circled each other, gauging, waiting for the opportunity to strike. It was Xiaodan who made the first move, and Remy only saw the attack after the fact, when she was already skidding away, her assault deflected. It was the latter's turn next, moving at the same invisible speed, but Xiaodan met it head-on. The ground around them rocked, broke apart from the savagery of both attack and defense. Numbly, Remy watched. The figure was just as evenly matched as Xiaodan in both quickness and strength, which was to Xiaodan's disadvantage. How long had she been fighting already? 10 minutes? 15? It had felt longer to him, and though strain was beginning to appear on her face, she showed no signs of letting up or acquiescing. She couldn't last long in these conditions, and Malek was in no shape to help. Xiaodan perhaps realized that. Her grey eyes shone in defiance, and then the rest of her started to glow as well. Remy knew what she intended to do. He wanted to rush forward to her, but Riones wasn't letting him take another step. The hooded figure must have realized the implications of that shine, its efforts redoubled, distracting Xiaodan enough so she focused on protecting herself from its attacks instead of preparing to release that deadly brightness. Remy looked down at the dagger by his right boot. Elke had insisted on outfitting him with more. Her insistence protected him, though not in the way he'd wanted. He must have removed several and tried to stab people on the field with them during this thrall. He was still thankfully numb, his mind working frantically to compartmentalize his pain and guilt and shock, shoving it somewhere more distant. The hand on his arm tightened. "Don't even think about it, Pendergast." "I'm fine," Remy said. "I don't want to be, but I am. Xiaodan's strong, but she's not going to defeat a first-court vampire with her heart condition. And if she loses, we're all going to die out here. Stab me if I start berserking again, but let me do what I need to do to help her." A pause, and Riones released him. And then Remy was running straight toward the pair, dagger balanced in each of his hands. He threw the one on his left as hard as he could at the figure. It turned and caught the knife effortlessly in its fingers. "Mother!" Remy cried out. The figure shifted so that it faced him a second time, leaving Xiaodan still panting for breath, winded and close to her breaking point. "They told me you were dead," Remy said. "Father said you were dead." "My poor boy," it said, and he felt the strains of the lullaby once more playing in his head, her crooning voice once more soft and sweet. This time he shut it out. "No!" he shouted. "Who are you?" "My poor boy." He could almost believe that the sorrow he heard from within the hood was genuine. He could not bring himself to look closely again, to see if it truly was his mother's face looking back at him, or if it was an illusion and something else had taken her place. "I am alive. I am eternal. Why do you hunt with my murderers?" She raised her finger to point at Malek. "Why have you gone with them? The one who brings the sun and her ancient lover. Why do you not avenge me?" "I am avenging you," Remy said desperately. "No, you're not her. She's dead. She couldn't have—" An arrow came whistling through the air, just as before the figure caught it in its hands. Remy turned to stare at the newcomer, who pulled back his own hood. "Get away from my son, you undead bitch," Edgar Pendergast said. His features were grim, stronger than the frail old man Remy had known. Gone were the unfocused eyes glazed over by white film, the frail arms and liver spots, and even the shriveled leg. Now his gaze was sharp. While leaner still than what Remy had remembered of him, his father had regained some of his muscular physique, and walked with the step of one who was 50 years younger, crossbow in hand, and levelled at the first court vampiress. The other wielded an immense shield forged completely of silver. He now walked unaided, but still carried his mahogany cane tucked into a heavy belt. A hiss rose from behind the hood. "Yes," Remy's father said. "I knew it would attract you, the taste of your own son's blood. There was no way to take back what Astonbury had already unleashed, so I started seeding the vampires from here to the furthermost regions of Alluria, hoping you would take the bait, Ligaya. I knew you would be curious, that it would bring you out of hiding. You have never been clever. You were an imbecile when you ran away from me, and you're an imbecile now, with this pretense of a first court." The figure rushed him without another sound, and Valenbon only barely managed to deflect the blow, bringing the heavy shield in between them before she could do damage. It was for naught. She disappeared to move behind his father, seizing him by the throat. The crossbow dropped from his hand. "No!" Remy cried out. "I am the Night Empress," the being said, fangs inches away from the old man's neck. "And I will destroy you." "I don't think so," Xiaodan said. She was an incandescent ball of sun, shining so brightly that her face was nearly obscured by the light. Her hands were raised, pointed at the Night Empress. "Eat shit, you scum-sucking cunt-rabbit!" she yelled, and fired. Edgar Pendergast's hand dipped down and seized his cane. A deft twist sent a sharp blade shooting out of its base, which he thrust at his former wife. Remy was still running, reaching his father just in time, only for Malek to have gotten there half a second ahead of him. The noble grabbed at Remy, then at the elder Pendergast, and flung them both down away from the incoming attack, just as the Night Empress released him to face the new threat. She was too late. The ensuing blaze enveloped her, consumed her whole, even as Remy crashed down to the ground beside his father, safely out of range. For the briefest moment, he could have sworn he saw the woman disappear just before the light reached her. Then there was nothing else but sun. The whole battlefield lit up from the blinding display, the dark sky brightening as a second sun seemed to rise alongside the moon, turning night into day in an instant. A groan rose up, as what remained of the first court turned and fled from the sight, until there was no one left but the sounds of those already dying, the silent dead, and the survivors, reapers and soldiers alike who, though exhausted and confused, cheered nonetheless at the sight of their enemy retreating. The light faded. His mother was gone. Remy scrambled over to where Ziaudan lay, prone, Malek already beside her. The woman's eyes had fluttered closed, but the faint grin at her lips was on prominent display. "I know I'm not supposed to be so reckless," she said feebly. "But, considering everything else—" She was going to be all right. Remy's hopes lifted. But she had severely overtaxed herself again. "Stay still," he said. Malek looked at him, a strange look on his face. It wasn't an expression Remy had ever seen him wear before, until he remembered. Sedan." The words were raw in Remy's throat. "I'm sorry. I wasn't myself. I didn't know." "I know," Malek said. "You didn't know what you were doing." He squeezed Ziaudan's hand, his face changing as he looked down at her with fresh, tender concern. "Attend to her. I have to see after Naji." There was a brief break in his voice, a catch of the throat, but his face had returned to its careful stoicism. With a heavy heart, Remy watched him return to his fallen brother. "There was nothing you could have done, and he knows that," Ziaudan murmured, already on her way to falling asleep, as Remy cut himself shallowly along the side of his arm to bring it up to Ziaudan's dry, parched lips. "There's always something I could have done," Remy whispered, as she took in his blood hungrily, slipping into unconsciousness soon after. He had grown to like the youth, and Malek cared deeply for his brother. Naji had died saving him, and by Remy's hand. "I was correct." The Duke of Valenbon was watching him, a faint sneer on his face. He wiped his blade, examining the speckles of blood there. "You have become the familiar of not just one vampire, but two." Remy said nothing. The shock of seeing his father fighting was only just less than the shock of seeing his mother alive, and yet nothing like he had pictured. "You weren't surprised it was her," he said dully. "I suspected." The Duke retrieved his shield next, frowning at the faint nicks there. "The little whore you call your mother had run off to be with her lover, a vampire from the first court, as I've always said. Why else do you think they found her in a coven's nest, boy?
Your mother betrayed me to become a familiar, and all while pregnant with you."
He looked from Remy to Xiaodan.
"And you've taken after her." "Like I thought you would." "Only an insouciant would insult his own child after he was instrumental in saving your life," Malek said evenly, rising to his feet with Naji in his arms. The boy's face was bloodied, but he looked peaceful. The sight of him hurt. The elder Pendergast scoffed. "An observation, nothing more. He is my only son, after all, whatever her faults. His mother never pretended he was anything but mine, whatever the rumors say."
His father gazed out over the ruins, at the bodies still smoking from the fire Xiaodan had sent forth, the smell of burnt flesh still permeating the air.
"Seems like Aluv has you to thank, Lord Malek. I have very little love for its citizens myself at this point, for nearly subjecting my son to the hangman's noose."
"Easy to express your disdain when you are safely hidden away at Locksley House with an army to protect you," Remy snapped, unable to hide his anger any longer.
"You thought I would do nothing? I had my own people stationed at the plaza, bows aimed at your rope and batons ready for dispersal, except it was that red-headed vampire who'd retrieved you first. And when Lord Malek destroyed the rest of the scaffolding, I thought it was more prudent not to reveal my hand yet." "Did you seriously believe I would let my own flesh and blood, my only heir, perish? I didn't train you to be a survivor for this long, only to watch you die, my boy."
"You've always had an ulterior motive to explain your concern for my well-being," Remy said. "You told her that you used my blood as a lure to draw her out. You didn't care that her wrath could have destroyed Illyria, or that I would have been blamed for it."
"You benefit only from hindsight. I took a gamble. If she or her vampire lover were alive, then they would have recognized your blood. It would have pulled them out of hiding. And I was right. Astonbury had nothing on the first court, refused to even look for it, knowing how badly I wanted the information. Not even your vampire friends had any inkling of where she'd gone. I don't know how long ago Ligaya came to control the first court, liar that she always was. Her vampire consort must have been much more powerful than I'd thought. But as long as she remained alive, she would be a constant danger to the kingdom. And now—"
Remy's father stretched out his arms, lifting them toward the capital.
"Now they know that the Night Empress is a real threat. Now we can finally mobilize against their court, using all of Illuria's resources, as it should have been. And finally, we shall annihilate the first court."
"I wanted to avenge my mother," Remy choked.
"Not have her die again. Are you blind, boy? The Ligaya I knew died years ago. This wasn't your mother anymore, only some vengeful kindred bitch that we had to destroy."
Edgar turned back to Malek.
"We have not always been on cordial terms, Lord Malek. We've had our own brief skirmishes in the past, haven't we? Illyria has proven wanting in its treaty with you. Perhaps you would be more interested in one with me instead." "And what do you have to offer?" the noble asked. "The tide of politics is changing here, even as we speak, and it turns in my favor. It is very likely that I will rise to a position of much higher prominence soon, and shall therefore be in a better place to render assistance. For as long as you pledge to fight with us against the First Court, you will have the alliance your betrothed very dearly wishes for." The Duke of Valenbrun's eyes gleamed. "In fact, as surety, I would be more than willing to offer my son to you as hostage would be too harsh a word, so let us say he will be a guest, a ward for as long as our agreement holds. Though I suspect you and Lady Song would not be against the idea. Neither, I believe, will my son." "I will think about it," Malek said shortly. "Not for long, I hope. I shall tell the Reapers to form a guard for you when you return to Louvre, Remington. Once word spreads of what has transpired here, and of your efforts to save the capital, you make me proud, Remington. You make me very proud. You need not be concerned for Reapers like Ferron and Hathorn. I have already seen to their punishment. And who's going to see to yours? His father's laugh was far too loud and far too offensive in the wake of the destruction still burning about them. You, too, will be welcomed in Louvre, Lord Malik. You and your powerful little sunbringer here. Remy didn't even look at his father when he departed. All his attention was concentrated on the sleeping woman in his arms. He was exhausted beyond measure. He wanted to weep, to lie down and close his eyes beside her and perhaps never need wake up. "I'm sorry," he said again, because it was the only thing left he could do. "So am I, Pendergast." Malik didn't even sound angry. He didn't lash out at him the way he had back at Chang Shui when he had accused him of spying for his father. He only sounded as weary as he was, and somehow that made the guilt that much heavier. "Allegra," Malik added when the other woman materialized beside him, her normally stoic expression tinged now with a look of bewildered sorrow as she beheld the fallen vampire in his arms. "Help Pendergast with Xiaodan. Take them back to Mari's. I need to—" He looked down at Naji, and a spasm of pain flashed across his face. Remy swallowed. "Malik." "Leave him be," Allegra cautioned softly. For a moment, Malik remained, looking down at his beloved sibling's tranquil face, holding him closely in his arms. The next, he was gone. "He needs some time alone," the woman said, still uncharacteristically gentle. "What do you intend to do now?" "I don't know." Remy closed his eyes and held Xiaodan tighter. "I don't bloody know anymore." Chapter 36. Regrets. The fanfare that had received him when he'd finally steeled himself to return to the city 2 days ago had been muted. It was not quite the raucous welcome that his father had said he would receive, but at least it was neither hostile nor homicidal. Reports from the battlefield had reached the masses quickly enough, announced by a reluctant Ferron. Riones had kept Remy's secret, possibly browbeaten other Reapers who might have witnessed it. No gossip spread of his ability to control the infected, which was almost laughable, as it was the only rumor about him that had ever been true. But their fear of him remained. Remy never went outside if he could help it. On the rare instances he had to leave Kinneia Lodge, mainly because parts of it needed repairs and rebuilding, though Riones had been truthful when he'd said he'd saved enough for it to remain habitable, people avoided him. A few from the Tun had the stomach to greet him, nervously, warily, like he might attack them mid-conversation, but most took the coward's way out. They scurried away when the opportunity presented itself, crossed the street and ignored him entirely, or managed barely perceptible nods in his direction before turning their backs. The rest of the common folk were even less polite, crowds parting before him with every step he took in their direction. His father had demanded public retaliation. Some of the more vocal, the most violent of the mob, had been consigned to the gallows themselves. He had not even known until the news sheets had printed the one regarding Hathorn's execution, an unusual punishment for a Reaper. But the man, after all, had only been the son of a butcher. It was all against Remy's wishes, but he had no power now to change things in Louvre. He wasn't even sure if he'd ever had it to begin with. Neither Xiaodan nor Malik had sent word to him since he'd returned to the city. Elke was gone. Her varied businesses in the city had been settled, handed over to trusted staff, or, in many cases, the deeds ceded over to them entirely.
She had been so careful in everything but her friendship with him, and the guilt gnawed him up even further, that was all it had taken for her to give up everything. He had found her apartments boarded up and bare of furnishings, with nothing but a mahogany box and a note waiting for him. "It should not take very long to find myself a more comfortable situation," she had written, "and once I do, I shall send word. In the meantime, here is a gift for you. Let it not be said that I do not keep my promises." He opened the box, peeled away the delicate wrapping paper to reveal its contents. Twin sapphire eggs, he saw, nestled underneath a perfectly carved golden... Despite himself, or perhaps because of it, Remy began to laugh. He could not attend Giselle's funeral without causing a commotion, but he visited her grave afterward with a bouquet of her favourite roses. She had been buried beside her husband, the inscriptions nothing but praise and prayers for them both, with no mention of their eventual fates. She would hate it here, Remy thought, lying forever in repose beside Matthew Astonbury. If he'd had his way, he would have buried her in her beloved gardens, or perhaps on a cliff that overlooked the sea, where she would have a stunning view of the waters. Not here, with a man she had despised. The only true power within a Louvre, it seemed, lay with old men who should long ago have been relegated to obscurity. Change only occurred when they allowed it, according to what they considered proper, never for those most affected by it. He had knelt by her tombstone and stayed there a long time. Another victim, another in a long list of people he couldn't save. He hoped that Malek had buried Naji where the boy would have preferred, maybe beside his young lover back at Chang Shui. The pain grew. It took longer to travel, to reach his mother's grave. Remy had a different purpose in mind this time. He stared at the mound before him, shovel in hand at the gravestone that marked where her body lay. He didn't hate Malek for finding her body. He didn't hate her for being what she had become. It is what it is. He began to dig. Legaya Bascom Pendergast, the headstone read. The sun rarely broke through the clouds over a Louvre, but for the hour it took him to uncover the grave it did, splaying across the ground around him like the light, too, knew that there was a secret waiting to be uncovered. Sweat poured down his face, bathed his back, and still he didn't stop until his spade hit something hard beneath him with a hollow thud. Legaya Bascom Pendergast. With his hand he swept the dirt off the wooden casket. Another rough jab with his shovel broke through the lid. Breathing rapidly, his shirt drenched, Remy stared at the disturbed soil and dirt, at the empty coffin below. Beloved wife and mother. Queen Ophelia summoned him not long after. This was only Remy's second meeting with Her Majesty Queen Ophelia, ruler of Illyria, and he presumed she was already tired of him. Their first meeting had not been to commend him for his valor or for his impeccable service as a reaper, and neither was this one. The Queen appeared neither happy nor angry to see him. Considering that he had almost single-handedly upended the kingdom she so dearly loved, it was the best he could have hoped for. Instead, the intelligent green eyes that studied him now were almost inquisitive, the way Malek looked sometimes when engrossed in some new experiment. Remy endured her quiet scrutiny and tried not to think about him or Ziaudan. "It is clear to me," Queen Ophelia finally said, "that I have you to thank for saving my city, perhaps even for saving Illyria. It could also be said that you are to blame for much of the havoc that had occurred in the first place." Remy said nothing in his defense. Everything he'd have wanted to say, she would have heard from somewhere else by now. "The dead who'd risen from within a Louvre were the dormant infected, or so my scientists tell me, buried without anyone ever knowing they had the rot, planted by those who work for the Night Court, culprits unknown. Astonbury, too, lied to me. Some of his subordinates, under Aglace's questioning, had confessed to witnessing the Duke carrying out experiments on these beasts, his incompetence accidentally setting them loose on my lands. It appears his ire for you emboldened him to use your blood in these accursed studies. Remy was silent. I have asked you here to inform you personally that I have elected your father to the vacant position of Lord High Steward. His head snapped up. He stared at her. While I do not condone him sponsoring Yost's experiments and serving as his benefactor after the doctor's disgrace and expulsion from my court, I cannot deny that the antidotes the man has created are nearly miraculous in their benefits. That the Duke of Vallenbon himself has regained much of his health in spite of his having been in poor form for years now. Even my finest royal physicians cannot explain his rapid recovery. These new serums have proven to be better even than Bloodwaker's. Lesser side effects, lesser withdrawal symptoms. She shook her head. The Duke has also confessed to me quite candidly and without prompting that he was aware of Astonbury's schemes for some time, hence his employment of Dr. Yost as a countermeasure. I would have punished him myself, Duke or no, had he not admitted it to me without prompting, but he was contrite besides. His zeal to see to the protection of Illyria is admirable, though I do not appreciate being left in the dark about these matters. He has gone so far as to turn down the position I've offered as part of his penance. Of course he has, Remy thought. But he is also the most competent man we have left to lead the Ministry of the Archives, and so I insisted. We do not believe we have seen the last of the Night Court, and he is the only one knowledgeable enough to defend our kingdom from them. We have also decided to put Yost under probation, with scientists of our choosing on hand to keep an eye on any new developments of his. I don't think you should be trusting my father all this much, Remy said. Edgar Pendergast had planned everything far too well. Astonbury's downfall and murder, luring the Night Court out of hiding for his revenge, his rise to Lord High Steward, creating the rot, then claiming credit for its defeat. And Remy? No one would believe him now. Even if they did, his father had already wormed his way into a position that made him indispensable to the kingdom. I know. Your father is a far, far cleverer man than anyone thought, Remington. It is in Illyria's benefit to put that brilliance to work for us. For now. Which brings me to you. I don't want it. The words fell out of his mouth even before she could pose the question. I wish to continue serving you, Your Majesty, but I have no desire to find a role for myself at your court. I have no head for politics, and my skills are better equipped on the field than at your bureaus. Ziaudan told me that you would refuse our offer, the Queen said, smiling now, but I thought to make it all the same. You would be invaluable to the archives. We had hoped that you would be more enthusiastic about being offered now what Astonbury denied you in the past. You and your father are right. The First Court poses more of a danger than we thought they would, and the longer we allow them to continue to hide and thrive in the darkness, the more powerful they will be when they try again. We want you to lead the charge against them. Will you at least consider it? He would once have leaped at the chance. It was all he'd ever wanted. Strange how much had changed in just a few short weeks. It was my father's desire to see me join the Reapers, and I did so to please him. But to command the army is to garner trust among my soldiers, and I do not have that privilege yet among the Illyrians. I would rather be on my own terms than remain beholden to what my superiors might dictate for me within the archives, Her Majesty being the only exception. In other words, you do not wish to work under your father regardless of any rank I bestow upon you, the Queen said, though her look was one of understanding. I have another proposal you may be more willing to accept. Things remain fraught between Illyria and the Third and Fourth Courts, and I need someone to serve as an unofficial liaison for my kingdom, while Lord Malek returns to his own coven to solicit support among the other vampire clans against the Night Empress. Most of the kindred have remained neutral in the years since the first has lain in hiding, but he believes they can be persuaded to act now that the Night Empress has shown her claws. To everyone else, you will be taking a voluntary leave of absence from Alluve to continue your search for the Night Empress farther east. Xiaodan killed her. Lord Malak doesn't think so, and I'm inclined to believe him. Even First Court vampires left ashes behind after their deaths, he said. He found no such evidence on the battlefield. Remy's breath caught. Malek's leaving, then? He and Lady Song. With the rot expected to be fully neutralized in the coming months, Xiaodan believes that Ting Yi will no longer be under immediate threat, the First Court notwithstanding. She has, as always, petitioned for you to accompany them on their behalf. Remy hadn't spoken to either court vampire since returning to Alluve. He had resigned himself to the idea that they had both chosen to permanently break off all contact. I am not sure Lord Malak will be eager for me to be his companion. On the contrary, he adds his request to hers. Queen Ophelia's expression became grave. It will not be an easy task, Remington. You will be entering the heart of their territories, a lion's den. You will be considered Xiaodan and Zidan's familiar in every sense of the word. You must be strong enough to defend yourself if they cannot do so in your stead. There are many court vampires who consider humans beneath them. But familiars are forbidden in... I will issue a special secret dispensation if you believe it necessary, Queen Ophelia said with a faint grin. I am aware of your relationship. It is one that I do not wish to inquire about, nor do I wish to judge. But it puts you in a position to work for Allurian interests. Your father is a capable statesman, but it is you that I trust. The smile disappeared. Remington, there is something about Xiaodan that I don't believe you know yet. Is she all right? Yes and no. After the fight she had with the Night Empress, she tells me that she can no longer call on her sun-bringing abilities. What do you mean? Remy had unconsciously taken a few steps closer to the Queen before realizing the faux pas. Is she hurt? Are you... The Queen raised a hand to stop him. Do you love her? I love them both, he responded promptly, with none of the embarrassment of their first meeting. She is fine. She is strong and as quick as she ever was. She is also distraught, though trying her best not to show it. Though there is a stigma among her kind for having such powers, I believe it's been a part of her for so long that she mourns it most keenly. I need to go to her. I've cautioned them against stepping foot inside Alluve for now. I have imprisoned the preachers and those attempting to incite chaos, but I would much rather not have two vampires in the capital so soon after such a battle. You are to meet them tomorrow morning outside the gates, with a private guard of your own to see you off safely. Remy thought about the kingdom he would have gladly given his life to save. Elke was right. He always seemed to give more than what he was ever given back. Many Allurians already view me as something inhuman, he said. Something less than themselves. If anything, it's been good practice. Please inform Lady Song and Lord Malak that I will be ready to depart with them at their convenience. I'm not surprised, the Duke of Valenbon said, his rapier making short work of the target before him. His speed and agility had noticeably improved, and he moved with almost the same skill and nimbleness that Remy remembered from his youth. Your infatuation with these vampires will be the death of you, if you take no precautions. And yet I don't see you asking me to change my mind, to stay and work in the ministry alongside you. You're as stubborn as I am. Tell you to do one thing, and you'll bring down hell and high water to do the opposite. Surprisingly enough, I agree with your assessment. No matter what Her Majesty thinks, you'll be wasted in the archives. Imagine that, Remington, after all Astonbury had tried to do to sabotage you, including his attempts to drain you of blood, to weaken you in your hunts. He glanced back at Remy, grinned at the look on his face. Oh, you didn't know?
Aren't you grateful now for Yost's fortifying Bloodwakers despite Astonbury's attempts to murder you? Light, the money I would part with to have watched him convicted at Her Majesty's court. His father made another practiced lunge. You've never been exalted for intelligence, Remington, but skill, strength, bloody instinct besides, those are where you excel.
You never told Queen Ophelia that the Knight Empress was my mother, Remy said. She wouldn't have offered you the position of Lord High Steward had she known.
After all the trouble I went through pretending to turn it down. Don't act so high and mighty with me, boy. Surely you told her yourself then.
Remy didn't answer.
You're as much a hypocrite as I am. Your vampire friends, too, keeping their silence. They know things will be worse for you, should that get out. Make no mistake, Remy. Queen Ophelia couches it in delicate, honourable terms, but you are to be a spy for Illyria within their vampire strongholds. I will make arrangements for you to send word to us of their plans, their targets, whatever weaknesses of the First Court they know of, and whatever weaknesses they have to use against them. Ophelia has forgiven me for not telling her about the rot, you know. I've convinced her that Astonbury had been responsible for creating it. She understands as well as I the possibilities of using the dead as an army. Her distaste for it holds her back, but she will give in eventually. They often do when it's their lives at stake. Let us both prove our loyalties first, in an official capacity, before she need learn of Ligaya. Perhaps you are soft-hearted enough to forgive Malek for killing your mother you claim to love, but we have many more questions now that require answers. I want to know how she ascended to become the Night Empress. Find who was responsible for turning her into the nightmare she became. You must bring her the true peace she needs, boy. You understand?
Slowly, Remy nodded.
Good. Stay alive and return, Remington. I am too old to sire new heirs, and I have invested too much in you for you to fail me again.
His father steadied his rapier and attacked again. The sword's tip sank deeply into Grimesworthy's shoulder, but the undead man stood silently without protest.
I, of course, have not told Her Majesty about our other experiments, Valenbon said. She may have promoted me into this enviable position, but that doesn't mean she trusts me. Only that she knows I can handle Illyria's defense, when Astonbury never could. Grimesworthy must be a secret for now. You understand that I do all this for her and this kingdom, Remington. We need armies of our own to fight the First Court. An army of infected under our control will save the lives of soldiers and citizens alike. What they do not know, they cannot fear, even if what they fear is what will save us all. I will persuade her of the necessity of our experiments. We will see this through, my boy, and we shall be honoured for it. They will never besmirch the Pendergasts or the Dukes of Valenbon ever again.
He was right. And that was the problem with Edgar Pendergast. In the end, he always came out on top. Father, Remy said before he left, not willing to see his father puncture more holes into the unmoving Grimesworthy. Did you know that Mother was the Night Empress before this? A pause. The Duke smiled.
Agles tells me that someone recently dug up her grave. Was that you, trying to make sure?
Did you know, Father?
No, Remington, I didn't. I had no idea it would be that bitch's face looking back at me when she compelled you to start killing the rest of those vampires. Sometimes I'd see her, or think I had, in the forests, in places I've hunted, sometimes even in the thick of the crowd. That damned Scarlet Hood, her face staring at me, only to disappear. Thought it was my imagination, until I realized it wasn't. But you weren't the first person to dig up her grave, Remington. I was the first to realize the whore's tomb was empty. She'd escaped me once, and thought she'd find a way to do it again, even in death. I presumed she was hiding out in the Night Court, not that she was the Night Court. But now I have 2 of her own clans, and the whole of Illyria against the First Court. It will fall soon enough."
"Did you ever even love her?" Remy asked bitterly. His father met his gaze.
"Of course I did, son," he said calmly. "I wouldn't hate her so much if I hadn't."
He turned back to Grimesworthy and readied his blade.
"Take Breaker when you go, Remington. You'll be needing it."
He'd left a note for the Marquess of Riones, a letter of thanks for everything he'd done. The man had been awarded the position Remy had turned down, and he was pleased for the Reaper's sake, a well-deserved reward. That would make at least 2 competent people in the new administration, though only one that he liked. It was better not to meet with Riones again before he'd left. The Marquess had a more important reputation to lose now. It had been painful to do, but Remy had put Kinnair Lodge up on the market, immediately once the repairs were done. It was no longer the sanctuary he had wished it to be. What possessions he couldn't take with him had been entrusted to lawyers for safekeeping, along with the handling of the lodge's sale, not the high-priced attorneys that the Dukes of Vallenbon had always retained, but the small, capable firm Elke used for her businesses. Remy did not trust his father not to come snooping while he was away. He'd left no other instructions, save a stipulation that the new owners, upon purchase of the lodge, were to continue feeding the stray cats that wandered into the garden. The items that had survived the fire included the portrait of his mother and the books on tithe he'd collected over the years. Remy had spent his last night by the painting, staring wordlessly up at her, unable to find answers there. Nobody in Illyria had the answers he sought, but the courts might. And somewhere among those kindred, his mother would be waiting, because Remy somehow knew that she hadn't died in the fight against Ziaudan. If there was one thing they had in common, it was that neither of them would perish so easily. "Forgive me," Remy told his mother, and slowly drew the sheet over her painted, smiling face. "You're too kind for this. You'll always leave pieces of your heart behind, whether you want to or not." "I know, Elke." Remy sighed quietly to his best friend, now so far away because of him. "I know." They were waiting for him. Ziaudan still pale, not quite recovered. Malek silent as usual, face unreadable, though his eyes looked hard. Remy wanted to wrap his arms around Ziaudan, to demand that they postpone the trip until she was healthier, to yell at Malek for pushing her, as he'd done many times in the past. But things had changed. The group of stern-looking reapers flanking him, for instance, ostensibly for his protection. Even without an audience, he was no longer sure if the couple would ever show him the same affection as those days in Chang Shui, when he'd lived with them, bedded them, loved them. Things had changed. Ziaudan was vulnerable. Remy had killed Naji, and it was not in Malek's nature to easily forgive. "The laws of the kindred will be different from the laws of Illyria," Malek said coldly. "There will be fewer accommodations for humans there. The instant we set foot in the heart of court territory, you will be a familiar. You are to obey both Ziaudan and I at all costs. It will be difficult, but it will be to protect you." He paused. Silence fell. Remy wished he could ask where he had buried Naji's body so he could pay his respects, but he didn't. "You would have done better to turn us down instead," the noble added harshly. "The disdain and intolerance for you here in Illyria will be nothing compared to what you will face with us at the courts." Ziaudan and Allegra had once told Remy that it was easy to see through Malek, a statement Remy had met with confusion since statues changed expressions more frequently than the Third Court King. But now he understood. It was a bleak morning, the sky greyer than usual, and a light drizzle starting to set in. but Remy felt warmer than he had back at his hearth. "Remy," Xiaodan said softly, still so wan, but her eyes just as beautiful in the soft brown they were now as they had been when they were the colour of mist. No, he thought. Things may have changed for them where it concerned him, but it changed nothing for him where it concerned them. He set his shoulders and lifted his head, proud as ever. Whatever might come, he'd be by their side, and that was better than being without them. "You're too kind for this." "Like bloody fuck I am, Elke," Remy thought, doubling down. "Let's get going then, before the Allurians change their mind and try to hang me one last time as a goodbye present."
Silver Under Nightfall was written by Rin Chupeco and read by Matthew Spencer. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Silver Under Nightfall is available in print from Saga Press.